Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will now resume. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, $2,225,240,540. I shall now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Ministry of National Security, with all its divisions, is dedicated, as I stated in my budget presentation, to applying every cent of the allocation as you have just described it, Madam Chair, and to dedicate it to the provision of safety and security to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we present ourselves, the Minister, the Permanent Secretary, heads of some of the divisions of national security, to attend to any issues that might arise from the figures and from the documents that are already before all persons in this committee. I thank you, Madam
Thank you, Minister.
Chair.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,225,240,540 for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $2,225,240,540 for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Barataria-Sanu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, I'm at line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. Minister, I saw that there has been an increase of $1.5 million on this line item. Can you just explain to this meeting how many persons we have in the positions as compared to how many vacant positions there are at the ministry?
Let me declare, Madam Chair, through you, there are 237 posts, 92 are filled, 145 are vacant, 143 vacant with bodies, and 2 vacant without bodies. And the additional sum is for the payment of increments to be awarded in this fiscal, 2023 that is, and acting allowances for officers therein.
Thank you.
Member for Samuel Barataria, that's it? Item 002, Fire Service. Item 004, Prison Service. Member for Barataria-Sanu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowances. Can you again tell us?
Which one?
Prison 004. Can you tell us how many vacancies there are and how many posts are filled?
Thank you very much. In respect of your question, there are 4,219 prison officers. 3,821 of those posts are filled. 398 are vacant. Posts with bodies, 85, and without bodies, 313. In respect of the civilian staff, public servants that is, 66 in total, 11 posts filled, 55 vacant, posts with bodies 16, and vacant posts without bodies 39. Thank you.
We know that there's a strain within the prison service. I'm seeing that there's an increase in the allocation of about $20.9 million for this particular fiscal as compared to last fiscal. Can you indicate to us whether or not steps are being taken to fill those vacancies within the prison officers, not the civilians?
Yes, that's
do you have an estimate of how much you intend to fill for this year?
Well, I must tell you that 250 new recruits were brought into the theater. 250 in 2022. And recruitment is an ongoing process. I'm almost certain that they are engaged in a recruitment exercise now, always moving, always trying to get to the optimum position allowable.
And with respect to the civilian staff, you said that there are 55 vacancies and 16 with bodies. That means we have quite a large number of unfilled positions there also.
Yeah.
Would this increase of $20.9 million be enough also for recruitment of the civilian staff?
Well, I couldn't tell you if it would be enough. I would expect that it would be, but give you the assurance that if it is not, we'll make the necessary adjustments in the ways in which you are quite familiar.
And Minister, I want to go to line item 03, which is overtime. I'm seeing that there's a large overtime bill there of about $46.5 million. That's at 03. Can you account for why the overtime bill is so high within the prison service?
Just by way of additional information, the average overtime runs about $4 million a month. We would have paid between October 2021, from October 2020 to October 2021, June of 2021, sorry, yes. So the prison service would have implemented new measures from 2021 to reduce the cost of that overtime, and it is projected that that overtime cost will be reduced in 2023, particularly with the recruitment, as I have just described, and further recruitment.
Yeah, I understand that, Minister, but what I saw from, if you look at the 2022 estimates on the book, we see that there was an estimate of about $35 million originally. And then that cost went up to about $45 million. So it accounted for about a $10 million increase in just 1 year. And then I'm seeing that $10 million is now being carried across to the next year, about 46.5 being allocated for 2023. So it seems as though there's no steps really taken in order to curtail the overtime by the employment of additional staff within the prison service.
What might have happened in the last year might have been, as a result, as happened with other agencies, the impact of COVID-19, where you had many officers off the job by virtue of quarantine and that sort of thing. And therefore, those who were on the job would have had to redouble their efforts in order to keep the security of the prison intact.
Sure.
And that is why, in light of the receding of the COVID threat, we anticipate that 2023 would be a little different.
Sure.
So might I ask if there's a device in here without an owner?
An owner.
Because that troubles me tremendously. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, 01, salaries and cost of living. Is there any outstanding cost of living allowance which is owed to prison officers currently?
The answer to your question, in short, is no.
In short, is no.
Yeah.
All right. And Madam Chair, with request to overtime, is there any outstanding
See, now at
overtime?
03?
Yeah, 03.
Yes, obviously. I mean, hours would have been worked, and audits are to be conducted, and therefore money is owed, but it will be dealt with in accordance with these
So
allocations.
this allocation will dispose of all.
One would expect that.
One would expect, or it may, down the road, we may find prison officers or the association saying that the government is owing and we want our money. That is what I'm trying to find out.
Well, I can't answer to your speculation and the workings of your very ingenious mind. What I do know is that, yes, there will be some claims in the system, but we anticipate that what we have here will treat with it, and we expect a reduction in the demand for overtime in the new fiscal.
Well, I hope that your proactiveness will not lead to any disruption in the operations of the prison service. You have commented that.
Item 005, Regiment. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The sum that is allocated under 01 salaries and cost of living, Minister, will that take into consideration the 4% which was signed by the CPO with officers within the Defense Force?
Members of the Defense Force, military personnel, are not paid under this vote. This vote is confined to civilian staff of the Defense.
Only civilians, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Item 006, Coast Guard. Member for Barataria Sano.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm seeing two different line items. I'm seeing 01 as salaries, and I'm also seeing 23 as salaries direct charges. If I'm to assume that 01 will deal with civilian staff and 23 will deal with the Coast Guard officers themselves?
Just a second, could you repeat that?
The line item 23 would be the Coast Guard officers themselves.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yeah. Minister, I'm seeing that there's a decrease of allocation in the sum of $9.1 million for this fiscal year. We have heard many complaints that there's a manpower shortage within the Coast Guard. Can you indicate why at this time there's a decrease in the allocation for the Coast Guard officers?
Say again?
Can you explain why there's a decrease of about $9.1 million in the allocation for salaries for the Coast Guard officers, having regard to the many complaints we have heard about manpower shortages?
Well, I haven't heard many complaints about manpower shortages. I haven't heard that. But I give you the assurance that if the allocation is not sufficient, we are assured that it will be dealt with, either by way of the midterm or some other of the arrangements that you're quite familiar with.
And can you tell us how many vacancies there exist right now?
In respect of the Coast Guard, this is for the just a second. Military personnel or civilian personnel?
Military.
Military personnel. Thank you very much. 1,810 total positions, 1,810 filled. We recruited in fiscal 22 another 121 persons. Thank you.
007, Immigration. Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refer to item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, Immigration Department, an increase of 1 million, and simultaneously 03, overtime, no increase, allowances, no increase. And I'm asking that question in the context of an Express July 28, 2022 article headlined, Immigration officers took action over non-payment of outstanding overtime and other allowances. And it went on to say that the president of the PSA, Leroy Batiste, explained then that hundreds of positions within the Immigration Division remained vacant, resulting in immigration officers having to work extra hours. He said some officers had not been paid overtime since 2019, while some traveling officers who use their vehicles for work are still waiting for their allowances for 2022. And I'm asking if the 1 million increase under 01 will be sufficient to deal with what the president claims are hundreds of positions remaining vacant in the Immigration Department, and the non-increase of overtime and allowances to reflect what we've been hearing from immigration officers. And may I say that this has resulted in some industrial action which has led to some issues with passengers coming into the country.
Well, unlike you, I am not guided by the president of the PSA's comments for official information. I will be guided by the records produced by the permanent secretary and certainly by the chief immigration officer. So in respect of the question of overtime, I do recall that there was some public claims that overtime was unpaid. I had the benefit of being involved in some of the research around that matter and give you the assurance that it has been paid, and whatever queries that might have been the result or resulted in some of those claims not being met have since been regularized, and as far as I'm aware, the officers on whose behalf others might have spoken are now all settled, and all is, as far as I'm aware, well. Insofar as posts are concerned, there are 405 immigration officers, 257 of the posts are filled, 257 and 148 vacant posts. There are, with bodies, 126, and without bodies, 22. The matter, however, of recruiting immigration officers is, as I understand it, a matter for the Independent Public Service Commission, and I am aware that from the permanent secretary that action is being taken by them to treat with this particular shortage.
Notwithstanding your comments on the president of the PSA, he was correct when he said that hundreds of positions within the Immigration Division remain vacant. You have just said.
Well, no, that wasn't correct. If I just told you that there are 148.
148.
Well,
so
then that's not
I'm
hundreds.
just saying he's just correct.
That's not hundreds.
And secondly, give me a chance to finish speaking.
Please.
Secondly, he indicated that it is not what he said. There was industrial action. I have persons who had to wait hours because there were limited immigration officers at Piarco Airport. But the question I'm asking stands. If there are 148 vacancies, and if you say that there's some sloth or whatever on the part of the relevant service commission.
I did not say that.
All right, whether you said it or not, ought you to have put more than 1 million in increases to cater for salaries and cost of living allowances? Since there are so many immigration officers, so many vacancies, 1 million, in my view, is not significant to handle any, even if 10% were appointed of the 146. Are you satisfied that the million is enough?
The question is not whether I am satisfied or not, The question is that every single immigration officer who would have worked would have received his or her salary and is expected to receive their salary in the new fiscal, and they will.
I'm not dealing with that. Hear me carefully. I'm saying you said there are 148 vacancies. And I am saying that some ought to be, some portion of this. However,
Fanaprima, I think if I hear you, I heard what you've asked, and the minister has answered.
He has said that he's satisfied with the 1 million.
Yeah, and apart from that, the minister initially said that where monies are not enough, they would go back. And that's been a constant
He didn't tell
thread.
me that, Madam Chair.
That has been a constant thread under this head with respect to salaries and cost of living allowances.
And I did say so.
No, I would like us to, because we started a little later, we have a lot of work to do, and we all know what is happening with the inclement weather threat.
Yeah.
So I would like us to really use our time without the very lofty arguments that we could have and discussions that we could have in dealing with what is here. So you've said that you think that if there are 148 or how many, that the million is not enough. The minister says that he's guided and he thinks that's enough. Do you have another question you would like to ask?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to 03 and 04 overtime and allowances, could the minister, taking into consideration that the allocation of $8 million has not been increased for fiscal 2023, could the minister give this meeting a commitment that he or his ministry will meet with the recognized majority union in the fiscal year 2023 to ensure that there is a smooth disbursement of this money, so there will not be industrial relations action which will lead to inconvenience to the traveling public in fiscal 2023, and taking into consideration that he refused to meet with the recognized majority union when the problem first arose.
Madam Chair, that is a convoluted admixture of all kinds of thoughts. I don't understand the question. What is the question?
The question is, and has been clearly stated to you, apparently you are having problems with comprehending this afternoon. But the issue is to meet and treat with the recognized majority union in keeping with the laws of the land and taking into consideration your disdain for the inconvenience that has been experienced by the traveling public.
It appears as though the member wants to tell me what my work schedule should be in the coming fiscal. But that apart, even so, the absurdity is becoming more real, because what the member is requesting of the minister is really for the chief personnel officer, not for me. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we move on. Item 008, Probation Service. Item 009, Forensic Science Center. Member for Barrett Area, San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, can you tell us how many vacancies we have in the pathology department?
As far as I'm aware, when you say pathology, you mean?
In the Forensic Sciences Center.
Yes.
How many
You mean pathologists?
Yes.
There are 2 vacancies as I speak to you.
Out of a total of 4. We should have 4 officers, not 2?
Yes, one retired recently.
Okay, and
we are in the process of recruiting another.
Yeah, so Minister, I think it was in about the year 2016 we have been hearing that you all are recruiting additional pathologists in partnership with the UNDP.
And we did.
And how many did that proved successful?
That yielded one who is still on staff with us, and we got to 3, and since then another 1 retired, and we are in the business of recruiting another at the moment. However, I give you the assurance, you would have noticed, I'm sure, as an observant member of the public and parliamentarian, that you have seen no long lines outside of the Forensic Science Center saying bodies have not been treated with. That is no longer a problem. We have managed the affairs with the resources we have in such a way that we feel confident that regardless of the circumstances, we are now able, and we have been dealing effectively with it, eliminating the problems that might have existed some time ago.
What is troubling about that answer, Minister, is that we have about 4 to 5 persons being killed every day, and you're saying that you're happy about the fast rate in which these bodies are being cleared from the Forensic Sciences Center. That is nothing to boast about. But, Minister, I checked this week on the UNDP's website, and I'm still seeing an ad out for a forensic pathologist for Trinidad and Tobago. So you're saying that the UNDP assisted us in getting 1. Is this another partnership with
As
UNDP?
I said a moment ago, yes, they're in the process of recruiting another 1, particularly in light of the fact that we had a recent resignation, a retirement.
Member for Naparima.
Item 01, if the Forensic Science Center is accredited, and if so, the staffing to which this allocation refers, is it consistent with the requirements of a fully accredited Forensic Science Center?
So I allow the second question.
Madam Chair, there are at the Forensic Science Center for the moment 81 posts, 38 are filled, 43 are vacant. Vacant posts with bodies or without bodies 23, and of course vacant posts with bodies 20. As far as I as Minister am aware, from the stakeholders who interface with and work through the Forensic Science Center, insofar as postmortems are concerned, there is for the moment no build-up, no problem. Insofar as DNA analysis is concerned, there is no problem. Insofar as ballistics are concerned, as late as last week, the police are reporting that they are quite happy with the responses from the Forensic Science Center. They are getting feedback in a way they haven't gotten it before, and they have demonstrated to me that it is improving and assisting in their crime fighting substantially. So in short, the Forensic Science Center is engaged in the process of seeking accreditation, and that is a work in progress.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was essentially asked under member for Naparima, but I want to mention to the Minister one point. Minister, in recent times, maybe July, August, September, I've had separate requests. I wouldn't call it complaints. They were requests as to whether I could assist. In one instance, there was a gate which fell on a child, and the child died. And in that particular instance, I used that as one instance where the parents reached out. The Forensic Science Center, the pathologist, whatever was taking place, they could not have had the autopsy performed within a short space of time. So I think the time lapse was well over a week. So I just raised that in the context of concern, as you're saying that you don't have complaints of long lines, people lining up anymore. But maybe if you can look into it, maybe there is some priority listing, an approach that the pathologists themselves take on board as to how they do it. But I have had separate requests over the past few months where people have raised concerns.
Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just a moment ago, I heard the Minister say that there are no issues with ballistic testing and there are no issues with the DNA lab at the Forensic Sciences Center.
I did not say exactly that.
Madam Chair, may I? In April of this year, Madam Chair, I asked a question in the Parliament, And the response given by the Ministry of National Security is that there's a backlog of 42,000 ballistic cases outstanding, and there's a total of
Okay, so let me
32,784 DNA.
Remember, let's understand the exercise we about here. Okay, we're examining the estimates. This is not a wide discussion about efficacy and efficiency, etc., etc. Okay, so that I'm not going to allow us to stray all about the place today in particular. All right, so unless you're going to tie this to a line item, as you know, and all of us here know, we have a continuing task after this, where all kinds of things can be raised. All right? So, if it is something you want to ask about salaries and cost of living allowances or one of these sub-items here, certainly.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'll tie in the point with this. Minister, to clear this backlog of the 42,000 cases for ballistic testing, are you in a position to say whether or not additional staff would be recruited in order to clear this backlog in this year? I'm seeing that the allocation for salaries and cost of living hasn't really changed from the last year to this year. How are you going to change this to remove this backlog from the system?
Clearly, you are pursuing this on the false assumption that the answer you would have gotten then remains true and correct today. I give you the assurance it is not.
So,
and further, please, hold on, let me speak.
No, Madam Chair,
let me answer your question.
Okay, all right, okay. All right.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, let's all try and change the tone.
Yes.
And see if we can't advance.
I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can. I thank you very warmly. I know you are a person of many moods. Yes, dignity and suave and
many
politeness.
moods. Please continue.
I thank you warmly. I thank you very warmly. But as I was pursuing the answer, I saw another question. I heard another question coming. But I was just about to say, in dealing with the backlog, we have recruited 25 officers of the Trinidad and Tobago, no, 21 officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service who have been trained as in ballistic expertise, and they are now assigned to the Forensic Science Center. And that is part of the reason why the police commissioner and the other executive elements of the police service are able to report that their work as detectives solving crime, gun crime, shooting, murders have been severely enhanced. And I give you the assurance that the answer you got then, by virtue of what I have just said, is not the correct answer today.
So, Minister, are you in a position then to tell us what is the backlog?
I'm not now in a position, but you can file another question outside of this committee, and I'll be happy to answer it for you.
And does that hold true for the DNA?
Yes, indeed. Also? At one time, as you might have recalled, we had a long period where the DNA equipment was dysfunctional.
3 years.
And it was repaired, and it is now totally functional, and the staff are up to the task. In fact, recently, they were able to, by virtue of their work, resolve an outstanding murder case in this country that would make every citizen quite proud.
And, Minister, can you tell us how many staff are currently at the Forensic Science Center conducting testing for the DNA samples?
Doing what?
Conducting testing for the DNA samples.
I can't specifically say so, but generally speaking, I outlined the number of posts and all of that for the Forensic Science Center. But if you wish to know the specific amount associated with DNA analysis, I can quite easily find that out for you.
So will you give a commitment to circulate in writing?
Oh, yes. So would you give a commitment to file a question outside of this committee?
No, the exercise of this committee is for me to ask you questions.
Anybody else under this item? Okay, so we go on. Item 012, Lifeguard Service. Member for Oropuch East. Very true.
Myself, I have 5 minutes to ask the question.
You have 5 minutes on an intervention.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I will take much less than 5 minutes. On 012 Lifeguard Service, salary and cost of living, I see a minister a whopping increase of what appears to be $20 for the salaries and cost of living allowance. In the context of we have had serious problems over the last year or so or more with lifeguards complaining about failure to be paid their salaries and cost of living in time. And as you can imagine, that is a sector that carries, life and death consequences and so on. Could you indicate if there have been any new administrative or institutional change to ensure that lifeguards would be paid on time and we won't have that problem of industrial disturbances and so on in that critical life and death subsector, so to speak?
Having given keen attention to some of the issues around the lifeguards, one of the divisions of the Ministry of National Security, I have not heard any question about not being paid. I've heard other complaints, but certainly not about not being paid. Okay. And to answer the second part of your question as to whether any administrative action is being taken, the answer is yes.
Would you be in a position to give a
I don't think it would be prudent.
Change?
I don't think it would be prudent at this juncture, but I give you the assurance action is being taken to resolve some of the problems that you might have been hearing about. But certainly being or not being paid is not one of them.
Okay, member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, as a follow-up to my colleague, a question. Could you, in line item 02, wages and COLA, $16 million. I assume that is where that line item is where lifeguards are being paid from, that $60 million. Could you give this committee a complement of how many lifeguards are employed and any vacancies?
The establishment is 93. 81 posts are filled, and therefore 12 are vacant.
As a follow-up?
9 vacant posts with bodies and 3 without bodies. We have 36 regular workers and no casual workers, in answer to your question.
Thank you, Minister. As a follow-up, Madam Chair, Minister, the vacant posts or in that complement of bodies that are presently there, there's a lot of attrition or aging of lifeguards. Is there any plans in place to cater for the attrition of lifeguards and to be replaced with new lifeguards going forward?
Since there are mere plans from the Ministry of National Security and I cannot speak for the entire cabinet, I am loath to give more details, but except to say to you that yes, there are plans.
Member for Naparima.
Madam Speaker, 01 and 02. That's a follow-up question. And I read from Newsday, August 7th, 2022. That's a couple months ago. And it identified short staffing and a lack of equipment are the main complaints of lifeguards on Trinidad beaches. It says there are less than 100 lifeguards, and you indicated the number is 93, covering 10 beaches, while at least 200 are needed. The president of the lifeguard branch of the NUGFW, Augusta Sylvester, said lifeguards were accustomed to an annual medical check, and the Ministry of National Security stopped that. So now there are lifeguards out there who may or may not be fit to carry out their duty. I want to ask the question, given the fact that there were 8 drownings in 2021, and in 2022, thus far, it has increased 100% to 16. Is the minister satisfied with this allocation as it relates to the number of lifeguards that are required to keep our beaches safe?
The issues that I have detected affecting lifeguards, and the public ought to know this, are not necessarily about numbers, in terms of the number of lifeguards. A lot of it has to do with sometimes they are not on the job when they're supposed to, sick leave and all kinds of things, as well as the fact that you spoke of a certain number of drownings. The lifeguards in Trinidad and Tobago are applied on certain designated beaches. So if any of those drownings would have taken place outside of those, it raises different considerations. But to answer your question, action is being taken administratively and plans are afoot, as my friend from Point-de-Paix drew out of me to improving this service in the interests of the beachgoers, the citizens and visitors to Trinidad and Tobago.
For Oropuchuas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to return to sub-item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, as a follow-up question that was raised by my colleague from Oropuch East. I noticed again, just for a reminder, the $20 increase. And I was wondering if the Honourable Minister could advise the committee what specific expenditure does he propose to undertake with this $20 increase that will improve the quality of life and safety of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago?
I would rather, from a more common sense perspective and to better inform the public who are listening and looking at us, to concentrate on the $710,300 allocation for 2022. And that to me would make a lot more sense.
I'm appreciative, sir, but you have come to the Parliament, you've come to this committee to ask for a $20 increase. I am asking what would have justified.
I'm simply saying it's a $20 increase on $710,280. That's what I'm saying.
So you have come to the Parliament then with a facetious number? Is that what you're saying? The number is irrelevant? Whatever numbers that you have come here for, we should not pay attention to it?
And by the way, might I inform you, the figures that you are quoting do not affect the lifeguards. It is at 02 we dealt with the lifeguards, which speaks to $16 million.
Just to
the same allocation, let me finish now, please.
Please do.
The same allocation for the last fiscal is also allocated in the upcoming fiscal 2023. The figures you are quoting does not deal with the lifeguards. But in any event, from a common sense perspective, let's look at the fact that we are talking here about an allocation of $710,300 to pay the 6 persons who are in posts here and 5 of those posts filled. Thank you very much.
I believe the Minister of Finance wishes to make an intervention on the question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. When I looked at the line item on page 130, and I saw that in 2021, the expenditure for this item, which is salaries, was $600,435. And then in 2022, the revised estimate is $710,280, so it's more. And I looked at 2023, which is $710,300. I just sought and received confirmation that that is simply a rounding off. That's all. It was $280 before. It's now been rounded off to the nearest $100. And therefore, I am of the view that we should not be quibbling over a rounding off matter.
In addition to which, by way of further...
Tell your colleague that, please.
By way of further...
He had no answer.
By way of further...
Perhaps you should tell your colleague that, sir. He has no answer.
By way of further elucidation...
Are you referring to our line items, sir? Are
yes.
you just talking as usual?
This is my show.
Excuse me. No. Hold up.
National security...
Hold up, brother, you're wrong.
This is my show.
Hold up. This is not a show.
By way of further...
This is not a show. Relax
Madam
yourself.
Chair...
This is not a show.
Yes.
You are here to account to the population, not to grant charge and show.
Order.
The guy is in charge.
Order.
As I was saying, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Minister, I believe the question has been asked and answered.
Yes, I was...
And I know we must have all suffered a bit of tension in getting here, so let's say you just had your little opportunity. So exhale, let's get back to the business.
Thank you.
Item 015, cadet sports. Member for Naparima.
Madam Chair, thank you. I look at 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, and I notice that there's a minuscule increase of $22,990 over 2022 revised estimate. And I ask, is this not peanuts in the context of the great challenge and the great expectations of the cadet force. I quote you, Minister, on the April 11, 2022 loop at TT, Minister Hines, quote, "We believe that our deviant behavior amongst our youth can be alleviated, etc. In this regard, we seek to invest in the hearts and minds of our young people through commendable programs such as the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. The time has come to re-energize the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force and its youth training programs." And I'm asking if those bold expectations are captured by a minuscule, measly $22,990 increase.
Madam Chair, this deals with the salaries. Cadets are not paid. They are students, typically, and the adult corps are voluntarily attached to the cadet force. You have some civilian personnel in the Ministry of National Security who are responsible for some elements of the administration of the cadet force. So we are talking about 11 posts, of which 4 are filled and 7 are vacant, including the cadet force officer who is an officer in the Ministry of National Security. And as far as I am aware, the allocation here is quite suited, quite adequate to deal with that insofar as salaries and COLA is concerned. And so far as the youth element, and the cadet force and the ideals that I had been quoted upon, those ideals remain true. The cadet force is alive and well, along with the many other youth development programs for the benefit of the young people in Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, member for St. Augustine.
Madam Chairman, given that the Minister has reported that a unit that is supposed to have 11 persons has less than half of that, 4 persons, and given the statement that you have made and the commitment you have made of what cadets could do for young people, what is being done to improve the situation with manpower? 4 out of 11 in this division?
Quite frankly, that is a matter for the Public Service Commission, but as I understand it from my daily dealing with this organization and the cadet force, I visited the cadet force in a training camp for NCOs for promotion only about 2 months ago. It is not, the cadet force and its operation in the schools and for the young people is not adversely affected by this, but certainly this is a matter for the Public Service Commission.
Item 016, Air Guard. Member for Couva South.
Yes, Madam Chair. Earlier on, the Minister said, when I asked him a question under the regiment, that salaries and cost of living didn't take into consideration the 4% wage increase for members of the Defense Force. In relation to 23 salaries under direct charges, Minister, this allocation of $60 million has to do with the payment of personnel within the Air Guard and not civilians.
Yeah, insofar as the Air Guard is concerned, there are 540 positions. Yeah? Mm-hmm. 476 of those positions are filled.
No, I'm asking in the context of the agreement which was signed on behalf of the Defense Force. The Air Guard is part of the Defense Force.
It is.
And I'm asking if this allocation of $60 million takes into consideration that 4% wage increase for members of the Air Guard and by extension other arms of the defense.
I'll give way to the money man to answer your question. The Minister of Finance.
I was waiting, Madam Speaker, for the talk to settle down. The Defense Force, which comprises the Army, the Coast Guard, and the Air Guard, and the reserves too? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Thank you for that information.
Just want to say something. Member for Barataria Samoa, I want to remind you, yesterday when you eventually cooperated in the process, we made excellent strides with time. So I'm really trying to co-op that similar sort of cooperation from yesterday. I'd appreciate that so much. Minister.
Right. So that the Chief Personnel Officer has been engaged in discussions with all of the trade unions and bargaining agents that are under the purview or report to or speak to the Chief Personnel Officer in accordance with the Civil Service Act and other relevant legislation. And I got word before the budget was delivered on Monday, the 26th of September, that it was likely that the Defense Force might sign the agreement to accept the government's offer of 4%. However, the budget was settled a week before that, and since when I was delivering the budget statement, there was no confirmation yet. The signing took place a couple of days later. It would not have been prudent for the government or the Minister of Finance to put into these estimates additional monies in the expectation that what had been hinted at might actually happen. Now that the Defense Force has signed the agreement and will receive the 4% and their back pay, the Ministry of Finance will make the appropriate arrangements to ensure that the necessary items and sub-items are supplemented so that funds will be available to pay these increased salaries and wages.
And just on a point of clarification, Minister of Finance, this is for what periods? 2014 to 16, 20?
The back pay is for the period, two periods, to triennium, whatever the word is, 2014 to 2016, 2017 to 2019. That's the period of the back pay. And the salaries would be current as of 2023.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Member for Barataria Sanu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At line item 36, Madam Chair, that will be found at page 132. I see that there's a line item, extraordinary expenditure, in the sum of $72.6 million. Can the Minister indicate what this extraordinary expenditure of the Ministry of National Security is for?
Madam Chair, that expenditure is allocated to deal with some of the covert operations of the Ministry of National Security.
Member
for Barataria Sanu.
Yeah, Madam Chair, is the Minister confirming that the Ministry of National Security, not the TTPS or the SSA, the Ministry of National Security is involved in covert operations?
No.
But this line item is under the general administration of the Ministry of National Security, Minister.
The Ministry of National Security may be responsible for procuring certain equipment in respect of the needs of those who do.
Isn't this the job of that particular organization because they have a separate budget and line item?
Not necessarily.
You see,
not necessarily.
Minister, the Ministry of National Security should not be involved in police work. That is for the police. The Minister is responsible for the general administration of the ministry. Why are you having a line item for covert operations?
You are entitled to your opinion, but I've just told you the Ministry of National Security may acquire on behalf of others on their recommendation, certain tools and certain items in order that they would carry out their functions independently.
But, yeah, Minister, that should fall under a different line item called minor equipment purchases, not extraordinary expenditure. Because extraordinary expenditure, you yourself just admitted it's for covert operations. If you are going to procure, buy equipment, there's another line item that is within the yellow books that deals with those things.
Madam Chair, I've answered as best as I may.
We can't believe that.
Okay, so item 002, Fire Services. Member for Naparima.
Thank you.
1513, maintenance of vehicles in the fire service. I see no increase. And under repairs and maintenance of equipment, I see 100,000. I think my colleague from Rio Claro will speak to the issues in the fire station in Rio Claro. I will speak to the minister's expectations and statements and whether this sum is consistent with his statements. And I refer to the Guardian of March 17, 2022. And they was talking about new vehicles and equipments have been handed to the fire service. And I quote, the minister noted that a comprehensive maintenance plan will be put in place to ensure that there is value for money. So I'm asking the minister, if the comprehensive maintenance plan of which he spoke is in effect, what is the cost relating to this comprehensive maintenance plan? And if $0 increase is consistent with that expectation?
What I can say is that this allocation is designed to and to facilitate the maintenance of vehicles for the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, and I consider that it would be appropriate, adequate. And if not, we have ways well known to you to supplementing that to ensure that their vehicles are properly maintained so that they can serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Madam Speaker, I give up.
Thank you.
Item, Member for Cuba South, you have a question?
Madam Speaker, in the context of this said line item, maintenance of vehicles, I heard the minister tell my colleague from Naparima in terms of if there's the need for increased expenditure on the maintenance of vehicles, it can be supplemented. Minister, given the work that you all continue to boast of in relation to the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate and also the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, I am sending a warning to the government. Pay very close attention to the equipment at the Cuba South Fire Station and also the Cuba Fire Station. It is in dire need of repairs.
Minister of Finance.
Just want to point out, Madam Chairman, that there are other provisions for refurbishment and purchase of equipment and vehicles for the fire service contained in another book. And you will see when we get there the sum of $45 million for the fire service to refurbish and acquire fire tenders, among other things. Yes.
And in reply to the minister, Madam Chair, I hope that he will be pellucidly clear to say that attention is being paid to the Cuba South Fire Station and the Cuba Fire Station in terms of how much has been allocated.
Let me be...
And in addition, Madam Chairman, because sometimes cabinets take decisions that overlap or transcend budget dates, as I indicated, the documents are sent to the printers approximately 1 week before the budget is delivered. So these documents would have been sent to the printers maybe the 18th or the 19th of September. Since then, since the 18th of September to now, the Cabinet has taken additional decisions with respect to the procurement of equipment and vehicles for the fire service. I want to assure the member for Cuba South that the needs of all areas in Trinidad and Tobago with respect to fire service equipment will be attended to by appropriate funding coming from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of National Security, who has the responsibility to determine the priorities. And I am sure that all areas of Trinidad will receive the attention that they deserve.
Item 004, prison service. Item 005, regiment. Item 006, Coast Guard. Item, yes, sorry, Member for Naparimo.
006, items 15. And I am just asking maintenance of equipment, and there's $500,000. And I'm just asking if this is with reference to the excellent Damon vessels that we left, and which we understand is packed up most of the time in Stobles Bay, rotten for lack of maintenance and fuel. So the question is, does this relate to that? And therefore we could expect a better 24/7 coverage of our porous borders.
We're at page 136.
Yes.
Item 15.
Madam Chair, the allocation is to treat with repairs and maintenance of operational equipment for the Trinidad and Tobago.
And does that include the Damon vessels that we left? The world-class vessels?
All vessels.
Right. So we will expect them to be onshore rather than locked up in Stobles Bay.
Onshore? Are you unsure of what you said?
We expect them to be
onshore.
We expect them to be doing the work for which they were bought for, rather than being locked up in Stobles Bay.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 13, maintenance of vehicles for the Coast Guard. Honorable Minister, we are seeing a decrease here of $1.3 million in this line item for the maintenance of vehicles. Can you tell us if all the Coast Guard interceptors are fully functional at this point in time?
Maintenance, service and maintenance, Madam Chair, is an ongoing exercise. As I'm speaking to you now, I don't know precisely what is happening, but I know that this allocation is to ensure that all vehicles are serviceable, and where they are not, action taken to get them back on course.
Minister, this is an extremely important line item, especially for members of the fishing community. We have a fisherman in Claxton Bay for the last 6 weeks who have been intimidated and afraid to go out to work because one of their colleagues, the late Mr. Lennox Joefield, was murdered out at sea. And they got zero support from both Coast Guard and the TTPS Riverine and Coastal Unit because of the lack of vehicles. This has been a recurring problem with the Ministry of National Security Coast Guard Division last year and year before. We were promised by the former Minister of National Security that the 12 interceptors, 2 were handed over to Charlottesville, and when those 2 were handed over to Tobago, we were promised by the former Minister of National Security, and it's there in the papers reported in November 2018, that it was going to cost $6 million to get all remaining 12 interceptors up and functional. That has not happened as yet, and what we are seeing here is you are now cutting this budget down by $1.3 million. Can you tell us how many of the interceptors are functional and how many are non-functional?
I am unable to tell you that now, but I can provide that answer later.
Can you tell us when those that are non-functional are going to be operational so that you can provide safety and security for our fisher folks around the perimeter of Trinidad and Tobago?
As soon as practicable.
Minister of Energy and Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I only intervene because the member for Couva North was traversing on very dangerous grounds by saying that I had promised any interceptors to be located anywhere other than those two that were located in Tobago. The cabinet did take the decision to spend a sum of money to repair interceptors. Unfortunately, at the time when they began repairing them, due to the non-maintenance of these interceptors in the period pre-2015 and the onshore parking up of these, the hulls were seriously compromised and all could not be repaired.
Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to 96 fuel and lubricants, I see a reduction of 96, sorry.
Thank you.
$947,000, and there have been recent increases again for fuel and so on. Minister, given the influx of what we would call arms and ammunition and narcotics and attacks on fishermen on the high seas, does it mean with this reduction we are going to see less Coast Guard patrols?
No.
So how do you explain this decrease against the sustained price increases?
What I can tell you is that once fuel and lubricants are needed, they will be provided to the Coast Guard as they are being provided now. And I'll only add, without generating further controversy, I'll add that very often when I would have heard in the public domain talk about lack of fuel, my own investigations reveal that that was not the case. And that is why, unlike you, I can't rely on what I see in the newspaper.
Well, I am not the Minister of National Security.
That's the point. That's the point.
My reason to question you is because monies have been allocated, and we need to find out why there's this decrease.
And I give you the assurance that fuel has not been and will not be a problem.
Well, let us hope so.
I thank you.
Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item 40, food for institution. This line item is budgeted at 8.5 million. There's an increase of 500,000 to provide food for the institution of $8.5 million, while we see a decrease in the repairs of the vehicles. Minister, can you help to make sense out of this, please?
Simply to say that food ration for military outfit is as important as mobility. All are important. And it is only someone without an understanding of how the military works will think otherwise.
So you are satisfied in decreasing the allocation?
That's not your question.
Of the vehicles.
I'm saying
versus an increase.
This is an additional question.
Yeah.
Because your honorable Prime Minister pointed out in his contribution that we in the opposition has not been able to identify where we should not increase and where we should not decrease. And I'm saying to you, honorable Minister, that the community that depends on the Coast Guard will definitely support getting the vehicles working. And if there's an increase to be put in this fiscal allocation, that increase should be towards providing the resources to the department so that they can go out and perform their function and not sit down in the office and eat food.
Madam Chair, I didn't detect any question.
So are you satisfied with increasing this line item for food from 8 million to 8.5 million, while you are decreasing the repair and maintenance of the vehicle from 2.8 to 1.5 million?
What I'm satisfied about is that the allocations that are made will treat with the needs of the Defense Force in the context of their work, and where it is not, adjustments will be made to make sure that it happens.
But Minister, you can't tell us when the interceptors are going to be functional. You cannot answer how many interceptors are functional. You cannot answer how many interceptors working at this point in time.
Could you?
Are you waking or are you sleeping on the job? It's time to wake up and realize that people people dying outside there. People are being murdered out there.
Also to realize that some of you make unnecessary scandal in the face of serious business.
Okay.
You serious?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, could you rein in the Minister of National Security? He cannot continue to ask the opposition to answer questions that we are posing to him and then impute that the opposition members are behind the discontent
Scandalous.
of the entire population against the government.
Scandalous.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Honorable Minister, looking at the said line item 13, 2021 actual figures 2.6 million. 2022, we see that an estimate of 1.8 was made, and the revised estimate's 2.8. So against just what is stated here, why are we to follow on what my colleague Kuvanot had asked? Why are we estimating 1.5 when we see that for the last 2 fiscal years it went up to 2.8? I think against that, Minister.
Yeah, we've been here before. That is the allocation that has been made, and if there is need for more, action has been, and will be taken to treat with it.
So, Minister, yes, thank you, Madam. Minister, I hear you on that. My question is simply, why are we, if we have seen that, why are we at this stage under budgeting for something which we know is likely to be at least $1 million more?
I think I could answer that, but rather the Minister of Finance answer it, because he wants to know why we are allocating. We're talking about line 136, 13. I could answer that.
Madam Chairman, from time to time, when one looks at various line items, one would consider the demands. You will not have the same amount every time. The demands will be different. So the instructions that we give to ministries, there are 2 processes they can use. One is virement of funds from another sub-item, which has surplus funds. That's internal. Or they can apply to the Minister of Finance for a transfer from one item to another, for example, from personnel expenditure to goods and services, for supplementation of the particular item if they are in need of more money before the mid-year review, or if they can manage until the mid-year, they then apply to the Ministry of Finance for supplementation in the mid-year, and it is provided. And this is a standard procedure. These are estimates. Money can be moved around, and we certainly have the facility of the mid-year review where supplementation can and is provided.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, line item 40. Will they be having ham
40?
and macaroni pie? 40.
40, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Food at institutions, will they be having as part of their diet ham and macaroni pie?
Yes.
Breadfruit?
Yes.
Member for Cuba South.
Thank you. Minister, in line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. You have covered decrease in terms of...
Which line item, I'm sorry?
13, maintenance of vehicles.
Yes.
Of $1,350,000. And again, we continue to ask the issue of patrols and ensuring that vehicles are out there and in the context of our borders and so on. Could you explain why this decrease has taken place?
Again, I thought I just heard the Minister of Finance explain.
I am asking you.
These are estimates, and in any case, and in any event, as far as I understand it, a budget is designed around your anticipated expenditure and more importantly, perhaps your revenue.
So what is your anticipated reason for the...
So we have had, as far as I've observed it, to make cuts all around. We came from 61 and 63 billion dollars down to 47, 51, 52. So adjustments are made. However, as we go through the fiscal, when there is a need, environments can be affected.
Minister, we will move on, but given the inflow or influx of arms and ammunition and narcotics and attacks on fishermen on the high seas, I will ask you to revisit, use your ministerial influence and revisit this line item.
Well, in respect of that, as I'm sure you and the rest of the nation could see, with the resources available to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, which is the only agency under the law responsible for the matters you have raised, have been rising to the challenge, treating with the issues. And vehicles is not a problem for the police. They can always do with more resources, but we have just made 80 vehicles available to them, repairing others, providing them with the mobility.
Would that come under TTPS?
Yeah, that will come under TTPS.
Right. So we leave that for them.
Leave that for them.
Item 007, immigration. Item 008, probation service. Item 009, forensic science center. Member for Naparima, item 009, pages 138 to 139, that's where we are.
Yes, and I'm on item 009, and I see a decrease in, an overall decrease in expenditure for goods and services for the Forensic Science Center. I note that there's a 1.4 million in the developmental expenditure related to the forensic science.
Which item are you under, please?
All right.
I know we're under 009. Is there a line item you're referring to?
I'm dealing with materials and item 1.2, materials and supplies.
1.2.
Yeah,
and I'm seeing
12, on page 139.
On page 139, I'm seeing a $75,000 increase. And I'm asking if this is adequate in the context of plans to improve and upgrade the Forensic Science Center. I note $3.8 million for institutional strengthening, $0.5 million for DNA, and I'm asking if the materials and supplies consistent with those increased expectations and additions to the Forensic Science Center.
This allocation is expected to be able to treat with the needs, those consumables and the other matters you have raised, and where they are not, we will make the necessary adjustments to ensure that they are.
Madam Chair, I have a little concern because it makes no sense asking questions here when we are told consistently, don't bother, the figures here are not realistic, we will change it in the mid-year review. My view is that a budget must reflect as far as possible your anticipated expenditures based on your plans as articulated in your budget speech.
And based on your revenue.
Agreed. But you cannot cut. You cannot cut. You would see the prioritization in your
equally, I can tell you as a fact that the Forensic Science Center is not without these agents and the consumables that they need to effectively carry out their functions, and it is not anticipated that they will be.
I will not continue, but no one is satisfied with the performance of the Forensic Science Center. And
Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I note at line item 04, electricity. I note that in 2021, there was an actual spend of $454,896. There was a revised figure for $736,000. But the estimate that the minister is now asking the Parliament, the committee to approve, is a $200,000 figure for 2023 for electricity for the Forensic Science Center, which is less than half of what was actually spent in 2021. Can the minister advise why we have now what is a $536,860 decrease in the allocation required for the Forensic Science Center for electricity?
Actually, it is estimated, this amount was an estimate for more than half the year. in anticipation of environments or adjustments in the midterm as might be necessary.
Minister, just to refer back, so you are saying that this estimate, this book is deemed draft estimate, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2023. It doesn't say for half of the financial year. It says for the financial year 2023. And you are advising this honorable committee that this estimate was for a little more than half of the year. So this book should be renamed as to be the estimate for half the year, or until you get permission from the minister?
Right. I'm just being reminded that whatever was outstanding was paid in this fiscal.
Whatever was outstanding from?
Huh? Yes, some accumulation was outstanding and it was paid, so the allocation here will take care of future needs in respect of electricity.
Paid from last year, you mean, last fiscal? You paid in advance for from last fiscal? Is that what you're saying? Last fiscal's estimate was used for this fiscal?
There was an outstanding bill which was paid.
So, Minister, just to clarify, does this mean that this $200,000 allocation would suffice? And it's not a reminder, it's a clarification. This $200,000 allocation would suffice for the electrical bills that will become due in 2023 for the Forensic Science Center?
The $200,000 is what has been allocated, and I give you the assurance that if it requires more, arrangements will be made to take care of the electricity bill for the Forensic Science Center. And I think it's a good opportunity for me to say this government, by way of circular, urged all public officers to be careful with the consumption of electricity, turn off lights in the evening in government buildings in order to prevent the wastage that Trinidad and Tobago had grown accustomed to over years. But I give you the assurance, that it will take care of the expense. And if it doesn't, adjustments will be made in the midterm to treat with it.
Same thing.
Good.
Item 0105, Service Tobago. Item 0.
Which one, Madam Chair?
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to draw the Minister's attention to line item 12, materials and supplies.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, this line item had a revised budget of $112,500, but you are estimated only $6,000 for this fiscal term for materials and supplies. That's a decrease of $106,000 and an overall increase of $1.6 million to Fire Service Tobago. Is it that you are upset with Tobago Fire Services that you are cutting almost everything in that division?
Madam Chair, do I have to repeat myself?
Almost every line item I see you are decreasing.
Madam Chair, do I have to repeat myself again and again, or should I?
Minister.
Do I have to repeat myself over and over again?
Can you kindly explain why it is that you have decreased the material and supplies to this line item by $106,000, where you're only giving them $6,000 for the entire fiscal term?
I've done so confident that the allocation as stated will treat with the need for materials and supplies, and I've done so confident that if it does not, there are arrangements in place to ensure that it is paid.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am on line item 05, telephones. I note that no allocation was made in 2021, and although a $50,000 allocation was made in 2022, there was a revised figure of $250,000 as the proposed spend for 2022. We've gone back to a $50,000 estimate.
We had light item 05 on page 139
Oh, you're lost,
under
Minister?
010. Telephone.
Catch up, Minister. Catch up.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I've finished asking. Should I repeat my question, sir, since you missed it completely?
Continue, my friend. Don't let your handbag trouble you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, now he's been totally ridiculous.
Minister.
I'm sorry. I withdraw that. I withdraw that.
Okay, all right.
Withdraw. You should apologize for that kind of foolish kind of commentary.
Excuse me, member for Orubuch West, the minister has withdrawn. Withdrawn that. And I'm asking everyone.
Question, please.
Including the member for Baratara, someone asking everyone.
You leave me.
Let's try to avoid the low points today. Okay? Let's all make an effort. Member for Orubuch West. Member for Orubuch West.
Thank you,
Might
ma'am.
I invite you to ask your question?
Thank you very much, ma'am. To repeat, Madam Chair, there was no allocation for, so I'm on line item 05, telephones. There was absolutely no allocation for 2021. There was a $50,000 allocation for 2022, but it was revised upwards, meaning that the minister then spent $250,000 under the same line item, telephones, in 2022. We've returned to a figure for $50,000. Yep. We've returned to an estimate for $50,000, meaning that now the minister has asked that the line item be decreased by $200,000 for Fire Service Tobago. Minister, can you explain why, firstly, the number went up to $250,000, which is more than 200% higher, it's about 400% higher, and has now been dropped back to $50,000?
Yes. In 2022, significant arrears were paid off.
There was no actual spend in 2021. So is it that there was no fire service in Tobago in 2021? Or did you deliberately not spend in 2021? There's no actual spend. Actual spend 2021 is zero. Was there no fire service in place in Tobago at that time?
Okay, Minister of Finance to make an intervention.
I actually wanted to make an intervention on 05.
That's where we are.
That's where we are, sir.
I want to make the point that because of the financial difficulties that the country has found itself in over the period 2016 right down to 2021, which is only now being, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Madam Chairman. It seems to be more than one person here.
I guess what we're being asked is to cut to the chase. So let's get there. We're trying to be efficient.
I thought I had 5 minutes, Madam Chairman.
Yes, we do, but let's try to be efficient.
I'll try not to use the whole
please.
5.
Thank you.
So, as I said, because of financial difficulties in previous years, there are a number of arrears that piled up, not just for telephones, but for electricity, for goods and services. Unfortunately, when our finances improved to some extent, in fiscal 2022, the Ministry of Finance conducted an exercise where we communicated with all ministries and departments and asked them to give us information on outstanding arrears, dealing with specific things in the first instance, telephone, electricity, janitorial, rent, things like that. Things where quite often ministries and departments would find themselves behind and in arrears. And having received the information, arrangements were made for ministries to receive funding, receive releases to clear off all of these outstanding bills, telephone, electricity, and so on. And this was actually done in the last 3 months of the fiscal year. So that in 2022, because our revenues improved, we were able to deal with some long outstanding arrears, not just for telephone, I want to stress, but for rent, for electricity, for all sorts of things. So that you will see in the accounts for 2022, you're going to see large numbers in certain items where arrears are being cleared off. And since the entities are now current and they don't owe all of these arrears, the amount required for 2023 would be significantly less.
Thank you. Would the minister then, given that on average we were looking at about a $50,000 per year spend on telephones, we have $250,000 in 2022. Would the minister commit to provide, as soon as possible, if not now, a listing of the amount of years and which years these arrears were for?
You can't go back more than 21.
We are proving this is the first time we would have heard. No, I'm not talking about 2021. We paid this money in 2022. This is the first time this committee is seeing these figures.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I think what we could do is give details of the bills that were paid in 2022. We can't go all the way back to 1956 or whatever year.
Minister, I am asking for an explanation for this $250,000.
Yes, and I've just indicated that you can
were
get
these
it.
arrears for?
Yes, we can tell you what the bills were related to that was settled in 2022. What arrears were involved? Yes, you can get that.
Thank you,
certainly
Minister.
we can't go
Thank you very
behind
much.
that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Member for Superior.
Can I ask for a similar breakdown for the previous item, which is the electricity? This minister, is the same thing happen? The 250,000, the allocation of 50, then 250 spent, and then down to 50. So a similar breakdown of what the monies were expended on.
There was work taking place in Tobago at the Scarborough Fire Station.
Elections.
And I beg your pardon?
Elections, maybe?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay.
There was work taking place. There was refurbishment work required. It was urgently required. So you will see expenditure on fire services in Tobago for fiscal 2022. That work is now virtually completed, and therefore that level of expenditure is no longer required going forward into 2023.
Minister, just for clarification, please, based on your explanation, you said works were going on at a fire station. Wouldn't those works fall under the DP rather than the recurrent?
It depends. You see, if it's maintenance work, it's not a capital program. It's quite complicated, actually. In fact, I have discussions with Budget Division about that all the time. What should be under recurrent and what under development. So some would be under recurrent, and some, if it's routine, it might be under recurrent. If it's capital, it might be under development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in that, taking into consideration what the Honourable Minister of Finance has just shared with us, then would he be willing to provide us with the breakdown of line item 21, repair and maintenance of building, right? Because if there was works ongoing, it would have been under this line item. So we would like to see a breakdown of that line item also. In addition to that, Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister of National Security attention to line item 96, fuel and lubricants. The actual spend in 2021 for this line item for fuel and lubricants was $238,700. But what we are seeing in this fiscal term is a decrease of $103,370. A lot less is being budgeted for fuel for the Tobago Fire Service. Can you explain why this is so, taking into consideration that there has been an increase in the price of fuel?
As my calculation suggests that there's a decrease of about $30-something thousand, and I give the assurance again that if it becomes necessary, we will make adjustments as we can to treat with these issues.
Well, Minister, perhaps your calculation is totally off, because I will call out the figures for you again. What I said is the actual spend of 2021 actual spend was $238,700. What is being proposed for this fiscal term is $135,330. The difference there is a decrease from 2021 actual spent to what is proposed now, a decrease of $103,370. Can you explain why it is that you are now proposing a reduction in this line item taking into consideration that fuel prices
It
have
appears
increased?
as though you did not hear the Minister of Finance explain that we had dealt with some accumulated outstanding payments, and they would have been dealt with in fiscal 22.
We are speaking of 2021 actual spend. So are you saying in 2021 that is what took place also?
So I'm saying to you that insofar as fuels and lubricants are concerned, we will be able to treat with those in the coming fiscal.
Item 011, Prison Service, Tobago. Member for Orpuchua.
Madam Chair, I refer the Minister to line item 04, electricity. Actual spend, $4,413. Revised estimate, that's 2021. Revised estimate for 2022 is $205,000. Estimate for 2023 is $100,000. Is it that once more the Ministry of National Security did not pay its bills for the prison service Tobago? Because a similar situation exists with regards to item 05. So is it that the electricity company providing electricity to prison service and the TSTT will not pay their due bills 2021 and 2022?
There was a payment of $159,494 as at August the 31st, 2022. And again, I give the assurance, in light of all that has already been stated, that the allocation is expected to treat with the needs for electricity there, and if it is not, adjustments will certainly be made to facilitate any such payments or need.
Minister, with regards to 04 and 05, can the Minister confirm that there are no, presently, there are no, in fact, after the end of the year, that there are no arrears outstanding for both electricity and telephones?
I suspect there is. I suspect there always will be, because of the nature of this and the ongoing use of these services. But and as a matter of fact, yes, I'm being told that as based on the accounting, the Director of Accounts figures, we owe in respect of telephones at the moment $75,000, and in respect of electricity $5,700.
So the Minister is actually stating that you are indebted to TSTT.
Yes, that happens, but they will be paid.
That's not a good precedent, Minister.
Okay, then, you must never owe them.
It's not a good precedent, Minister,
I appreciate
especially
it.
when you are looking at winding up TSTT and firing staff.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Item 012, Lifeguard Services. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings. I continue to see no allocation under this line item. Could the Minister tell us what is the status of the lifeguard facilities at Mayaro, Toko, Salibia, Lucero, and Queenham in terms of repairs? And Maracas.
The responsibility for the beach rests primarily with the Ministry of Tourism. But some of the maintenance is the responsibility of the Ministry of National Security. So if there is need for maintenance and we have responsibility for it, we will treat with it accordingly.
Just to follow up, Madam Chair, apparently the Minister has fallen asleep on the job again. I want to tell him that there has been no attention paid to these facilities since 2015 for the last 7 years, and that in itself tells how the Ministry and National Security is treating with the public that goes to the beaches of Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Naparimo.
I refer to item 13, maintenance of vehicles. And I see that there is a $200,000 decrease in the project in the allocation for the fiscal year under review. Madam Chair, I refer again to the complaints by lifeguards as reported in Newsday 7th August 2022, and they said, lifeguards said, that no vehicles exist to transport lifeguards. None are available. I'm asking the minister, and please don't tell me about the media review. I want to know how many vehicles exist for the lifeguard service, how many are operational, and is this expenditure, this decrease, consistent with what the lifeguards are telling us?
My information is that they have altogether 15 vehicles, including 4 tractors. In respect of the amounts that are functional or dysfunctional, I am unable to tell you at this time.
Member for Point of Pearl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 43 security services. This year is an allocation of $1.5 million. I'm trying to understand that allocation with respect to the other 2 allocations when my colleagues maintenance of vehicles and repairs of buildings. What service is this security services provided for in respect of lifeguards? Now, who are they securing? Or what buildings?
Yes, this security service, I'm reminded, at Salibert, Quinam, and Mayaro is for the buildings, the spaces occupied by the lifeguards when they are not present.
But Minister, just as a follow-up, those buildings are in a state of disrepair, so I really don't understand what services the security.
Security to preserve the buildings, to look after them, to ensure that they are not vandalized, or the equipment that is housed therein belonging to the lifeguards are not frittered away. Thank you very much.
Sub-item 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings. I note apart from an actual expenditure in 2021, there was no estimate for 22, there's no revised estimate for 22, and there's no estimate whatsoever for 23. Does it mean that no repairs, maintenance, and so on is taking place or projected to take place?
This item is to treat with plumbing works, maintenance of buildings and lifeguard towers, pest control, and such like. And of course, if there is a need for expenditure in that regard, I am advised that the ministry will conduct a virement process or transfer funds or request funds in order to do that.
So, Minister, it appears that on many items we are asking that the minister is projecting if and when something arises, you'll come back and adjust it. And that is certainly not what the Constitution provides with respect to putting estimates of expenditure in the Parliament for approval. The government is operating by facts. Tomorrow, if it rains, we'll go and fix a drain, we'll deal with the flooding. Yeah. $12 million allocated last year for flooding. What was spent? $1.5 million. Look at the country today. So we are projecting and estimating here and approving things that is just not expended. That you come and you move willy-nilly all around the place. This is not constitutionally estimating for budgetary expenditures.
Well, I just am to remind you that under recurrent expenditure, we have allocated upwards of $3.7 billion.
And none for maintenance of buildings.
For various things.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your...
Member for Curaçao.
Thank you. And billion. And this budget...
Just again, Minister, line 13, maintenance of vehicles. There's a decrease. does it mean that lifeguards have a full fleet of vehicles to deal with our nation's seaboard?
I did indicate in response to another member of the committee a while ago that the lifeguards
And
have.
a breakdown was given of the vehicles.
Yeah,
and
I
so on.
responded to that like you fell asleep.
No.
Okay, so let's go on to something else. Member for Naparima, you have another question? Not under 13 again.
Could you, Minister, agree to provide a breakdown of vehicles that are operational?
I already did so, like you two have fallen asleep.
No. You have not said how many of the vehicles that we have are not operational. You said you couldn't
I
give
did
it at
say
this
to
time.
you, I was unable to say so at this time.
So I'm asking you at the whenever time, not in the media review, you'll make it available to us.
Most certainly.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister to line item 05, telephone. This line item has no allocation for this year, none for last year. There was an actual spend of $27,000 in 2021, which was the last time it appears the phones were functional for lifeguard services. Minister, can you tell us how many phone lines, if any, is functional for the lifeguard services?
I'm unable to now say.
Can you tell us if there is a telephone expenditure under this division that will run up a bill, and why it is that you are putting zero, you are proposing zero to be allocated for this line item? Clearly is not, you're not sitting there and thinking out that the division will need to utilize phones. If persons need to contact, there must be a phone account. I don't understand how you can be proposing a budget here with zero in this line item. Can you explain the justification of that?
As I alluded to a while ago, I am not able to tell you now how many telephones that are at those locations. I can determine that and share that with you later.
Member for Sabria?
Same matter?
Yes, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Minister, I hear you. But why? What is the rationale for putting zero on the telephones? Minister of Finance wants to
Minister of
answer.
Finance.
I have just checked with the budget division because I noticed that in 22 there was also no allocation, no expenditure recorded. So we're going to look into that matter and determine the facts.
Item 013, Immigration Tobago. Item 014, Defense Force Headquarters. Item 015, Cadet Force. Item 016, Air Guard. Item 017, Immigration Detention Center. Member for Naparima.
40, food at institutions. And I see that the normal expenditure estimates in 2022 was 1.5, revised estimate 1.5, and I see in 2023 there's a whopping $2.15 million increase. And
40,
40.
Food at institutions, page 144.
So, yes, so I'm just wondering, that is all, the increase is more than what was expended in the entire 2022. And what is the basis for this almost 100% increase in food? Are you expecting more detainees? Are you increasing the quality of the food? There must be a reason. And again, please don't tell me about the media review.
Right. I'm just being told that there are some outstanding bills in respect of this item to be paid. And in fact, as at August the 31st, 2022, there was an actual spend of $1,182,308, and hence the allocation.
So the figure of the revised estimate to 2022 of 1.5 is not correct. That's what you say.
It's an estimate.
No, it's not an estimate. It's a revised estimate.
Yes, it's a revised estimate.
Okay.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I recognize this line item, food at institutions. It's an item that we're seeing increases throughout, across the board, and we're seeing a lot of spending in this line item 40 under the Ministry of National Security. Would the Honourable Minister of Finance
So we're under 04.
line item
We're under
40?
017.
Yes, line item
Right, so
40.
yes, yes.
Food at institution with an increase of $2.1 million. Yeah. Can the Honourable Minister of Finance give us an undertaking to provide us with a breakdown of the actual spend for 2022 of this line item under the Ministry of National Security?
For
line item 40.
Ministry of National
Line
Security.
item 40. We have the various divisions as we're going forward. Where it comes to food, in terms of the suppliers and the amount paid.
But I think for this exercise, I can't allow that, but I'm sure there's an opportunity for you to ask that.
Well,
otherwise.
can we get it for this line item then?
Yes.
We can get it for this line
If
item.
that's the question, I'll allow the minister to answer.
It is just interesting that when there are decreases in allocations, you are concerned. Now there's an increase in the allocation, you are more than concerned. However, the matter, quite frankly, the matter is a matter that is engaging our attention, and we will advise accordingly.
I think, Minister, you got it a little wrong side. There's an increase here.
That's
And
what I said.
We are a bit concerned
you
about the increase.
You are getting it wrong side. That's exactly what I said.
No, I think you're getting confused once again.
No.
Right?
You
Rain fell,
getting
and I don't know if your
confused.
constituency flooded out and if you went for a tour and you're a little disarranged right now. But coming back to what I was asking.
All right. Let's draw the line in the sand here. Everybody retract. If you have a question or a comment for us to advance the discussion, please go ahead, member.
Please.
Yes?
Breakdown of the suppliers for this line item and the amount spent for 2022.
That will be provided.
Member for Chaguanas West?
Minister, based on the responses we have heard to some of the questions earlier, and even to Minister of Finance, why don't we advise the Budget Division, Ministry of Finance, to rename this draft guesstimates?
Okay, so item 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Fire Service. Item 004, Prison Service. Member for Barataria Sound. We are at page 146.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm at 04, other minor equipment. I'm seeing that there's only $500,000 estimated for this fiscal year. I remember the minister came with a song and a dance about how many stab vests they are going to buy for the prison officers and how many firearms they're going to equip the prison officers with. This government, yes.
The government or this
I would
minister?
like to know whether or not the government is sticking to this policy of procuring these stab vests and firearms for the prison officers with this very small allocation.
Minister.
Conceding only, because I don't recall making any statement in public about stab vests or purchase of firearms for prison officers, but conceding that prison officers do need safety equipment in order to properly effect and to carry out their jobs. This item will treat with issues like handcuffs, riot gate locks, handheld scanners, stab and bulletproof vests, brush cutters and chainsaws, washing machines, dryers. This item deals with all of that: water pumps, kitchen equipment, beds, compressors, and that sort of thing. And again, the allocation reflects what it does, and if, as we proceed, there's need for any further allocation, there are methods in which we will treat with it, and I give you the assurance we will, because the security and safety of the officers and the inmates is of paramount importance to us.
I'm glad that you're making this this commitment to the prison officers, but can you now tell me how many stab vests you purchased in the last year?
I am unable to say offhand, since, as I told you, I made no public comment about that, but that's easy for me to find out.
And can you tell this meeting how many firearms were purchased for the prison officers in the last year?
Again, it is not a matter that I commented on publicly at all.
No, I'm not asking that, Minister.
I can refer to the records and advise you later.
And Minister, I notice you work with members of the prison service here. Can they now advise this meeting?
You see any prison officer here?
No, I'm saying that you have your permanent secretary here who may have the information. Can you indicate whether or not the information is ready? You can't simply come and ask this parliament to appropriate money to your ministry and we can't get answers of what you purchased in the last year, what you intend to purchase in the next year.
But I just told the member that I will provide the answer later.
This is an insult to the accounting exercise that you as a minister have a duty to undertake to the people of this country.
Even though I told the member that I will provide the information later.
Which is normal.
Member for Aruka, Maloney.
No, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, I was just about to say that the minister did indicate that he would provide the information, so I cannot understand why Barataria Sanwan is badgering the minister, because he did give an undertaking that he would provide the information.
But
it's not right.
You had an entire year in order
But he will provide the information.
No, but the
Why
level
are you
of
still persisting?
I must note that the minister is totally unprepared to really give us answers in this meeting.
Madam Chairman, this is totally unfair because the minister has provided answers consistently. He is not the first minister to say, if I do not have the information, I will provide it, and he has given that undertaking.
Item 005, Regiment. Item 006, Coast Guard. Item 007, Immigration. Item 008, Probation Service. Item 009, Forensic Science Center. Item 010, Fire Service Tobago. Item 012, Lifeguard Service. Member point up here, I'm sorry.
Minister, could you just provide in writing, I don't need to give it to us today, what minor equipment is envisaged for 2023 under lifeguards for $423,000, please? You don't have to, you could provide us with a list at your convenience.
So you're under 012?
01.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
0 what?
04.
01204.
Page 148.
148.
Yes, actually, just for the immediate purposes, I would say this allocation is to treat with items such as respirator kits, what they call ambu bags, oxygen tanks, D-size, oxygen mask and tubing, defibrillator pads, folding stretchers, backpack blowers, tractor rake complete with hydraulic kit, refrigerator, air conditions, generators, and that sort of thing. But in terms of the specific question, I should provide that at a later stage. Thank you.
Item 014, Defense Force. Item 015, Cadet Force. Item 016, Air Guard. Item 017, Immigration Detention Center. Item 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item We haven't reached as yet. I'm now going to call 001, so I'll mark it for 004. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 004, international bodies, member for Naparima.
No, sorry. It's 0.
Item 005, non-profit institutions. This is where we are,
Yes.
member for Naparima.
02, vision on mission. And as the minister must know, I'm a believer in instead of putting money in crime suppression, that we should have an equal component in crime rehabilitation and crime prevention. And is the minister satisfied that 7.2 million is enough for an organization like Vision on Mission that does significant rehabilitative work that will prevent us spending millions on crime suppression down the line? And furthermore, out of an allocation in 2020 of 7.2, we only spent 5.4, and we have maintained that level. I'm just asking, are you satisfied with the level of support that we give to such an important organization?
I just want to say, since you asked that it was this government within recent years that made arrangements to give a subvention to Vision on Mission on a sustained basis, and we are doing that. And I understand that the government from which you have come, with all the importance you want to attach to it now, didn't consider that. We did that. And in answer to your specific question, the answer is yes.
And I remind you that there were significant expenditures in crime rehabilitation, so that it had to be balanced out. So we spent significantly on crime rehabilitation and crime prevention. And that record stands.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Chairman, in a case like this, which is a subvention to an NGO, the Budget Division would apply a number of approaches to arrive at the estimate of expenditure for the upcoming fiscal year. They would look at the expenditure pattern, the needs of the organization, the work done by the organization, the expenditure profile of the organization, and then they would make an estimate, which by definition for the honorable member who has left the chamber is a rough calculation, an approximation of the requirements. It is not an exact number.
Item 007, households, member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Line item 15, compensation to the estates of members of the protective services. Minister, I saw that $1 million was spent based on the revised estimates of 2022. Can you tell us how many estates would have benefited from this particular expenditure?
Yeah. Suffice it to say, Madam Chair, that they would have settled some estates where there might be no further dispute or no dispute at all in relation to who the beneficiary, what we call the legal personal representative would have been. And I'm aware that there are a couple, maybe 2 or 3 cases where that is still in dispute. In the case of deceased law enforcement personnel who would ordinarily their families benefit from this, but to provide an answer with specificity, I would be quite happy to do that.
Thank you.
You know, sometimes these matters go to court and to resolve the legal personal representative, but the goodwill of the government remains intact because we do believe the estates of the deceased law enforcement personnel should be dealt with in accordance with the policy.
This line item is those who would have died during the course of duty.
Well, yes, in the course of their work, yes. Certainly, we take that very seriously, and we are treating with it. The only cases where we have not yet paid, as I indicated, are the cases where the legal personal representative is still in dispute.
Sure.
Item 009, other transfers, member for Naparima.
I refer to item 02, the SSA, Strategic Services Agency. And I note that the estimates for 2022 was $287 million. And in the mid-year review, which the members on that side like to refer to, It was continuously. It was increased by 66 million. I'm sure of that. But so we had 287 million increased in the mid-year review to 66 million, but only the revised expenditure shows 275 spent. And the question I ask, two questions. One, why did we come in the mid-year review for $66 million when the actual spend as given here, I know they will say this is not accurate, was only 275 million? That's question one. Question two, are we satisfied with the performance of the SSA given this large expenditure? Given the fact that we had an issue, for example, with Pennywise, where there are 4 persons showing guns, and this refers to the SSA, showing guns on Facebook, and yet the SSA, in my view, was not able to pick up, monitor, and see what they were doing, and resulted in the deaths of some officers. So if you could answer those two questions. Why was the mid-year review increase required when it is not showing up in the revised estimates? And secondly, are we satisfied with this level of expenditure for this agency, which is supposed to provide intelligence to inform the police service?
Madam Chair, this government's policy is that in respect of certain technologies, they are to be within the purview of the SSA, and they are all in their purview. And I can, in answer to my friend, indicate that there's a large engagement, a large contract that money was allocated for, but there was some delay in finalizing it, and as a result, it was not settled in this fiscal, but it would be, because the work has just resumed. So that is as far as I could go. In terms of this area, a lot of the matters here are like fees, license fees, and what have you for the work that is to be done by that agency. Thank you very much.
Member for Barataria, on one.
Thank you. Minister, I'm also on line item 02 SSA. Can you tell us what part of this $243 million allocated to the SSA will be used towards the CCTV cameras?
I can't tell you off of my head, but it's something that I can have researched.
Minister, if you look at the allocation from 2022 to 2023, there was a decrease of about $31.9 million, a decrease for this year. I heard that the government made a public announcement to increase the CCTV camera coverage by about 1,500 cameras. How would you reconcile this large decrease in terms of the SSA when you want to implement 1,500 additional cameras?
Part of the expense that I alluded to a while ago was already settled.
For the 1,500 cameras?
4 cameras.
And the command centers to man these cameras that was announced in the budget statement, I think one will be in Siparia. Will that command center fall under the ambit of the SSA?
I'm not sure which command center you're talking about.
The Minister of Finance made an announcement.
No, I thought the statement made by the Minister of Finance, I gather, was in relation to the police service.
Okay.
Let me clear that up. It was. Please do not misquote me.
The police service. Okay. And Minister, can you tell us how many of those CCTV cameras we have right now are functional?
No, I can't tell you now.
You can't tell me.
It's a question you asked earlier and we gave an answer.
Yeah, it was about 700 odd cameras that were non-functional.
That was then. And if I recall, there's a question before the Parliament for the answer on the same matter.
But were any repaired with the budget for the period 2022?
I would imagine so.
You can't
repair and maintenance is an ongoing process.
And you can't tell me how much was repaired?
No, I can't tell you off my head, but I can find that out for you.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I just move on to line item 10 now?
Yes?
ODPM, Minister. The ODPM has been allocated a budget of $16.5 million. You decreased the ODPM budget by $1.5 million. Minister, are you really satisfied with the response of the ODP having regard to what took place in this country over the last 24 hours, where you have, and it's all over the news channels, where you have private citizens have to engage in rescue operations, when you have the ODPM being allocated $16.5 million, and we're really not seeing the ODPM doing anything in this country?
Two things. The events over the last 24 hours would obviously have been after these figures were settled in any event. Let's start with that. Secondly, I have seen no disaster anywhere in the world where persons in the community, persons in that country did not rally and contribute and support in the way that human beings do.
You see,
just let me answer now. That's item number 2. And thirdly, as minister with the responsibility for the ODPM, I have heard from its leaders no question of any shortage or of funds or unavailability of resources. Absolutely none. And therefore, on those bases, this allocation is, to my mind, adequate. And as always, if it proves not to be, adjustments can be made in accordance with our financial regulations to ensure that the need is met.
You see, Minister, we are really not satisfied with the response of the ODPM.
You would hardly ever be satisfied.
No. Especially in the last 24 hours. The ODPM, the name of the organization dictates what it should do. It's the Office of Disaster Preparedness. And I really think the ODPM was not prepared for this particular disaster. And they have been allocated a spend of $18 million in the last fiscal year, and then you allocated another $16.5 million in this upcoming year. Minister, I really hope that you look into what is happening with the ODPM, because it has fallen down on its face in this country, because we have citizens right now we have private citizens right now who are trying to recover and rescue individuals who were marooned because of the flooding in this country. But we'll get to the item of flooding a little later.
Without accepting what you said to be true, if what you said was remotely true, then money would not have been the issue. Money would not have been the issue.
I think there's a
But I can also tell you, the ODPM is a coordinating agency. The ODPM is a coordinating agency, and I can safely tell you it is one of the most efficient as a coordinating agency in this country. So it does its business. But you are entitled to your opinions.
Member for Couva North.
Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 24, National Crime Prevention Program. Minister, this line item was...
Which item, my friend?
Item 24, National Crime Prevention Program.
Minister, this line item was estimated in 2022's budget at $2 million, but you are now estimating $600,000 for this fiscal year for this line item. Can you explain why that significant reduction in the allocation for this line item from $2 million to $600,000?
I think it is safe to say that in the context of our policy position of viewing crime and criminality as a public health issue, the entire activity in that regard is being reviewed, and we will settle on the more direct approaches in this regard in the not too distant future.
So is it that you are trending to discontinue this approach?
I did not say that. I'm saying that all of our efforts are being reviewed in the context of the policy adopted by the government as I said, crime and the crime crisis as a public health issue. We are reviewing all that we do in that regard.
So, Minister, can you bring it down now to the budget items that are in front of us? What we are seeing here is, now this is something that was taken out of your government's manifesto, this crime prevention, National Crime Prevention Program. Can you tell us how far it has actually been rolled out? It was supposed to start in Diego Martin, go to Chaguanas, and roll out to the 14 municipalities.
I can provide you with that.
Can you tell us how far the rollout of this?
I can provide you with those details later.
So, Minister, we're dealing with the National Crime Prevention Program, and you cannot tell us how far the rollout of this program is as yet?
I will give you specific details as you have requested later.
You cannot tell us in which municipality it has rolled out as yet?
I said to you for the third time, I am quite prepared to provide you with specific details later.
Minister, do you think the 600...
Okay, member, I'll come back to you. Member for Caroni Central. Member, I can barely hear you. Maybe you can...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to get back to line item 02, Strategic Services Agency. In terms of the amount revised estimates for 2022, we're seeing $275 million. Can the Minister indicate what amount of this $275 million was paid to EMM? Edmonds, Marshall, and McMahon.
What?
How much of this $275 million was paid to EMM?
None.
And in terms of the revised estimate of $243 million in this financial year, is the government, is EMM included in terms of the payment, any payments in this financial year?
The answer is no and none.
I refer to item 22, cybersecurity program, and note that there has been no increase and there is a consistent expenditure around $150,000. And I ask this question in the context of a boast by the Minister of Finance. As far back in the 2019 budget, on page 29, he boasted greater emphasis will be placed on cybercrime and improved electronic capabilities. And that is as far as 29, as long ago as 2019. And do you think, Minister, that $150,000 with no increase is consistent with the boast of this government that cybercrime will play a significant role in crime detection and crime suppression in Trinidad and Tobago at this time?
Cybercrime playing a role in crime detection?
Yes, I have it here in the budget, page 29, 2019 budget.
Let me answer your question. The question of cybersecurity is of critical importance to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, the cabinet mandated, and there is now ongoing a cyber risk assessment across the platform in Trinidad and Tobago. And I give you the assurance, taken seriously as it is, there are various agencies within the government, including within national security, that are in the pursuit of a better understanding, appreciation of the issues in cybersecurity, all aimed at improving our cybersecurity across the board in Trinidad and Tobago.
Madam Speaker, you see, I believe that is all talk and not action. Action in terms of budget allocations that coincide and is consistent with your statements. And look, go to refer to item 28. Let me finish, please. You'll have your time. I promise I'll not disturb you. We had item 28, electronic monitoring unit, and I see a decrease of $50,000. And I'm saying, but all these technologies that your government boasts about bringing to bear on the crime situation is not reflected in the budget allocations, both in terms of cybersecurity program and on electronic monitoring unit.
Well, it may have escaped you as you peruse these figures, but insofar as electronic monitoring is concerned, there is an allocation in the development program for the purchase of some of the equipment that it uses. So, in fairness to you, this figure doesn't say the whole story. You need to look in the PS.
What does this figure relate to? What does this figure relate to in our electronic monitoring capability?
Operational expenses.
Meaning staff?
Chairman, may I?
Stationery and that sort
May I
of
come in?
bills, light bill, electricity, and that sort of thing.
Yes, that is a problem that will clearly arise throughout this exercise. The definition of what is recurrent expenditure and what is in the development program is something quite difficult to understand. You would see an allocation here and you would think that is for the entire cybersecurity framework. It is not. It is just for minor expenses. The minister has outlined some of them, and it is not for the infrastructure that allows you to do the work within this particular cybercrime unit. So the 100,000 is quite appropriate to pay small bills, minor bills, and so on.
So, Madam Speaker, just so that this is not a waste of time. When we speak, we know what we speak of. We see terms here that I'm informed may mean something else. Could the minister, what is this in terms of the entire electronic monitoring capability? Can you tell us the other aspects and the budgetary allocation?
No.
So, we'll have a sense.
So remember, this is not a total general conversation.
Of electronic unit?
Remember what we're looking here
We're looking at the unit monitoring.
We're looking at the unit. Your questions, I think, have elucidated the answers. That this is for small bills. I think I heard stationery, etc., etc. That's what I heard, and not the whole overall operation of the unit. I also heard in the discussion that there's a development program. Okay? I think I heard that, remember?
Yeah.
I think I heard that.
Yeah.
Okay? And there are certain things that go under development program. Okay? So basically, 1 minute, we can't both speak at the same time. Okay? So basically, even though this might be saying unit, it goes to a certain aspect of the unit and not the unit in the entirety. You may not like the process, but this is the process. You may not like, this is not a conversation. You may not like the process, but this is the process. Minister of Finance.
Point out that when you are looking at a particular line item in a particular book, you have to look at it in totality. You have asked the question, how are you supposed to know what this is for? I am paraphrasing what the Honourable Member said. The way you know is you look and see what item it is under. Now, an item, a ministry is a head, so that national security is a particular head. Within the head, there are items, personal expenditure, recurrent transfers, etc. Sorry, personal expenditure, goods and services, and transfers and subsidies, and so on. When you go to the particular item, you have to understand what the book is trying to tell you. This is recurrent expenditure. It is not capital expenditure, and therefore it is just for routine expenses. It is not for the entire operation. And all of the items are going to be, all the books are like that. So you will see something, and you will wonder, is that all? And in order to research for your questioning today, you have to look at all the books to get a full picture of the allocations to that particular area of operations. If you only look at one, you will may become confused, as may be the case at this point in time.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 10, ODPM Minister, can you or will you be able to provide to this committee a proposed breakdown of the expenditure totaling the sum of $16.5 million under this line item? If not now, if you can do so.
What are you talking about?
No, if you can provide for us a proposed expenditure, meaning this fiscal year. For this fiscal year.
You're talking about 2023. She wants a breakdown.
Not she. Remember?
Right, I might be able to assist now. I might be able to assist the member. Thank you very much, the member. I might be able to lend some assistance now. This allocation is to treat with operational costs, salaries, rent, and that sort of thing, policy planning, GIS analysis, mitigation planning, data collection and facilities protection, preparedness and response to natural disasters, public information education, and community outreach, and the procurement of minor equipment.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another question, right. Minister, based on your response of this ODPM being a coordinating agency, and in your response in terms of disaster preparedness, can you state for us how much of this funding will be directed to training and preparedness as it relates to assisting those who are affected by natural disasters?
Well, it's difficult for me to say now what that would be, but I can give you some further indication in the future.
Sure. And in addition to that, can you state for us in fiscal 2022 whether there were any stakeholder training exercise as it relates to social development, municipalities, etc.?
The answer is definitely yes, but I can get details as well.
Please, Minister, because, Madam Chair, Minister, there's a breakdown in this communication since persons affected by flooding or other natural disasters are currently facing an issue where they are encountering challenges as it relates to their response and the assistance needed after they are faced with a disaster. For example, grant accessibility, etc., because of the provision of letters and whatnot from municipalities or even assistance from various stakeholders. So hence the reason I'm asking.
Okay.
Member for Urupuch East.
Yes, thank you. On the matter of 02 Strategic Services Agency, earlier in the proceedings, the Minister alerted us to the fact that the expenditure extraordinary was for equipment and so forth. I'm asking this figure here for the SSA, whether that includes the purchase of equipment as well as operational costs and the recurrent expenditure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, that's it. Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm on line item 28, electronic monitoring unit. Minister, can you tell us how many persons are staffed at that unit?
How many
persons are staffed in that unit?
Just a second, 28. I can provide the details of that later.
Yeah. Minister, I know that there's a shortage in the staff there to really manage the electronic monitoring unit. Are you satisfied that $100,000 for an entire year will be enough to recruit additional staff?
No, this doesn't mean that. The allocation of which you speak here in 28 does not deal with personnel expenditure.
So if the Minister of Finance earlier told us that this is a recurrent expenditure that we're dealing with.
He said
the payment of salaries is a recurrent expenditure.
No, I have to intervene. The discussion spoke about small payment of small items. That's what I heard. But I want for our guidance, the beginning of this book and when we started our earlier discussion talks about the chart of accounts, and maybe if we take a little time, all of us, and look at that, it may assist us in understanding certain things to target our questions in a particular way.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, so if you have another question, I'll allow you, but what you're quoting there is not what the minister said.
Okay.
Okay? Not while I was sitting here.
Sure.
And Madam Chair, just to assist, that expenditure for personnel would be found in contract
employment under general administration. Okay. Under line item 27, Minister, that is the migrant registration framework for the Venezuelans.
I'm sorry?
27. The migrant registration framework Venezuela.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that $129,000 was used for?
Right. You're dealing here with thousands of persons. You're dealing here with processing documents, certificates, so to speak, registration documents, cards and so on. And therefore, we would have hired some persons to facilitate the administration of those.
Okay, so this is really a personal expenditure under this line item.
In this particular case, and right, and also and to purchase items like, as I say, for the laminating and for the paper and those minor things in the administration of that program.
I know the extension was given for until the end of December this year, December 2023, and I see no allocation is being made for 2023. Is it that you're no longer going to extend that period for the validity of the permits that the current Venezuelans who registered under this program hold?
The government is constantly reviewing this arrangement with the view of making sure that they are secure, comfortable beneficiaries of the dispensation of the law in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's constantly under review, and I give you the assurance it is now under review.
So by December, we'll know exactly what happens?
Well, I can't say if you will know exactly what happened, but because it's always under review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, under item 16, transition, with a decrease of
No, certainly not. On the contrary, recently I had the distinct honor to deliver feature remarks at a graduation of, I think, some 31 transit police officers and 29 persons for the staff of the parliament, if I'm not mistaken. So the answer to your question is no.
reduction or the decrease?
I rather suspect budgetary.
Budgetary.
And an understanding that as more funds are required, adjustments will be made accordingly.
Very quickly, Minister, with respect to line item 19, Information and Communication Technology Unit and so on. There seems to be a decrease of $3,274,330 in the context of data gathering and so on and crime fighting. Any particular reason for this reduction?
But isn't this one increase? On the contrary, the figures reflect an increase in the allocation.
Oh, my error.
Huh?
My error.
Like you've fallen asleep on the job.
Thank you.
Stop wasting my time, man.
Member,
Hello.
okay.
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Member,
Madam
please.
Speaker, Madam Chair.
Nothing here is a waste of time.
I'm sorry.
All right? Member for Rapucci. No.
Just to ask the Minister on item 1717, the Mova Lavantil initiative. I noted that there was an actual for 2021 of more or less 90,000, but there had been an increase to $250,000. Wanted to ask the Minister if he would just very briefly indicate the nature of this initiative in the context of the work of the ministry. Is it for some type of reform program? Is it for, youth programs designed to deal with security and crime and so on? Is it for flood prevention? Is it to prevent persons kicking water on MPs and so on? What might be the nature of that?
It really should be intended in strengthening our white-collar criminal investigative capacity to lock up
thieves. You need more money to do that.
Madam Speaker, the kind of language that the Minister of National Security, he must be made to
but let me be more specific.
what kind of language is he using here?
It is also designed to make the community more resilient against gangs like the ones from which we are familiar with. But Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, more specifically, this program, the Mobile Laventil Initiative, is a recognition of the fact that specific challenges require specific solutions. And I think it is common understanding in Trinidad and Tobago that there are some communities that reflect some challenges and it requires special government intervention. This, proudly speaking, is one of them. And it deals with joint community services, the President Awards Program, the Right Tunes Initiative, which was founded by the great man Roy Cape, using his musical talent and his love for people to engage with young people in terms of developing their musical skills and giving them another pathway to success like he enjoyed. The Oratory Foundation to train 30 children in the art of oratory so they wouldn't be destroying the language as some people in my side do. The Gavel Club, an initiative to improve with their communication, public speaking, leadership and literacy. Community projects, funding of community project in East Port-of-Spain, crime prevention, medical clinics, development programs, empowering teenage parents and single mothers. All of these matters to make the community more resilient against the growth of gangs and to direct young people through pathways that are more developmental and productive and keep them away from a life of crime. I thank you very much.
You do?
Yes. It was hard. The minister had his audit level very high. Given all of these grand programs and really programs that are commendable that the minister has outlined over a range of activities, could the minister indicate whether this has been working in terms of the reduction of crime and murder, delinquency, gang membership? And would the minister also maintain the same tone and volume that I'm using in posing the question?
Yeah, so, Minister, remember, I understand your passion for the program.
I must say in similar tone, that, you know, Madam Chair, one of the difficulties I have found over the years of operating in this parliament, particularly with a focus on national security, the preventative aspects of what law enforcement does is hardly ever observed, much less measured. So it is, So all of these programs, they are designed, as I say, to make individuals and communities more resilient. And to answer my friend's question, yes, they work. We have seen many successes, young people saying yes, the police youth clubs, all of those programs, we've seen them work. So the answer is yes. And I delivered it in rather gentle tone, didn't I? Yes, indeed.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of development program, consolidated fund. New book. Item 004, social infrastructure, spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. We start at page 45. 54, I'm sorry. Page 54. Okay, Coast Guard. Member for Barataria Sano.
Thank you very much. I am seeing on line item 043, electrical upgrade of Coast Guard facilities. Minister, is this the plan announced in the budget statement to upgrade the electrical facilities at the at Tobago? Is this the announcement made in the budget statement to upgrade the electrical facilities in Tobago?
This is Stobel. No, this is Stobel.
Stobel. Okay. I noticed that there's a spend of 1.7 million that was done in the last fiscal and only 270,000 allocated in this fiscal. Is it that the work has been completed and these are arrears that have to be paid? Or
what is required to be done here now is the purchase of 2 generators, and that is what is being pursued. And a down payment of $1,054,811 was made to the supplier in January of 2022, and the items are expected to be delivered in a couple of days, within the month of October.
the generators?
Yeah.
And on 014, purchase of vehicles and equipment for the Coast Guard, that $1 million, what equipment or vehicle is going to be purchased for the
It is intended to purchase a 40-foot low-boy trailer.
Yeah.
And the purchase of 1 spider lift.
Sure.
So-called.
And then on 052, the integrated support services for the naval assets of the...
I'm sorry, which one?
052.
Yeah?
Yeah. Integrated support services of the naval assets of the TT Coast Guard, $10 million. It's a new project. You want to just give us an indication what this...
Yeah, logistics support and maintenance services.
That's for the Cape class?
Yes.
2 Cape class vessels?
Yes. Other than the Cape class, not the Cape class, for vessels other than the Cape class.
Okay.
For the Cape class, we have separate arrangements with Hostal.
And this will also be for the Daman vessels then?
Yes, other than the Cape class.
And this would not include the... that might fall under 051, the upgrade of electrical power supply of the Coast Guard.
No, this is...
I want to find out exactly about the electrical upgrade that has to be done in Tobago with regard to the Coast Guard.
That will be found in 051.
051.
Upgrade of shore supply system at the Tobago operations base.
Can you just give an indication of why you're going to do this and it wasn't done earlier? We have received those Cape class vessels a couple of years now.
Of course, it has been through the CTB tendering exercise, and they advised the Ministry of National Security on September the 15th, 2022, of the recommended cost of the project, and the matter is going to be before the Cabinet very promptly.
So, if there's the absence of this facility in Tobago, did it hamper the Coast Guard in any way?
No, it did not. It did not. Fortunately, it will make it far more efficient, but it did not obstruct the work.
Sure.
Because none of those vessels were actually based in Tobago. They patrolled and so on, but
now they will have the ability to stop in Tobago.
You're right.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item number 44, the purchase of specialized equipment for the Coast Guard. Does this include specialized equipment for flood rescues?
No. This was specifically for an item requested by the Coast Guard in terms of ballistic plates, body armor.
Project B, Regiment. C, Air Guard. Member for Baltarisano.
Minister 040, purchase of vehicles and equipment, Air Guard. $2.6 million allocated. You have an indication of what equipment or vehicles will be acquired for this spend?
Yes, they do need some additional vehicles. We are talking here about a 15-seater bus, 1 4x4 SUV, and a 4x4 pickup truck. And delivery is expected in February 2023.
Sure.
C, Prison Service. Member for Baltarisano.
Minister, I saw, let me give you the line item, 031, acquisition of CCTV for the prison service. I'm seeing that $675,000 was spent in the last fiscal. Can you tell us how many cameras were purchased?
I can't tell you how many cameras, but I know the project was well and truly completed.
So it's completed? That's why I'm not seeing a spend for this fiscal year?
Yes.
Sure. And what about the alarm system? That cost of $200,000.
Which item?
038.
Huh?
038.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Will that $200,000 be sufficient for the installation of the new alarm system at the Port of Spain at the Golden Grove remand yard. I know the prison officers had quite a lot of concern about the defective alarm system now.
No, NIPDEC, which is the state agency that has been NIPDEC, which is the state agency that has been mandated to execute this project, is conducting an assessment of it and will make their proposal to us rather shortly.
So this $200,000 is for what?
The 200,000 would be for like. Yeah, the initial administrative procurement issues with NIPDEC.
But NIPDEC will be the agency?
Provider, yes.
Sure.
The implementing agency.
Sure.
E, Immigration. F, Fire Service. Member for Miyaru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 156, purchase of vehicles and equipment for the fire services. Minister, notwithstanding the blanket comment made by the Minister of Finance while we were perusing the other book with regards to purchasing of assets for the fire services, you may be well aware that we have been missing a fire tender at the Rio Claro fire station for about 8 months. Would it be accurate for I to report back to the people of Rio Claro that this is being addressed in this allocation in terms of provisioning a new fire tender or a substitute fire tender for the Rio Claro fire station in this fiscal year, sir?
I was about to give you good political advice, but I will refrain. What is happening is that the business of procuring equipment, particularly vehicles, is an ongoing issue, and it ties into resources. It also ties into the deployment of resources within the fire service. I give you the assurance that within the last year, in the last fiscal, the Cabinet would have approved, on the request of the fire service, millions of dollars worth of vehicles, whether it is those hydraulic for tall buildings, all kinds of equipment. Once we do that, on the basis of what the country can now afford and on the basis of the requests, then it is up to the Fire Service Administration, led by its chief, to determine how it will deploy its resources. I have learned that what they do sometimes is decide, well, vehicles from this station and that will respond to a call in a particular area, not having all of the resources that they would like. And as I said, it's an ongoing business with maintenance and with the provision of these, and that work continues. So I can't speak with specificity about how the chief fire officer will deploy the resources that are now available to him.
Minister, would you be willing to say with some assurance that the fact that this station, this community has been without a tender for 8 months, and we've had 2 homes that have been destroyed totally, and 1 business place that had partial destruction over the last probably month. The fact is that tenders had to be moved from Princestown and Mayaro. That causes the inconvenience and so on. Can you give some assurance on behalf of the ministry, on behalf of the fire services, that this matter can be addressed? The fact that Rio Claro is servicing a very wide area, to Beach, to Navit, to Charuma, to Glood Road, to parts of Tabaquite. Without a tender, it's very distressing to the people of Rio Claro, Minister. Can you just make some assurance that through your intervention that you can ensure that this is addressed by the fire services hierarchy?
I give you the assurance that once requests from the fire services come, based on what the country, based on what we can afford, based on the allocation of resources, we will do our best to make sure that all the needs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago are met.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to draw the Minister's reference to sub-item 193, acquisition of equipment for the Aruca Fire Station. Madam Speaker, I note that the Minister had estimated to spend $5 million at the start of 2022. So clearly, there was some expenditure that he thought was very, very important at the start of financial year 2022, but none was actually spent. In 2023, the estimate is only $500,000. So I'm curious as to find out whether or not the Minister has decided to spend less money because whatever was critical at the start of the financial year 2022 is no longer relevant for the Aruca Fire Station.
I am advised and can tell you that advancement has been had, progress has been had in terms of the contract. Right? They are working on the development of the Aruka fire station, and this head 193 is of course tied into that. But action is being taken and work is now ongoing in respect of the development of the Aruka fire station.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, administrative services, member for Orput West. Did I see her?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm looking at item 059, acquisition, purchase of installation of Morris, the Harris radio system for the Air Guard. In 2022, you estimated that this was important enough to qualify for $2 million of your expenditure. None was spent in 2022. None is budgeted for 2023. Is it that the minister has now deemed this project unviable or is no longer proceeding with the project?
There is no planned activity in this fiscal in that regard.
Thank you, ma'am.
Member for Barataria San.
Thank you. Madam, I'm on 006, the establishment of the electronic monitoring program for TNT. Minister, I'm seeing that there is an increase in the allocation by about $3 million from what was spent last year. Can you tell us whether or not this is for the purchase of additional electronic monitoring bracelets?
Yes, this thing develops, it evolves, I would say, even organically. The development of bail for capital offense charges now has created a whole new scenario, and in anticipation of that, given the numbers of persons who are in custody for capital offenses, I thought it was quite sensible, and this allocation is to treat with the purchase of more electronic monitoring devices in order to cope with that when and where the court orders electronic monitoring as part of the conditions for bail.
Yeah. And how many bracelets we currently have? How many bracelets they currently have?
I can't say off my head how many we have. I think it's about 300, and we are aiming to purchase another 470.
470? Sure. Minister 053, the institutional strengthening of the Forensic Sciences Center. Is this for the relocation of the center that was earmarked to be built, I believe, in Mount Hope?
No.
No. What is this for? What this expenditure will be
this
for?
This expenditure has to do with the accreditation process I would have alluded to a while ago. Action is now underway in terms of acquiring the right kind of staff and persons and training as we move towards this process of accreditation, and it is indeed a process. It's not the flick of a switch, and it is also intended to deal with the upgrade of the integrated ballistics identification system known as IBIS, and as well we have gotten some assistance from one of our international partners, and part of this will be to create the physical condition for the equipment that they will provide.
And Minister 045, the upgrade of the automated fingerprint ID system.
Which one? 45?
045, yeah.
Yes.
The automatic fingerprint ID system for immigration. I saw 11 million was allocated in the last fiscal and none spent. Why wasn't this program implemented in the last fiscal?
I would say that, it's again, yes, it's something that demanded a bit of a review in terms of the way in which it will be approached and effected, and therefore it is that review process that is underway on the basis of best advice, best practice advice.
Sure, and 046, with respect to the upgrade of the machine-readable passport to the e-passports, because I know a lot of jurisdictions would have switched to the e-passports.
Yeah, we are very keen on that, and the matter is now enjoying the attention of the cabinet.
Oh, so That is the reason why the 11 million allocated in the last fiscal was not utilized.
Yeah, that is expenditure that will come in relation to it. But of course, the cabinet wants to ensure that the thing is done in a manner that pleases all of Trinidad and Tobago and is by the standards by which we operate.
Sure.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at line item 60, the National Baseline Survey to measure public safety and security. I note that the minister has spent $335,000 in fiscal 2022, but none is allocated for fiscal 2023. Minister, can you advise what is the status of that National Baseline Survey to measure public safety and security?
I'm happy to advise you the project is completed.
Minister, can we get an idea of when that information will be put to the national community for their information?
Rather soon, I suspect.
Moving on, ma'am, to 062. In fact, let me take 064 before I get to 062. The provision of DNA profiles by the Forensic Science Center to populate the DNA data bank. In 2022, you estimated a $2 million figure for this expenditure. But you only spent $500,000, and you are coming again for another $500,000. So in total, between 2022 and 2023, you propose to spend less than, in fact, it's half of what you had initially estimated in 2022 that this would cost. Can the minister advise why this drop in expenditure between what was initially estimated as the cost in 2022?
I would say the process of getting more persons to populate the database has proven to be a little bit of a challenge, particularly during the COVID years.
But Minister, this is 2022. Your estimate of $2 million was in 2022.
Yeah.
We are not. You've only spent $500,000 in 2022, but you are saying that you thought it would cost, at least at the initial stage, $2 million. You spent $500,000, and you're only budgeting $500,000
Simply because we believe that $500,000 could treat with the development of it as we anticipate.
So you think that you would have overestimated it at the initial stage?
Possible. I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that we believe that the allocation that we have now put in place will treat with the matters in front of us.
Minister, I want to move on to 062, the construction of a media.
Did you say 62?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
062, it's on page 59. Construction of a media and conference center at the Ministry of National Security's head office. You had estimated a $1 million spend on this project. You actually spent $200,000, and none is allocated for 2023. Is it, Minister, that this project has been finished, or is it abandoned, or was the $200,000 sufficient for the construction of the Media and Conference Center?
Neither. The matter is still within our contemplation, and we are reviewing proposals that had come. But again, this government takes great pains to ensure that we get value for money. So we are reviewing those packages.
That's wonderful, Minister, but you spent $200,000 on the project. Can the Minister then indicate at what stage this is at? What would have costed that $200,000?
No, I think we have that wrong. I don't think there was any spend of $200,000.
So, Minister, is this figure provided by your ministry incorrect?
That too would have been intended for preliminary preparation for the contract and that sort of thing. As I told you, it is now under review.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. May I just remind the member for Oropouche West that when you see a revised estimate, it is not necessarily spend. It is what is said here, revised estimate. What is spend is when you see actual. So you see 2021 actual, that is what was spent. These accounts haven't been closed.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So this is a revised estimate.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I want to return to the question that I asked the Honourable Minister, whether this was finished or abandoned. The Minister indicated, can I finish, please? Is that all right? But Madam Chair, I'm going to allow the member.
Thank you very much. The minister said neither.
Of
It
three
was neither
options.
concluded nor abandoned, right? So, as I'm saying, this is a revised estimate. It is not actual spend. The spend is reflected in the column that says 2021 actual.
May I proceed now,
We have
ma'am?
member Ford, which
Go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, please. Madam Chair, I'm going to leave that there. That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So this government. It doesn't.
Project F, public buildings. G, equipment and vehicles. Yes, member for Couva North. Yes, member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 011, acquisition of interceptors for Coast Guard. This line item was budgeted at 11 million in 2022, but the revised estimates shows nil. Can the minister explain why this money was not utilized?
This is a little backdrop, Madam Speaker, in answering the question. The project in respect of the acquisition of digital public safety was completed. The multi-purpose vessel completed. Acquisition of naval assets completed. 2 naval patrol vessels completed. Acquisition of vehicles for the Ministry of National Security, all under G, completed. And now we come to the last one, now 011, which my friend raised. The Ministry of National Security issued a tender locally for the 4 high-speed outboard interceptor vessels. On the completion of that exercise, there was no identified preferred bidder, and therefore we are in the process of going out again, as it were. So the work is ongoing.
Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a, well, first of all, the projects that the minister is speaking about completed. In the estimate, I'm seeing nil, and in the revised estimate, I'm seeing nil. These
completed.
These were not on the agenda for the 2022 fiscal term, nor for the 2023 fiscal term. So I'm not asking about what is not on the agenda, Minister, because what is on the agenda has not been completed, and that is what we are concerned about. What it is you requested in 2022, so this is a project that would have been in train before the 2022 fiscal term started.
Okay, I thought you would be happy to know all of those were completed.
For the entire year, Minister,
you
have not completed what you said you were going to do last year. Can you give us a timeline as to when it is that this acquisition of interceptor for Coast Guard would actually be completed?
I just indicated to you what transpired and the process that is now being undertaken, and we don't stick, we do it.
Yeah,
Minister, can you advise what different approach you are taking this year?
Member for Couva North, might I just intervene and say that maybe if you check at the media review, you may find some questions that you're asking here for the revised estimates. Okay, because it meant that that allocation would have been taken away then. So the answers may be there if you're not satisfied with what answers you're getting here.
No, what I'm referring to is not to deal with those projects called out by the minister. What I'm referring to is line item 011. And what I would like the minister to tell us is, Minister, for one entire year, you were unable to complete this project utilizing the 11 million to acquire the 4 interceptors, as you have just explained. What different approach are you going to adopt for this fiscal term so that you do not fail again for the next year? What different approach are you going to adopt, Minister?
Madam Chair, I answered the member.
Minister, if you repeat the same thing you did and expect a different result, that is the definition of madness.
I told you what we are about to do. I told you that we approach this thing locally, and now we are going internationally. And that process is underway.
And what is the expected completion date for this project?
I'm unable to say, but we move with promptitude.
please.
Madam Chair, I have realized, and I'm putting it on the record, that this particular member for Couva North is asking a lot of questions about the interceptors, and I'm questioning whether there's a conflict of interest in him knowing about the movement of interceptors.
Okay.
I would definitely want to put it on the record that there is absolutely no conflict of interest. The only interest that is here is the safety and security for our fisher folk, where this member for Port of Spain and North St. Anne's East failed to do while he was
St. Anne's West. I know it doesn't matter to you all, but right? It is Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West.
National security. We are hoping that.
Okay. All right. So can we have some order, please? And for the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, I have noted what you've said, and I also want to remind you of the provisions of the standing orders. If it is, there is a particular concern, then you can bring a substantive motion. Okay? Otherwise, it borders on imputing improper motives by your friend. Okay? All right. So, member for Naparima, member for Couva North, member for Oropouche West, member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and I can still hear through the mass. I have just paused. I am speaking, and it's to give you all an opportunity to just pause and reset. Member for Couva North and member for Oropouche West, you're engaged in an important exercise. Okay? Let's reset. Let's all reset. Okay. Member for Couva North, are you finished under G?
I am,
right?
Madam
Okay.
Chair, thank you most kindly.
Yes. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure, spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, Coast Guard. B, Regiment. C, Air Guard. C, Prison Service. E, Immigration. Okay, so we're now on page 180. Okay, we all there? We're now moving on to F, which is fire, spanning 180 and 181. Fire Service F. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Remember, this is where you are, okay? So item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, member for Barataria Sanwa.
Thank you. Minister, the construction of the new facility for the Forensic Sciences Center, can you indicate when that project will start? The construction will start?
I am unable to say when that would start, but what I can tell you, honorable member, is that we are engaged in discussions with our international partner who is in support of this project. And it is now at a point where we are, having submitted all of the things that they requested, we are now waiting their say-so.
Because that's a partnership with the other government.
Yes.
Yeah. And where exactly is the center to be built?
The Mount Hope area.
Mount Hope area. The land acquisition has already been completed.
Resolved.
I know there was a dispute with respect to the land.
I don't know of any dispute. I know there was an issue about the configuration of the land with something passing through.
Sure.
And that was resolved.
So, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is, that the sum of $2,225,240,540 for head 22, Ministry of National Security, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,225,240,540 for head 22, Ministry of National Security, now stands part of the schedule. I thank the PS, the Chief Immigration Officer, the representative from the Defense Force, the Coast Guard, and the other, I think it's prisons. Do you have any back there? No. Projects for National Security. I thank you all very much for your assistance, and you are relieved. While we set up, can we just suspend for about 5 minutes? The minister needs to attend to an emergency. He will be back. So we'll set the table in the meantime. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, $2,458,730,000.
Honorable members, can we resume? Stand in finance. And as we know, we are at Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, $2,458,730,000. I will now invite, or before I invite the Minister, welcome Mr. Commissioner and your technocrats from the TTPS. Welcome to the Parliament. I will now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Minister.
Chairman, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, established under Chapter 1501 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, is the premier crime prevention, crime detection agency for the service of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The main function is to prevent crime and other infractions of the law. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has committed to making full use of all of the resources, and in particular, the allocations as settled by this Parliament, and to apply every cent of that money in the provision of public safety and security to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are here today to take any questions from this committee and to address any matters in relation to these estimates. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,458,730,000 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,458,730,000 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads, and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Recurrent Expenditure Booklet, page 291. I recognize the member for Barataria San Juan. Item 001, Police Service.
01, Mr. Deputy Chair. Salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, it's about, can you just give us the current complement of the TTPS?
Much. In relation to the police service, the sanctioned strength is 7,884 personnel. The actual strength, 6,518. Obviously, a shortage of 1,371, and the operational strength is 5,561 personnel. In respect of the Special Reserve Police officers, active full-time officers, 2,383, active part-time officers, 442, contracted full-time, 269, contracted part-time, meaning returnees, retired police officers who would have indicated willingness and who the Commissioner would have been satisfied are able to continue in service, 11 of them, and other contracted SRPs, 28. And insofar as the public service is concerned, the established staff, 522 persons, vacant positions with bodies, 137, and vacant posts without bodies, 46.
Minister, I just want to focus on the. I just want to focus on the shortage right now that you would have indicated based on the sanction strength, that we have a shortage of 1,371 police officers. I see an increase of $10 million in the allocation for this line item for this fiscal year 2023. Can you indicate or give a commitment that that $10 million is to for the hiring of additional police officers to meet the sanction strength?
No, this is intended, this allocation is to pay police officers, including SRPs, and the public officers who work within the police service.
Minister, just on one point of clarification, I believe when we conducted the exercise previously, the SRPs would have fallen under contract employment under goods and services, if I'm not mistaken.
On this occasion, as I think on the last, we're treating with it right here.
So everything falls under this line item?
Sure. And it is to pay increments and arrears of increments and that sort of thing.
Sure, okay. Right, so Minister, what I'm noticing is that we have a shortage in the sanction strength, notwithstanding we have about 2,000 odd SRP officers, but yet the overtime, when you look at line item 03, the overtime bill for the TTPS is about $360 million. I know we discussed this previously when we dealt with the prison service, but don't you think we should really hire some more police officers really to see if we could try to get more feet on the ground to really arrest this crime situation, because it's growing basically out of hand?
The position is that recruitment for the police service is an ongoing exercise. Right now we have a batch in there about to pass out a complete training.
How many?
But of course, how many recruits? We have 140 in the training college in the academy.
140?
114 in the academy as we speak. But this, again, as I say, is an ongoing exercise. And of course, it is met on a daily basis with attrition from retirement and other causes. The bottom line is that, yes, you want more feet on the ground, and this is precisely what this is all about. This overtime bill reflects the need in relation to responding to the cry of the society, as you partly alluded to a while ago, and it is to facilitate more extensive and extra and intensive patrols, both mobile and foot patrols, as you said, to deal with the current challenge that we face, which I can tell you from my experience is not altogether new. We've been here before, and we understand the trauma that it generates, and the police service, utilizing its administrative capacity and intelligence, has intensified activity insofar as patrols is concerned, and I have seen statistics in respect of patrols, and I myself am impressed with the numbers.
Before Naparima.
Thank you. Chairman, I'm speaking on 01 salaries, cost of living, and in respect to the 10 million increase, and also the overtime and allowances, which approximate together would give close to $700,000. And I'm asking the question, how the minister indicated the sanction strength is 7884. Now I'm asking the minister, how did we arrive, how does the ministry arrive at the sanction strength of the police service? And I ask this in the context, and I think I've said it before, that in for example, Toronto, there are 5,000 police for a population of 3 million, right? So 5,000 police. We have 6518 active with close to 2,000 SRPs, and the overtime rate is high and the allowances are high. And the question I'm asking, and I could get this for the NYPD and other police, the rough population. How did we arrive at this 7,800 figure? And given benchmarks with Toronto, for example, why is our overtime so significant, given that we have almost twice as much police as they have for half the population Toronto has?
Mr. Minister.
Well, the 7,884 is the establishment. That's the number allowed by the public service, the Service Commission. That is based on, I imagine, past trends and considerations. That is always going to be subject to change. But for the time being, that is the establishment, and that's what the police commission.
Given that it is higher, so it means we have more bodies on the ground than Toronto. Almost
not necessarily. What a lot of people don't understand, and I would like to tell you, is that in our situation here, we have police officers, by way of an example, police officers sworn and trained as police doing special branch work, including VIP protection. You will find you have regular police here who working in the CID doing investigation. In the United States and Canada, you will have the FBI doing a certain kind of work, but that's bodies on the ground. It would not be part of the regular state police, but it's federal police. And just now, hold on. And you will find that kind of thing happening. You will find that we have the same police officer doing specialist things, whereas in the United States and, say, Canada, you have the mounted, what do you call them?
No, that's the federal level, RCMP.
So you have special kinds of police doing different kinds of things.
So I'm asking a question, and this is not a criticism of the police.
Not police,
I think
special
they do
units.
a good job. I think we have, and if the ministry is at some time needs to give consideration to ensuring that policemen do police work. And, for example, not get tied up in non-police activities, like in the courts, where in the United States they'll have attorneys presenting court cases. We have policemen doing that. So all I'm saying, no criticism, is that we both need to look at how we use our police service to ensure that we have more bodies on the ground and they're doing their work that they paid for.
I can assure you that that is not a novel idea. These are matters under consideration for a long time. For example, in relation to the example you have given, there are 67 attorneys at law in the police service who assist in investigations from the beginnings and that sort of thing. And of course, we have now established special prosecutorial services. You have the DPP. So it is quite well known that we try to get police officers out there rather than doing some of those things. Not novel at all.
Member for Carney Central.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I think I heard the Honourable Minister indicated that there were other contracted SRPs of 28. Can the Honourable Minister indicate if this includes foreign nationals, foreign SRPs?
No, an SRP in Trinidad and Tobago is an SRP in Trinidad and Tobago in accordance with the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. There's nothing like foreign SRP.
So there are no foreign nationals who are SRPs in Trinidad and Tobago?
The laws of Trinidad and Tobago permit the Commissioner of Police, once sufficiently satisfied of the requisite need and qualification, to appoint any person in this country an SRP.
Right, and the question is, Honourable Minister, are there any persons who are foreign nationals who are SRPs in Trinidad and Tobago?
The answer is yes. But they bring specialist capacity, and by so doing, and by virtue of the appointment as an SRP, is a police officer, a special reserve police officer in Trinidad and Tobago in accordance with our laws.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Minister. Given that your answer to that question is yes, can the Honourable Minister be so kind to provide this Honourable House, could be at a later time by written answer, a list of those persons?
Well, I would not give that undertaking.
Well, can you name the persons
I will give consideration. Thank you.
This has answered with regards to the fiscal aspect, so I'll now recognize Member for Naparima.
The SRPs so acquired from foreign sources, do they report to the Commissioner of Police, or do we report to the Minister of National Security?
They report to the Commissioner of Police.
Thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, Police Service Trinidad, pages 291 and 292. I recognize member for Naprima.
Item 10, office stationery and supplies, and I'm just asking, is this allocation enough? 6.6 million, it seems minuscule. And given what the gentleman who represents police says that there's no stationery, no box, no printers, no ink. Is it wrong, and is this enough? And I'm asking here for the police service. I want them to be well equipped and given what is allocated to them. So could you?
If you really wanted to help the police service, you would have shared certain information known to you with them. But that's a separate matter.
What it is? What it is? And listen, I am a clean man.
Hold on. Okay, listen.
I don't want no nonsense.
Okay, members. Again, Mr. Minister. Right, we started off. No, please, Mr. Minister. Again, let's move on. So who you answered?
No, not yet. That was just
right.
Mr. Chairman, I want him to withdraw that slight remark against me.
Okay.
I am 73 years old and I
okay, right. Okay, member for Naprima, I hear you. Okay, fine. Let's kindly withdraw.
Chairman, you see, on your behest, I am quite prepared to do that. But all I said is, if you want, let me explain.
Withdraw the statement.
If any citizen of this country wants to assist the police, they must share information with the police.
Okay, but again, just for the meeting, I prefer let's withdraw. That's for the meeting.
With humility and respect, Mr. Chair, I withdraw the
Thank
comment.
you. Right. And you need to answer now? Directly or you?
Yes.
Nice. Go ahead.
The member was telling me about things he read in the newspaper about ink and toner and all of these things. I am not prepared in this country with the experience available to me to rely on anything I see in the newspaper. I go to the facts, and I can tell you what has become folklore in this country. I was present when a member of parliament from the UNC talked about he had to give some paper, a pack of paper to a police station that he went to, and with that it became folklore. No police ever had paper they own, toner they own, ink of their own, computer they own. That is not the truth. And this allocation is to deal with ink toners, cartridge, other items include paper, pocket diaries, station diary, refreshments for police officers on occasions such as carnival time when they're working long hours, Independence time, Borrow Day festival. They take bottles of water or Lucozade and so on out there to the police officers, some ice, a little snack so that they can refresh themselves out there in dealing with it. This is what this is all about.
Member for Bartara Sanwan. Bartara Sanwan, I recognize you.
Line item 15, repairs and maintenance equipment.
So you're on page 292?
Yeah, 292. I know the minister said he doesn't trust in newspaper articles, but he doesn't trust in newspaper articles. But
I didn't say that.
But there's a media release. There's a media release from the TTPS that says that the machine or the equipment used for the certificate of characters has broken down. Can the minister indicate whether or not this allocation will be enough to repair that particular device or equipment for citizens to generate a certificate of character?
Mr. Minister?
The situation is, Mr. Chair, that as all other machinery and equipment, it is subject to fault and breakdown. On this occasion, we are talking about equipment that is in heavy use, has been around for a while, and yes, we have had the challenge of the equipment for that automated fingerprint system going down. It was repaired, it went down again, some technological issue, And as late as yesterday, I had been advised by the police commissioner that we are expecting the providers of that service to be with us in shores in Trinidad, on our shores in Trinidad and Tobago, to pay particular attention to it and look at it holistically, whether it might need upgrading, whether it might need replacement, that sort of thing. So it is a challenge, and the police service is grappling with it. Meanwhile, they continue to take the prints, so as soon as the machine rolls again, they'll be able to roll them out quickly in satisfaction of the public request or need. And to some extent, they are making use of their manual systems to try to alleviate the situation. It is indeed a matter in front of us as a problem.
Now, what... Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. Minister, you would be very familiar with the court system, and you would know that when persons apply for bail, that you will have to do a tracing before the magistrate may even consider whether or not to grant bail. And I believe that this is the equipment that will be used to determine whether or not a person has any previous or pending convictions. How is that affecting persons who are currently charged right now, that you're not able to get the tracing done?
Now, hold on 1 second. Again, I will give you the opportunity to answer, but again, we do not want to get into the information. You cannot.
Then can I ask the Minister, when does he project the equipment to be ready for use again for persons to
Chair,
give us a date?
I just indicated that we are expecting imminently the provider and the experts from the provider to be with us, to do an assessment and to do what they can to improve the thing, to resolve the problem.
Imminently could be a day, it could be a week, it could be a month.
And I understand both parties, and Mr. Minister, you cannot put a date to that.
I would go no further.
Okay, fine. Member for Naprimo, you still...
Yes. The minister in his response to me earlier said he does not take. Listen, what did you say? What did you say?
Like you, I cannot rely. I rely on official figures from the permanent secretary and the records of the Ministry of National Security and the heads of the division.
So therefore, are you saying that the words in relation to this item about equipment and supplies, are you saying the word of the Trinidad, and I want you to say it, that Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Social and Welfare Association President, Acting ASP Gideon Dixon, are you saying that he is not speaking the truth when he says that they do not have the basics in service station, such as uniforms, bulletproof vests, office supplies for stations, including printers, paper, ink, and stamps? Yes or no?
Right, and your question is exactly.
And my question is he speaking the truth and reflecting the situation on the ground at service stations?
Mr. Minister.
Two things. The only person who speaks on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is the commissioner or persons designated by him to so do. And when the head of the association speaks, he is speaking for the association, not for the police service per se. Good. Secondly, if Mr. what's his name?
Now you should know.
Mr. Dixon.
You should know.
If Mr. Dixon, if Mr. Dixon makes the comment that I have just validated, which I would have gotten from the Commissioner of Police, to my mind, it is a very happy coincidence. Thank you.
I must continue. Do not put the burden on the Commissioner of Police. I have asked you, is this enough based on the information that I know about? And you have to say, yes, it is enough. Do not trust your problems on the Commissioner. Is it enough or is it not enough? That's a straight question. Tell us it's enough, and I will move on. The allocation for goods and for office stationery and supplies, item 10, is it enough?
Right, I'll give you the last say. You care to give any feedback?
It is the allocation, as in all things, as I've said ad nauseum here today, in any case or event where the allocation proves to be inadequate or insufficient, there are, in accordance with our financial regulations, ways and means to address it, and it has been in the past addressed. It will continue to be addressed.
Thank you very much, yes, Mayor. I'm looking at item 1.5, repairs, maintenance, equipment, and so on. Mr. Minister, you may not be aware, but in or around the first week of September, there was an outage, power outage at the Woodbrook Police Station that was very dire. And they also had a second problem in that the generator was not working. It led to policemen having to stand up on the pavement patio outside to receive members of the public with their complaints and so on. This, of course, is a very serious matter. Could we ask whether the repairs and maintenance vote here would deal with that matter specifically, and in what time frame we would have not only the supply of electricity, which is there, but the backup, the power for a backup generator in the event that something like this is to happen again? Thank you.
Mr. Minister.
Right. I am being told that.
Yes.
Yeah. What is the question?
Thank you.
What's the question?
This
Okay, yes, Urupuchis.
Let me repeat.
No, don't repeat all now. Just tell me what's the question. I heard everything else.
What I'm asking for is that in the first week of September, you heard that, but you forgot the question. All right. What did you not hear? The question.
Right.
The question is, you heard everything except the question, so I'll get to the question. The question, here it comes. Here it comes. Could we have from you, in consultation with the commissioner and whoever, whether or not at that Woodbrook Police Station we now have in place not just the power supply, because that is there all the time, but that backup power supply has been fixed, repaired, and so on, so that an event like that with dire consequences for police officers and the equipment that they have in their possession would never happen again, where police officers have to go in the pavement outside with a pen and paper, which they had, to take complaints from the public and expose themselves to very serious consequences.
Mr. Minister.
Well, to answer that question will be to concede all them things about how long they stay outside and take report and expose themselves. I am not going to concede that. I know nothing about that. What I do know, based on information from the police commissioner, is that the system was repaired and there is a backup system to treat with it in the event of a breakdown. Thank you.
Item 002. Police Service, Tobago, pages 293. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, Police Service, Trinidad. Member for Bartara Sanwan.
Thank you. Minister, can you tell us how many vehicles the TTPS currently have among 01?
In respect of vehicles, the total fleet is 1,965.
How many are operational?
1,250.
So, Minister, we have about
715.
Roughly vehicles are non-operational in the service. Do you intend to have those vehicles repaired, or are they unserviceable?
Of course. Repair and maintenance is an ongoing business.
How many of those vehicles are unserviceable?
Of the 715? Of the 715? Right. The police professionals have indicated that of the non-operational vehicles, they consider that 492 are unserviceable. Hence the reason why The Commissioner has approached and continues to approach the Minister to acquire new vehicles, and I'm happy to let you know that within recent months, we acquired 80 brand new vehicles for use by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, which the Commissioner has also reported is supporting his very innovative, direct, targeted patrols that is having the kind of success that this country has been witnessing against criminals as they traverse the pathways of this country during or subsequent to the commission of serious crimes, including murder.
Minister, Minister, I don't know what success you are seeing, but clearly it is only you alone who is seeing that success.
Yes,
with respect to the same line item, Mr. Deputy Chair, the TTPS was allocated $25 million for the vehicles, and this would be recurrent expenditure. But only $9 million was spent.
Where are we, if you may?
01 vehicles. Looking at 2022, you had $25 million allocated for vehicles. And this is for recurrent expenditure. Then I'm seeing only 9 million of that was spent. We have so many vehicles that are that require service because they are non-functional. Why does this small figure alone was utilized out of the entire allocation?
Minister?
I would like you to
repeat the question.
Make it clear.
Make it very clear.
Yes.
The TTPS has allocated $25 million.
Yes.
Of the $25 million, about $9 million of that was utilized for vehicles. You have hundreds of vehicles that are non-service, that require service because they are non-functional. Why was that allocation not used to try to bring up all the vehicles up to a standard in which they can be operationalized by the TTPS? Because we are seeing so many criminal activities taking place on a daily basis. Broad daylight, people are getting gunned down in this country.
I am advised that a process through the CTB has been undertaken to procure additional vehicles, but the arrangements are such now that they can only be paid for when the vehicles arrive in Trinidad and Tobago within the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks.
And on another line item, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Which one?
04, other minor equipment. And I'm seeing that there's an allocation of $5.6 million in this line item. Minister, can you tell us exactly how many body cameras we have in Trinidad and Tobago?
Body cameras. Let me get the figure. I am advised by the Commissioner, and I think I answered that question in the Parliament recently, there are altogether about 1,180 body cameras in the possession of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
And how many of those cameras are currently being utilized by members of the TTPS?
I am told that 850 are now in use and that officers have undergone or are undergoing the training in the standard operating procedures and the other regulations around their use, but 850 are in actual service.
And were you able,
particularly having been issued to the frontline crime fighters and those who engage so more directly with the public.
Were you able to procure the chargers for these body cameras?
The answer is indubitably yes.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you. I'm referring to 0304 other minor equipment, and I see a minuscule $5.68 million. And I refer...
That's a 0300.
Is 0304? Yeah, minor equipment.
Minor equipment, yeah, you're correct.
I'm okay, good. I am looking at the...
Okay, yes.
And I think the problem with the police service is the fact that they're not getting the resources. The 2019 budget states on page 30, 2019 budget, I given the page, dashboard cameras in all police vehicles. And the same page, 2019, laptops and tablets for all police vehicles and computerization of all police stations. I'm asking the question. What is the status? Is this related to that? And if not, what is the status of that? And why no budget allocation for it?
Some of the vehicles are outfitted with them, I'm advised.
Some means 20%, 30%?
I'm unable to say, but some of the vehicles are outfitted with them as we speak.
And the laptops and tablets for all police vehicles and computerization of all police stations.
Right. Yes. There has been, yes, as they sought to implement those arrangements, they encountered some legal issues, interestingly enough, and that forced in the interim a bit of a review of the approach that they would take, and one of the approaches was the establishment of the command centers, divisional operation centers, which has now been established in all 9 or in 7 of 9 police divisions, and the other 2 are expected before the end of the year, which would give, and with the GPS in the vehicles, which would give the division more command on the facts and the scene in respect of activities in those divisions.
I am very sorry for the Commissioner of Police to have to policies are announced and problems come up later.
This is life.
No
that
money is
happens.
allocated, not enough money.
That happened.
Not enough
Mr.
money.
Minister, hold. Yeah, right. You care to comment, Mr. Minister?
Well, I don't know about blame and all this folly. You know, I'm sorry about that. I don't know about blame. You know, I'm only relating the facts as I understand them truthfully.
Currently Central, I recognize you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Take you back to 01 vehicles.
Which one?
01 vehicles.
Police Service Trinidad, eh?
Yeah, vehicles.
Right.
Vehicles, 01. Is there a number, an optimum number of vehicles, complement of vehicles that is required by the police service? Is there a number that exists? In furtherance of some plan, you must have some crime plan, whether it be Baghdad, Anaconda, whatever it is. Whatever crime plan you have, is there an optimum number of vehicles that the police service require for their optimum operation?
The police service has decided, analyzed, and agreed based on its needs and the circumstances that they should have 2,000 vehicles. And I told you that they have 1,900 and something, some of which are non-operational, and action has been taken and is being taken to replenish the stock and to get to the level that they are aiming at.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 01, vehicles. Minister, can you advise us if out of the 1,250 operational vehicles, if any of those are assigned to the police youth clubs?
Minister.
The answer is yes.
All right. And can you also advise us which one of the police youth clubs those vehicles are assigned to? Can you provide it for us later on in writing? If it is, you don't have
yes,
the details
we can
now.
do that.
In addition to that, can you advise us also in terms of the community policing unit of the Southern Division? How many operational vehicles do they have at this point in time?
That too can be provided.
Do you have any idea, Mr. Minister?
That too will be provided upon your request.
All right. Well, I just would like to share with you.
No, I don't want you to share with me.
I would just like to
you
share
asked
with you
me a question.
that is an area that you definitely need to look into.
That's why I told you we'll provide the answer on request, and I can only provide it to you if I look into it so as to be able to provide it to you.
Thank you, Minister.
Also, just one more question, Mr.
Line item?
Yeah, same line item with respect to vehicles. Minister, can you advise us also on the number of vehicles and vessels available to the riverine and coastal unit of the TTPS?
As far as I'm aware, the Riverine Patrol, Coastal and Riverine Patrol Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has 4 vessels to its fleet, and they make optimum use of them on a daily basis. In terms of personnel, how many personnel? 46. Right, there are 46 officers attached to the unit, and they work closely with the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard and the Trinidad and the Customs Division of the Ministry of Finance where necessary.
Mr. Minister, it was,
member?
Yeah, same line item on vehicles. It was reported in the national media that when the fisherfolk of Claxton Bay found themselves in difficulty where their colleague went missing, which was Mr. Lennox Jofield, and they contacted the Trinidad and Tobago Coastal and Riverine Unit, the response was that they did not have vessels available to assist the fisherfolk in going out to look for this missing fisherman, and the fishermen themselves had to form a search party to go out and look for them. In the upcoming fiscal term, you only utilized $9 million in the last fiscal term. In the upcoming fiscal term, there's $21 million allocated for this line item with respect to vehicles, purchase of vehicles. Can you advise us if it is the minister will be considering in upping the fleet of the TTPS Coastal and Riverine Unit so that we'll have more vessels available to the unit to assist those who use the waters?
The first thing I would like to say, and take this opportunity, is to extend deep and sincere condolences to the family of the fisherman who lost his life at the hands of criminals in the situation you described, and to assure you and the country that the police service treats those kinds of things rather seriously and would have pursued and continue to investigate and to pursue the killers or killer. In respect of the incident that you described, and you are reporting that having contacted the Riverine police, they told the person who called, who told you. I am not sure. I don't have those details in front of me, and I cannot concede them as true. However, I can safely say, based on my own knowledge, that the Riverine, Coastal and Riverine Patrol Unit have been very active, very responsive in the service of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And there was a particular case recently where the commissioner would have reminded me that a couple of those vessels had to be serviced administratively and technologically. And during that time, he instituted patrols, mobile patrols in vehicles in the Claxton Bay area and the other fishing and seaport areas where they would normally have patrolled on the coast, and had made arrangements with the Coast Guard in the absence of those couple vessels to fill the gap as far as practicable. So I only say all of that to let you know the extent and the reasonableness of the posture of law enforcement generally in treating with the needs of the citizens in that regard.
In summarizing,
but I'm happy to let you know that all 4 vehicles are now in service, in the water, and under use.
In summarizing, Minister, can you advise if, in your opinion, these 4 vessels is sufficient for the unit, or they should be getting some more in the upcoming year? Have you been advised by the Commissioner if it is that more is needed?
In that regard, I don't think I'm entitled to give my opinion. I rely on the experts. Just as we did with COVID-19, I am guided by the science.
And can you say if the experts have requested more vessels?
So far, not.
Item 002, Police Service Tobago, and we're now on page 294. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Non-Profit Organizations. Page 294, I recognize Naparima.
Thank you, Chairman. I refer to 01, Police Youth Clubs, and the paltry sum of $2 million to serve 9 police divisions and 77 police stations. I think it doesn't add up. The math's not maths. To make these things effective, they need uniforms, which they do not have yet. You need to put this at-risk youth. You need to provide refreshments. We need to provide steel bands, tassa drums. They need to tour areas of interest to get a different perspective. And I think in the emphasis that we on this side have on crime prevention, that this is paltry, and a minister should be embarrassed to bring this before this honorable house. So I ask him, the question is, does he think 2 million is enough? And I've seen these organizations working. They are doing immensely useful job in Trinidad and Tobago. The problem is lack of resources.
Minister.
There will always be scope and opportunity for more and more and more resources. And this is why the Honorable Prime Minister would have asked, not rhetorically, but a serious question, in light of the country's economic circumstance, in light of the fact that the Exchequer, the Minister of Finance, doesn't have a bottomless pit where you could just call for anything and get it. The country's revenue influences its budgetary allocations and positions. And we do the best that we can with what is available while keeping the economy on track and not letting the whole thing crash. We have also ensured that there is no waste and no corruption, which was a major leakage in the budgetary allocations. Having said that, this is the allocation. I am aware that the police youth clubs are useful, necessary, and are doing a good job. And we will make use of what we have, and if there is need for more, there are systems in place to facilitate that. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the Minister. Minister, can you indicate, based on this estimated amount of $2 million, how many police youth clubs in Trinidad and Tobago will benefit from this allocation?
There are 95 police youth clubs in Trinidad and Tobago, and I imagine like youth clubs all over the region. They are public-spirited, they are corporate entities, there are other state agencies, state enterprises who chip in light of their understanding and of an appreciation of the need to develop the youth through the likes of the Police Youth Club. So the allocation that you see and the money available to a Police Youth Club will not be the only source of support. Notwithstanding that, there are 95 Police Youth Clubs and they are all operational, doing good work. In fact, I have on my desk now an invitation from one to attend them to speak to the young people. And I just want to say in closing on this point that it is manners that make it man. Manners, not necessarily always money, though money is very important. What these young people need, what the police need, are resources, but the real focus is to redirect the spirits and the minds of the youngsters. And we are satisfied that that is being done. And as I said, if money becomes an issue during the fiscal year, there are ways and means to buttress this and to ensure that the good work with the development of our young people would continue so that they would not follow the path that we've seen other people far more privileged than they. I've seen privileged people getting ministerial salary, getting MP salary, find themselves going down the wrong path. The thing has some really strange dimensions, but the work in the development of the youth must continue, and I thank you.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman, given the fact that the minister has responded that police youth clubs, yes, need funding, they need allocation, they need resources, can we ask that your ministry, via the TTPS, provide to us whether each club has available to them a certain amount of funding each year, and whether during this fiscal year they would be allocated an amount of funding for the execution of their various activities. The problem is they do not have resources, they do not have funding. Hence the reason we are asking this specifically as it relates to each police youth club, making up the 95 of which you spoke of.
I don't think it is as easy and as clear-cut as that, because you see, it depends on what their program is, and you can't predetermine that. So there's an allocation to the police service for the activities of the youth clubs. And I'll tell you this, yesterday the commissioner and I, just quickly in our conversation, even when you look at the entire allocation for the Trinidad and Tobago police service, it does not tell the whole story in terms of resources available to them, because we have relations with international partners and a lot of training that police officers get. There are police officers outside of the country now getting specialist training in white-collar crime and all manners of aspects of police work, intelligence gathering, and so on. So the budget figure don't tell you the whole story, and it's the same thing with the youth club. However, the allocation is made, and we will make every effort to ensure that the young people get access to the development that is available to them in this project.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, just a follow-on from my colleague. I believe what we're trying to ascertain...
On the same line item.
On the same line item, police youth clubs. What we're trying to ascertain is whether or not there is an equitable distribution across the 95 police youth clubs, and the process by which you apply for any additional funding, etc., that it is across an equitable playing field.
I, quite truthfully, am not engaged in the daily work with every single one of the 95 and what the police commissioner does. But I can say one thing. Equity does not necessarily mean equality.
Absolutely.
That's why I said it depends on what the program is. It depends on what is, these programs that they will execute in this fiscal year will determine how those resources will be applied.
Absolutely, but there's a provision on the Standing Finance Committee where you can provide us with some of this information later on, and so we would be very happy.
I'd be quite happy to do that.
Okay,
Sure.
great, excellent, thank
Thank you. Thank you, members. Item Kuvanot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to the line item 01, Police Youth Club. And as we're on this topic here of the estimated $2 million, but only utilize 800,000, there was 1.2 million that was not utilized under this line.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, there was 1.2 million that was not utilized under this line item that could have been very much helpful for members of the Police Youth Club. Minister, I recall on Independence morning, I participated in an activity. It was a walk against crime, hosted by the Police Youth Club, Whiteland Police Youth Club, I believe, headed by Superintendent Ram Kilawan, who works with several police youth clubs from across the country. And I saw vehicles coming from Bagatelle and other areas where they were transported by the police youth club vehicles. But a youth club that has been very active also in the public space is Officer Derek Shabadi and the St. James Police Youth Club. And when I inquired a little further, I understand that the vehicle that transport the St. James, members of the St. James Police Youth Club, was non-functional. It would have been in an accident somewhere in the month of June, and up to now has not been repaired. Can you advise us if it is that in going forward, resources will be made available, one, to provide transportation for those police youth clubs that do not have transport, like the Whiteland Police Youth Clubs and Waterloo Police Youth Clubs in Kuvanot, and also to have vehicles that belongs to the Police Youth Club, like in St. James, to have these transportation made access and available to the youth club, because several of the members, we have close to how much, about 11,000 members in this Police Youth Club that comes from at-risk homes, at-risk families, single-parent home, etc. And they need the support from the lead at the Police Youth Club, sometimes to get to the the Empowerment Center or to the Police Youth Club Center and to return home. So transportation is a critical role, and can we have from you the undertaking that you would look into making the necessary transportation available for these various police youth clubs?
Member, you would look into it? Member? Minister? Right, lovely. Item 007, households. Right. Households, page 295, member for point of view.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item under household 00702. Line item says compensation to estates of members of the protective services. Could you enlighten me? An allocation of 2022 was $1 million. Nothing was spent in 2022. 2023, another $1 million is allocated. Could you enlighten me? How does the estate of members of the protective service access this line item?
Minister.
Dies in the execution of his duty, the estate makes a request, an application to the police commissioner, and the police commissioner would process it. What happens is that sometimes, because it is according to the law to be paid to the legal personal representative, which is a term of art, meaning the person who has been declared by the Supreme Court as the rightful person to receive this money. Person may be unmarried, person may have 4 children, all kinds of situations in the context of our human existence. And once that matter is settled, but to settle that matter, an application has to be made to the court, the Supreme Court, for letters of administration or to probate a will. And that can take a very short time, it can take a very long time, depending on the particular case. But it will not be paid until the court declares someone as the legal personal representative. Sometimes, in the course of that process, there's a legal challenge, and everything stops in respect of that process until the court decides on certain things, paternity testing, all kinds of things. So it is as wide as it is deep. But once that is resolved, and that is settled, then the money is paid promptly to the estate, the legal personal representative of the unfortunate deceased officer.
Just a follow-up, Minister. Thank you for your explanation. So then the allocation or whatever, is there a fixed amount per family if it is settled from the government on this line item?
Well, no. Once the court determines who is the legal person, there's a determination as to who is the legal personal representative. That person now has the responsibility in accordance with other laws. For example, if the man was unmarried, the law says his estate must be 50% for, it has to be shared equally among his children. If the man was married, the law says 50% for his wife or spouse, and the other 50% to be shared among the children, as I recall the law demands.
So what I'm trying to say that this $1 million that is allocated, Minister, is not per officer, or is it a pool?
It is per deceased officer's estate, and how it is shared inside of that estate is a matter of law and a matter of their decision.
Thank you.
Am I correct, Counsel?
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Chair. Through your Chair to the Minister, Honorable Minister, with regards to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Academy and the increased allocation of $4,500,000, making it $10 million for the Academy, can the Minister indicate what benefits the population can expect from this training?
We had 009, other transfers, 02, Trinidad and Tobago Police Academy. page 295. Mr. Minister.
Oh, I lost him.
Sure, sorry. Minister, I'm just asking what additional programs perhaps would be undertaken by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Academy with this increased allocation?
This is intended to deal with, in relation to training of the regular police officers and SRPs, including of polygraph examinations, medical, provision of meals while they are in there, and accommodation, and some upgrade in respect of furniture and furnishings in respect of the academy. Thank you.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, and we are on page 120. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 120 and 121. Item, you want to see on this one or the one that I'm not going to call?
00412, right?
Right, 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 120 and 121. Proceed, Member Fisher-Gona-Cease.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 041, item 041, Establishment of Police Youth Club Facilities.
Sure.
Yes, may I ask, Minister, why no allocation under this line item for the allocation of 800,000? I notice in 2022 you do not have any revised estimates there, but for 2023 you have 800,000. Can you provide for us which youth club would benefit under this line item in this fiscal year?
And the St. James Police Youth Clubs.
And that would utilize the entire allocation?
I couldn't say whether it will, but it is provided to treat with those.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if you would permit me, Minister, the Cunupia Police Youth Club, I'd just like to inform you that stakeholders would have contributed significantly as it relates to the stage it has reached now. And if you can pay a visit with your Commissioner of Police and see how best they can move forward. A lot has been done, but they are having some issues as it relates to offsetting labor costs at this point in time. So if you can give some consideration to this particular youth club, which services the areas of Enterprise, Cunupia, Warrenville, etc., please.
I think that's a useful suggestion, and I will look into that.
Sure.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 049, upgrade of administrative offices, Tobago. This line item was budgeted at $1 million in 2022. However, nothing was utilized and nothing is being budgeted for Tobago under this line item. Can the Minister explain why?
Mr. Minister.
That the work that was envisaged, intended, has been completed, and as such, there's no need for any further provision for it.
However, there's nothing in the revised estimate, so is that?
Say that in respect of the work, I am advised by those who know that there is no need for further development. It was done.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 122. Honorable members, we will now move on to Infrastructure Development Fund, page 217. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 217 and 218. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,458,730,000 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,458,730,000 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Commissioner, and also to your technocrats, your PS and senior officers. Thank you. Do travel safely.
Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, $2,718,817,342. I will now invite the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to all of my colleagues. I propose to make a very quick introductory remark. We're at the cusp of local government operationalization of reform. And currently, we are on the field attending to a lot of issues, and I therefore ask for my colleagues' patience in hopefully moving through as quickly as we can as we attend to issues on the ground. I simply commit on behalf of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to have a swift and successful local government operationalization of reform. We have had a significant increase in our developmental program. Honorable colleagues would have noticed that we had a developmental program in total amount of $480 million. That's $327 million odd more in developmental programs, largely set across several areas in drainage, in local government reform and operationalization. And we have also had an increase of approximately $127 million in recurrent. I'd like to say at the outset, honorable members, I'm quite sure many local government practitioners now sit in this House. I have great regard and respect for them all. You will notice that in the recurrent side of the equation, particularly at the corporations, I'll admit that there are shortfalls up front. The intention is that we will address this at the mid-year. A lot of the reason for the shortfall has to deal with our calculation as we move ahead. We're certain that we have enough in tow to meet recurrent expenditure, certainly for the first 6 months, but we are tracking that as we do our digitization process. So I make myself available to answer questions that my colleagues surely have for me.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,718,817,342 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $2,718,817,342 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 08, vacant posts for salaries and COLA. Honourable Minister, this line item was estimated in 2022 at $3 million, but the revised estimates show nil, and now it's being budgeted again for the further $3 million. Can you kindly advise us what we expect to see with the utilization of this $3 million?
Honourable Member, the service commissions had the responsibility of appointments which could not be effected in the last financial year. Accordingly, we've repeated the sum to have that done, largely at the municipal police level, etc. Whilst we took up some of them, the delays were occasioned as a result of rolling COVID issues, etc. So we're quite confident that we can get it done this year.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Old West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to draw the Minister's reference to 05, Government's contribution to NIS, and to tie that to both 08 and 01. I note that the Minister has now proposed increased expenditure on wages and salaries on both of those previous heads, but the Government's contribution to NIS is in fact going to be reduced by $133,000. Can the Minister reconcile those differences for me?
The reconciliation it ties into what I put into the original statement as I was coming in. We have figures that we're going to get right as we move ahead. We cleared off some arrears for NIS last year. You'll recall at mid-year we did a bit of sorting out in terms of arrears and other factors. So there is an inconsistency between the two. Again, under this head, we will have it reconciled in the course of the months moving ahead, and then at the mid-year, where we have the balances, we'll be able to treat with some of those factors. Last year, we had settled arrears, and therefore the figures at last year were significantly different from this year. So the reduction in positions right now, your question is on two limbs. One is the reconciliation between the amount which flows from the principal sum. I got you, right? So that reconciliation will come as we move ahead, as we sort out what exactly the particulars are. But the variation between last year and this year would be because in last year's figure we were settling arrears which we don't have to carry forward this year.
All right, Minister, but I still note that the value, my understanding, Minister, is that the NIS contributions should also increase as wages and salaries increase as well. But I'm seeing wages and salaries increase, but NIS reduce. That is an anomaly, which I'm not too sure what the rationale for that is.
Honourable Member, you're entirely correct. One floats above the other. So if salary and wages go up, NIS should go up because it's a correlative sum. You're absolutely correct. We're going to reconcile those figures at the mid-year point. What I do know is that the sum is going to be sorted out. There's some inconsistencies because what I've come to crystallize in the course of our digitization program is that there are variables inside of the equation. Sometimes the employment goes up, sometimes it goes down, and therefore the figures were not there. So I have spotted myself the inconsistency between salaries and the NIS positions. What we do know is that the correct contributions will be calculated and will be payable.
Thank you, Minister. So I take note of your opening statement, and you repeated it here. But there's therefore a bit of a concern on my part that the statistics being provided to us here, which we are going to be reviewing as we move forward under this heading, may not be up to date. In fact, your suggestion based on your commentary is that these statistics may not be even relevant for a full year. We raised this previously as well, given that the estimates are named estimates of expenditure for the year. There's some concern, though, that we may be having this conversation here, but the data is not, in fact, for a year.
Honourable Member, you're absolutely correct. Even though we've given an estimate for 1 year and the appropriation is at mid-year, the Constitution does allow us to come for supplemental appropriations and variation of appropriations. And therefore, we have, because of the vicissitudes of how the economy has been going, particularly over the COVID years, we have been making full use of the mid-year appropriations, and you are, in essence, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. The ministry was allocated $50,000 in the last fiscal. None was utilized, and they have been allocated $50,000 again. What cabinet-appointed committees currently exist in the Ministry of Local Government, and what does this $50,000 cater for?
So there are no cabinet-appointed committees, and there were none last year. The head was filled in the event that committees came up. We anticipate in the course of the local government operationalization of the reform package, now that it's passed, that there may be a need for it, and therefore we've asked for the line item to be repeated. It may not be used if it's not necessary, but at present there are no committees.
Go on.
Does the ministry intend to recommend the formation of any cabinet-appointed committees within this financial year?
Potentially, yes. As we're building out the proclamation schedule for the local government reform package, it may be something that comes up on deck, but at this point, it's not yet decided because Cabinet will have to take that in several steps. First, a proclamation schedule, divide it into its parts, and then see what the resultant resources will be.
Okay.
Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. I see there's an increase of $1.4 million there. And Minister, I guess that will be for the existing organizational structure within the ministry, and possibly what additional persons may have to be brought on for the next upcoming fiscal term. However, with respect to the operationalization of local government reform, are we anticipating the same structure, or do we expect that the ministry will be doing some sort of adjustments to the organizational structure?
I thank the Honourable Member for the question. So the increase is the onboarding of municipal police, which is a rolling phase project. The service commissions have done the preparation of lists and the interviews, etc. Our onboarding has been delayed by capacity because we couldn't have the full functionality of the academy, and therefore we had to take them in batches that were smaller, having just recently come out of the large part of COVID restrictions. To answer your question as to a different structure which would affect salaries, yes, there will be potentially different structures, some of which will have to be shifted into different ministries. During the course of the financial year, variations, appropriations, transfers from head to head or ministries to ministries may happen as the proclamation schedule becomes certain. One of the aspects of the ministries of my job in the gazetted responsibilities is to wind up the Ministry of Local Government. That doesn't mean that people are going home. What it means is that there'll be a shift into different areas. So to use the analogy of caste for Tobago, to use the analogy of how the Tobago House of Assembly operates, their parent body at some times involves functions of the Ministry of Finance. So the reclassification of certain of our functions into Ministry of Finance is certainly going to be part of what the new entity looks like, and those things are going to become much clearer as the proclamation schedule becomes clearer.
Honourable Minister, can you advise us of what timelines that we are working with?
Sure. There are 54 clauses that are capable of almost immediate proclamation, and then there are other clauses that are in the zone anywhere between 2 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, and then some that are a little bit longer than that. What we're doing right now is we're looking at all the input factors. For example, if we wanted to confirm what the salary ranges are going to be for full-time members of council, as they are going to be executive full-time members, the job descriptions and the CPO guidelines have to be factored via Ministry of Finance. So there are a lot of input factors that will determine what the timeline is ultimately going to be look like, and that's where the proclamation schedule is going to come in to see what can come in immediately, and those that are not immediate, what the time frame for implementation will look like. We're working on that project right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I know you said the line item 01 is for municipal police. Can you indicate how many will be taken on?
It was 250? 50 is the next batch. 250 in total. We took on 61 just recently, came out of batch. That was approximately a month ago, and we have 250 to onboard this year.
With regards to allocation to the 40 municipal corporations, could you indicate how it would be allocated if there is a difference in numbers?
I couldn't say just yet because we're looking at some harmonization of the municipal police. And in fact, there's a proposal that I need to take to Cabinet in relation to that because there are 14 municipalities. Remember how we function, the management of municipal police, there's a bit of head officing that still has to happen in the command centers that are being built out, etc., so that we can better rationalize how the resources work. Unfortunately, I couldn't give you that particular just yet.
Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Chairman, through you to the Minister. Your government had promised 100 police officers, municipal police officers, to each regional corporation, and that was to be delivered by 2020. We are in 2022, and I will appreciate from you a deadline by which that target would be reached, if you still intend to reach that target.
Okay, so I'm not, member, going to allow that discussion in this exercise. Okay, this is not a discussion really about municipal police. I allowed some of the discussion because it came up under salaries and costs of living. That question, I'm sure you'll have another opportunity to ask it in another forum.
Okay? Sorry, Madam, I probably phrased the question wrong because based on the allocation under this line item, and the balance in terms of the number of police officers still to be recruited and outfitted, and the date by which that target will be reached, and we would have an idea of how many officers have to be outfitted under this vote in this financial year. So that was my reason for asking about when the full number will be instituted. So the question is really, will this sum outfit the full number that should be installed?
I thank the member for such a quick and clever recovery of that question. So yes, we had promised by 2020. Unfortunately, COVID came along and the batching and recruiting was constrained by the functionality of the academy and the interview process. So with the 250 coming on this year, We'll have 479 more to bring on board. We're looking right now to see how we can expand that function by using a broader frame of training and onboarding. The process, as you know, involves exams and then sifting and certification, etc., and then you have to get to the academy and train. So taking 250 on this year will leave us with a balance of 479. 479, we'll calculate how we can get those on board, if not this financial year, in the next financial year, so that we can recover from the gap that we lost in 2020 and 2021.
So your target is 250 this year?
For sure.
Okay, thanks.
02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to start with sub-item 22, Goods and Services, so that's on the next page. Short-term employment. There was an initial estimate for $600,000, and that went up to $1.7 million, and a revised estimate. So could you, Minister, just clarify for us how many persons were brought on for short-term employment and give us some idea of what services they are providing to the ministry broadly, please?
We brought on 81 persons in total, but that's an anomaly. They're not fresh bodies. Some of them involved persons who went off of long-term contract and then came on to short-term until their contracts were renewed. Some of it involved taking notes to cabinet, etc., to extend the life of the positions. And this included as well persons who came into the DMUs.
Thank you very much. And so I'm going on to line item 43, Security Services. I'm seeing an estimate of $2.4 million. And my question is, given that there was no estimate for fiscal 22, what material change allows for this?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So security services were managed by the municipal police. I hold a very sincere view that the municipal police have the powers of the police under Section 48 of the Act. And I think it by far more important in this current environment to put police out to do police work rather than security services. In those circumstances, I've asked the ministry to provide an estimation for hiring security services, be it at MTS or other positions, because guarding of head office and other facilities is a function that I'd rather not have the police do and instead have a security company like an MTS engage in. So that sum is specifically provided there because I'd like to put all of the police-powered people out onto the street.
So this allocation is for the guarding of all local government buildings and that sort of thing?
From head office come down, yes.
All right,
we think it more important because we have such a limited number, 771 active right now. We'd rather deploy them onto the field in community policing and other activities.
Understood. Would they have been brought on in this case as a cost-saving initiative during the COVID years? Is that what happened? Because there was an actual spend in 21. In 21.
Yes. So the answer to that is yes. And then also too, there was a certain amount of, how should I say, not paternity, but the view of the municipal police. The municipal police are very proud people that want to make sure that they look after their own. And being a part of the municipalities, I think that it resided in them that they ought to provide all of services involved. But yes, to answer your question, there was a cost savings aspect and two, part and function of what they do.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases.
No, I still, if I may, I'm still on 02. I have one question.
But I just want to say that I don't know if it's your mic or whatever. Sometimes I'm just guessing that you want to speak. So for us to be effective, let's
see the
do
light.
It. Yes,
I'll raise it so you'll see the light.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Member for St. Augustine.
Yes. In the budget debate, the minister spoke about creating employment. He spoke about litter prevention wardens to be hired and other positions. does the allocation of the decrease of $250,000 under short-term employment and no increase under contract employment, how does that affect your plan to hire, and how do you intend to pay those new workers?
So if you could just guide the minister by giving him the line items you referred to.
Item 16 and item 22.
Thank you very much.
The honourable member has correctly reported the figures. It is one that we will have to address at the mid-year. What we do know is that the onboarding of the 147 litter wardens and the 250 municipal police, and if we get the opportunity to find the alternatives to bring on the balance of the 440 that we want, will come via short-term for part of it, and then fill the positions for the rest of it. But the allocation will only take us to 6 months.
All right, Madam Minister, Minister through to Madam Chair. We have seen in the past where head office will do recruiting, assign people to work to regional corporations, and then the corporations will be forced to find money to pay those people. The corporations did not get an allocation for these officers. So while we are happy to have litter wardens finally come back after they were fired at the beginning of your term, well, not your term, but the PNM's term, I want to caution that the regional corporations should not be saddled with a promise that is supposed to be done by the Ministry of Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, I want to associate myself with the sincerity of what the honourable member has said. Wages and salaries are sacrosanct. There is no way that the ministry could or ever would provide people with jobs and not pay them, and therefore the corollary of that is that the corporations would have to receive the monies to pay them. And the honourable member is correct, and we'll ensure that we get it right.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 96. The Minister, there's an actual spend for 2021 of $164,000 for fuel and lubricants, but I see you are only budgeting $100,000 here for this fiscal term. With the increase in fuel, do you think this will be sufficient for this line item?
Fortunately, the vast majority of what we use is diesel, and there is no expectation in our mind that we'll have any difficulties on that head. In any event, we also have environments that are capable, and we will manage that cost. That's an at-cost basis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 17, training. There's also been an increase in the estimates for 2023, coming from the revised estimates of 1.8 million to 4.8 million. So can we account for that, please?
Those are distracted answering something else. Would you mind giving me the item
The
number?
line item, it's line item 17.
Line 17,
training.
Training. Okay. And you're asking what is the rationale for the increase?
Yes.
Okay. We had deferred training during COVID, and therefore we have an arrays of matters in which people need to be trained, particularly as we come on board with the digitization program. In fact, just a little while ago, our very, very hardworking head of accounts, Miss Susan Ali, who I will call her by name. She's notoriously shy, so she's going to be offended that I did that. She was lamenting, quite correctly, how difficult some of the training is in IFMIS and some of the financial software that we're introducing. And this increase is A, to take care of projects and training which was deferred, and B, the training which we require this year to get some of the digitization in particular up and running.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I draw the Minister's attention to the only line item here, which is line item 04, CPEP. I'm seeing a $15.755 million decrease. Minister, my question to you, there was an actual spend in 2021 of $443 million, a proposed spend in 2023 of $410 million. I had indicated to you on a previous occasion that we had been provided with detailed information before, which I'm hoping will be repeated on this occasion. So, Minister, I would appreciate if you'd be able to provide to the committee a listing by constituency of the number of contractors under CPEP that will benefit from this $410 million assigned for 2023.
Sure. First of all, thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. I'd like to indicate that the shown decrease is no intention of an actual decrease. We will be knocking on the door of the Minister of Finance in respect of the balance at mid-year. As we did last mid-year, you'll recall that we had an uplift in CPEP to meet with the shortfall. So just to put that on the table. Secondly, CPEP is arranged by virtue of regions. And I can tell you now, the central region has 36 contractors. The central region comprises Caroni Central, Caroni East, Chaguanas East, Chaguanas West, Couva North, Couva South, La Joqueta, Talparo, and Pointe-a-Pierre. And that's 36 contractors. The North Central region is the next one. That comprises 63 contractors. That is Aruca Maloney, Dabadi O'Meara, Lopino Bonaire West, St. Anne's East, St. Augustine, St. Joseph, and Tunapuna. The next one is the Northeast region. Northeast region comprises 56 contractors, and that is, forgive me, I think, yes, Northeast is 56 contractors, and that is Arima, Kumuto Manzanilla, Dabadi O'Meara, La Joqueta Talparo, Toco Sangre Grande. If we get to Northwest, Northwest comprises Diego Martin Central, Diego Martin Northeast, Diego Martin West, Laventil East Morva, Laventil West, Port of Spain North, Port of Spain South, Sawa Barataria, and St. Anne's East, and that comprises 70 contractors. Southeast comprises one heritage. It's not actually a constituency, but the heritage compound being the new company associated with Petrotrin, what was the old Petrotrin. We have Mayaro, Maruga Tableland, Naparima, Oropouche East, Pointe-a-Pierre, Princestown, San Fernando East, Siparia, and Tabaquite. And that comprises Southeast 42 contractors. Southwest, not San Fernando West, Southwest comprises 49 contractors. And Southwest is Faizabad, Labre, Oropouche East, Oropouche West, Point Fortin, and San Fernando West. And that Southwest is 49 contractors. So we don't have them per constituency, we have them in regions, and the regions are operated with those number of contractors as I've provided.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would it be possible, I'm willing to take it in writing then, for you to provide a listing of the names of those contractors?
I'll do my very best to try to get that information for you.
That's fine. That's yours.
Member for St. Augustine.
You finished? You finished? Oh. Minister, in your reply, you indicated heritage, properties of heritage. Is it that properties of heritage are being maintained by the CPEP company?
Yes.
Some of them?
Yes.
Can you indicate, it could come in writing, can you indicate which areas, whether they are roads, public facilities, sporting facilities,
sure,
and so on,
I'll do my best to get that
covered by
information.
CPEP?
Yes, and I should indicate that we're having discussions now because in our exercise of bringing on orphan roads and orphan areas, part of the lands of heritage which fell, that were previously managed by the company itself, now are going to be vested into the corporations themselves, which is the exercise we're engaged in now.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Miaru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 96. I have two very quick questions on this item. In terms of the capitalization for this Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, has any consideration been given to purchasing an asphalt plant as part of its capitalization, since that seems to be a real bare bug in this whole road servicing exercise, even with the Ministry of Works and Transport?
The answer is no. And because the whole of government approach is being applied in the secondary road repair company, the Minister of Finance has up to today, in fact, pushed forward the capitalization of the, what's the name of the company? Lake Asphalt. And Lake Asphalt is going to continue its domain so that we can centralize purchasing power and management of that resource. So bitumen is intended to come from Lake Asphalt, and therefore the plant will go there. We don't want to start up individual plants in every other place, because then the economies of scale fall apart and you're duplicating the resource base. So we're trying to centralize the resource base so we can get it at a better cost.
And Minister, the second question to that, will the company share some focus in terms of major landslips and bridges, since some of these items may be a bit beyond the technical capacity for some of the municipal corporations? Any focus, any intent to focus the company in those areas?
Absolutely, yes. Ministry of Works and Transport, Pure Division, RDC, the Rural Development Company, CIRIC, as we call it, the Secondary Road Repair and Improvement Company. They are all intended to work alongside with the ministry staff at the head office engineering department, so that we can pool the resources. In fact, we've already written to all of the agencies to identify projects which the respective agencies before CIRIC came about had, so we can tabletop what has been engineered, what is ready to go, what is short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And yes, of course, resource management is key. A lot of the back offices, if I could use that expression, I know you're well familiar with it, a lot of the back offices at Pure, RDC, and the ministry itself will combine under a memoranda of understanding to lend resources to this company so that we can literally hit the ground running.
Madam Chair, just allow me just one more question to close this off. Minister, you said that in terms of writing these agencies to get some synergies, what is the procedure, if it has been part of your thought process, to get like I know it's going to work closely with the regional corporations, but in terms of getting MPs involved in perhaps prioritizations, key roads and bridges and landslip within the constituencies, any thought in terms of how that will be dealt with in terms of the approach to get us involved in that process as well?
So I'm not going to allow discussion under the exercise, member, because I know your passion for this. I allowed you some breath, but under this exercise, we really can't discuss the whole policy and business of this secondary road rehabilitation and improvement company, and this is recurrent. Okay? Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sticking on that line item for now, the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company, we're seeing an allocation for $100 million, but we were told in the budget statement that it would be $200 million. We're missing $100 million.
That was last year. So 100 last year?
No. It wasn't this budget statement.
You're looking at 96. No, the Minister of... Yes. So earlier, prior to the budget, there was an indication of 200 million. We got 100 million capitalized last year, and we have 100 million coming in this year.
But we don't have in the estimates that any 100 million was correct. Yeah. That was expended. So we missed $100 million.
So let me let the Minister of Finance jump in.
I don't think they could spend 100 million in a week.
I would hope
it's
not.
only last week they got the 100 million, the first 100 million. Okay? Last month. In October, right? So it's only a short while ago that the Ministry of Finance made available the initial $100 million. I don't think they could spend that in a week.
Okay, well, thank you. No. Well, we are only now finding out.
I'm only now telling you because you only now brought it up.
Well, I'm glad I brought it up then, because now we know where the missing $100 million is. Right?
It's not missing.
No, it is not in fact missing. It was just last week they got it.
And it comes from the Ministry of Finance, which is why you won't see it in the column on that end there, listed under 96, which is now here for the first time.
And if you look at the estimates of expenditure in the Ministry of Finance, correct, you will see the $100 million was placed there last year.
Yeah.
So but it was delivered to them last week.
It was placed in finance
last year. But they got it last week.
In fiscal 2022, last year's budget documents, there was an allocation of $100 million placed for that company.
Correct.
And that has been given to that company
last
before the end of the fiscal year.
No problem, but
probably,
still last
probably did it on the 30th.
No problem. Thank you.
For remember.
Madam Chair, I had another question, but this one is on 09, the National Reforestation and Watershed Rehab, that program. So right above. Yes? So,
09, yes.
Pardon?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes. So under this, Minister, could you just, it may not be right now, but in writing, tell us where this program is still taking place? I'm asking because the Brothers Road of this program, which was in my constituency, they've been shut down for quite some time, but they were told that the program would be restarted. So just for clarity, if we can just get where the program is operational at the moment and where this increase of $3 million may be going, perhaps I'm hopeful it is back in the Tabaquite constituency.
Sure, Madam Chair, I can tell you now that the program is ongoing in the North region as to 26 particular areas. It is going on in the South region as to 21 specific areas, and it is going on in the East Trinidad region as to 13 particular areas. And that is well in store. So we've continued with the program as it is. I'd just like to indicate that there will be some adjustment to the program because some of the national forestation that we're looking at will also involve coordinating with the secondary road repair company as we deal with slope and stabilization issues, because what we want to do is to get proper material on the slopes, grass and tree types, etc., so that we can deal with embankment issues at the same time.
Member for Muruga Tableland.
Madam Chair, I'd like to take the Minister back to line item 96 with regards to the company. Minister, we were told in the budget statement that the board was already in place. I don't know if you'll be able to provide us with the board members.
Sure. That was the subject of a press release coming from the ministry where we handed out the particular positions. I had cause to inquire at the company's registry why the records were not brought up to date. There was a filing delay in terms of the scanning factors, but the board members have been publicly issued. Do you want the names of the members?
It's already publicly issued.
Since it's public knowledge,
find it.
I can find it. No problem. Minister, with regards to the I know my colleague would have asked with regards to the location of this new company and with regards to if the chair would allow, how do we go about as MPs? And I have to ask, Chair, forgive me, but I know you would have addressed this with regards to how do we as MPs go about with regards to accessing and submitting.
I'm not going to allow this in this exercise. Okay, there is going to be ample opportunities afforded to you. We're dealing with recurrent here. Member for St. Augustine? No? Member for Oropuchwas?
Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, sticking on the line item 96, given that the Minister just received his allocation for 2022, can the Minister advise when members of the public would be able to start getting road repairs actually done? When would the company actually be on the ground conducting road repairs?
We anticipate, Madam Chair, that this money that is reflected here under this head will be the subject of expenditure within a matter of weeks. I can tell you that the 6 board members who are all with head office at Kent House, which is where the ministry is, just to answer the previous question. They are hard at work, and the publication of how we access the information will be made clear, and all MPs will be involved.
Bonus East. Okay, so honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. 23, Port of Spain City Corporation.
Madam Chair, what page?
Page 242. Okay, remember we're in a different book, all right? Yes? Okay, so 23, Port of Spain City Corporation, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Item 002, public health and disposal. Item 003, abattoirs, markets, and dining shed. Item 004, transport and cleansing. Item 005, squares, playgrounds, and trees. Item 006, stores, works, and repairs. Item 007, cemeteries and crematorium. Item 008, Woodbrook Estate. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 244. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health and Disposal. Item 003, Abattoirs, Markets, and Dining Shed. Item 004, Transport and Cleansing. Item 005, Squares, Playgrounds, and Trees. Item 006, Stores, Works, and Repairs. Item 007, Cemeteries and Crematorium. Item 008, Woodbrook Estate. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health. Item 003, Abattoirs, Markets, and Dining Shed. Item 004, Transport and Cleansing. Item 005, Squares, Playgrounds, and Trees. Item 006, Stores, Works, and Repairs. Item 007, Cemeteries and Crematorium. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Okay. 24, San Fernando City Corporation. 25, Arima Borough Corporation. 26, Point Forte Borough Corporation. 27, Chaguanas Borough Corporation. 28, Diego Martin Regional Corporation. 29, Samoa Laventil Regional Corporation.
Diego Martin.
Where were you?
Diego Martin.
But where were you?
28.
I called Diego Martin long time.
28 Diego Martin.
Yes, I think I called Diego Martin and there was no one, so I've gone on to 29. We had Samoa Laventil Regional Corporation. Okay, so let's all keep up, okay?
Well, there are other places I'm sure I could interrogate the minister.
I'm certain. 30, Tanapuna Piako Regional Corporation. 30, Tanapuna Regional, Tuna Piako, and it's your tripping up on it, eh? Right. 31, Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. 32, Kuva Tabakit Talparo Regional Corporation. 33, Miaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation. 34, Separia Regional Corporation. Member for Faisalabad. We are at page 348.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, with regards to page 349, goods and services item number 15, repairs and maintenance equipment.
So we under item 001, subhead 02, goods and services, as in item 001 you're under?
That's correct.
Right.
Chair, on line item 15, repairs and maintenance equipment. Ministers, you might be aware there was an issue in the constituency of Faisalabad regarding from the heavy rains regarding a broken road. And there was an issue with regards to the corporation having only 2 of 7 backhoes in working condition. So I'm just asking whether on that allocation, which is 2,000, whether consideration can be given to increasing that that allocation so as to allow the corporation to repair those backhoes.
I thank the member for the question. I'd like to say, generally speaking, that immediately upon coming into the ministry, the first thing I did was to commission an asset and register of all equipment, serviceability and unserviceability. I confirmed that $5.14 million was required to fix every single corporation asset across all 14 corporations. Prior to the year end, the financial year end, I wrote to every corporation and asked them to provide me with the bills for all of their assets that were unserviceable. And we gave them money to fix all aspects of corporations. Some corporations couldn't complete the exercise in time, and specifically with respect to, I'm looking for the asset right now. Specifically with respect to some of the assets, they undertook to provide us with the information in the next financial year. We currently estimate that this sum is available to meet the ongoing positions. We've cleared off the vast majority of positions. We're keeping serviceability carefully in view. What we do have as well, Honourable Member, is a significant amount of unspent balances across several of the corporations, which in fact amounts to $98 million in total. And what we're doing under Section 112(2) of the Municipal Corporations Act is to also have environments come out of unspent balances to attend to immediate works. If there is any shortfall at mid-year, we will reach that, but I'm keeping a very careful eye on all assets and registers. We're taking one further step in relation to your concern, which is we're looking at the purchase of assets and a different form of maintenance, which we're talking to VEMCOT about right now, to make sure that we can centralize the serviceability of assets. So it's something that is very, very close to my heart, the serviceability across the regions. You'll note that in our exercises, we have clustered assets. So if assets are not working in one place, we borrow assets from another place. And I'd like to officially thank all CEOs, all chairmen across all 14 corporations for their very kind assistance in ensuring that we get this better.
Any other questions for Superior? Yes, Member for St. Augustine.
Madam, I'd just like the Minister to guide us as Superior has been earmarked to become a borough in your allocations. What specifically you plan to do to create borough status within Superior region?
Now again,
and
that's
what
that
line
kind
item?
of broad question, and I knew you could recover very quickly. Could you kindly identify a line item and maybe
I am asking the minister if he could guide me as to which line item he would, because this is a big announcement by the government. It's something I look forward to, but I'm not seeing the numbers reflecting any upgrade of the status of Superior from a municipality to a borough.
Madam Chair, you can give me 10 seconds. It's on the order paper. Let's start with that. So there's a motion, and it was done at the, yeah.
If we start with the order paper, we in the wrong place.
I was assisting you by grounding your point.
So your friend, I'm sure, will have another opportunity to ask this at some other time.
Right. So should we conclude that there is no allocation in this financial year for the upgrade to borrow?
Until you ask a specific question on a particular item, I don't think you could come to that conclusion. Okay? So anything else for Superior on the
I was going to identify the line item, madam. But I think it's very clear to all of us and to the public that there is no allocation. There's a promise, but no allocation.
Regional Corporation.
There's several allocations.
36, Princess Town Regional Corporation. Member from Maruga Tableland.
Right. Minister, I know with regards to the corporation and having conversation with the relevant councillors, I know more funding was requested with regards to the water trucking. That will be under Goods and Services 68. I see no increase was given. And given that Princess Town Regional Corporation services 3 constituencies, mine's included, which is rural, and we depend heavily on this allocation. If consideration could be given, thank you, Madam Chair.
So just to help the minister, we under subhead 02 Goods and Services, item 68, which is at the bottom of page 364. Am I correct? Yes. Thank you very much for guiding us.
Madam Chair, as indicated, A, we have mid-year to come. B, we have virements possible. C, we have clustering of assets. So I do share the honourable member's concern that we have water trucking as a careful aspect. Please remember that we also have a coordinating arm in the colleague of mine, the good Minister of Public Utilities, and how we treat with WASA as well. So I do give you my assurance that we will keep this under careful watch and coordinate as efficiently as we can with WASA.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything else for 36, Princess Town Regional Corporation? No? All right. 37, Regional Corporation Services General. Member for St. Augustine?
No.
No? You see what I mean? Your light went on. 38, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Local Government Authorities. Member for Oropuchis? Okay. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of development program, which is a new book. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. We are at page 92. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Yes, member for Hoover North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 003, Restoration of Local Bridges, where we have a $4.5 million allocated for that. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the PS and the Ministry for the support within the constituency of Hoover North for the installation of a temporary Bailey Bridge along the Rupsing Road, which was made available in a very short space of time under the previous minister. However, Minister, that was supposed to be a temporary fix, and I'm asking you if under this line item, if consideration can be given to have that project completed so we can have a permanent bridge installed in the Rupsing Road.
Answer is yes.
Member for Tabakit.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Minister, under this roads and bridges, right, D, we have local roads, local bridges, restoration of landslips. And I know, Madam Chair, we usually do line item by line item, but in the spirit of being quick here, the question is across the board for all of these, which is that we had an estimate and we saw the revised estimate being lower, so that means that we didn't spend. And then I'm seeing increases in 2023. And as a member of Parliament, and as I'm sure as you would know as well, most of us would appreciate if we can get, by way of writing, where we are looking at allocating these funds so that we can carry information to our constituents as to which local roads, which local bridges stand to benefit. So the local roads benefiting from this $5 million allocation, local bridges, the 4.5, and in particular for me, the restoration of landslips, we're looking at $6 million. And I'm sure you would note there'll be several correspondences from my office to the ministry highlighting the landslips under the local area. So if I can just get a restoration schedule, or if we can all get, that will make it easier for us as representatives to be able to communicate with our constituents whether or not we are looking at some relief within the fiscal year of 2023.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a very progressive thought. In the operationalization of reform, as we digitize, we're going to have a very public map as to all requests so that people can see it in a red light, yellow light, green light stage. What's going on? Where is it at? Whose responsibility is it on? What I can say is that we are mapping out all of those concerns. Remember, just to indicate the rationale as to why you saw the drop, we had some procurement issues. The contract spilled between 2 financial years, number one. Number two, we had a problem with bitumen supply, as a result of which we couldn't perfect some of the contracts. Please bear in mind that with the secondary road repair company, some of the bridges are going to be involved in that aspect. So as we get a clearer picture, having called for information from all of the respective agencies and having tabulated at head office all the requests that have come from all members of Parliament, we will be able to have a schedule, hopefully in the weeks and months ahead, that will be certainly a very public document.
Madam, thank you. Oh, South, okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And to an extent, the Minister has assisted my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Tabakit, but in the context of both 001 and 003. Minister, I know I've placed before your ministry, I don't know if you have seen it on your desk, but the repair or reconstruction, if we should use that term, to the Carolina Bridge, and given the recent bad weather, it is really a source of concern for me and the entire community at this juncture. So I hope that that will gain your attention in whatever entity, whether it is RDC or what it is, CIRC, now and so on.
I can give my colleague the assurance that we're going to tabletop. We are tabletopping all requests from all MPs, all positions, members of the public, writers as well. Please remember that some of the works that we perform are across several heads, some in the IDF, some via Rural Development Company, some under CIRIC, and then some under the corporations. So we have multiple areas. What we're doing right now, one of the aspects of reform is to make sure that there's transparency, so there's a whole picture aspect. But I want to give each and every one of my colleagues, this is one thing I can say to my colleagues on this side of the House, are equally vociferous as members opposite. We're all clamoring for the same resources, and we certainly intend to make sure that even if we don't have money in a particular financial year, we want to make sure that we have costed out the works so we can then prioritize the key aspects over the most essential aspects, major arteryways, etc., etc. All needs are important for us, and I please encourage all of my colleagues to continue to write to me. I take the caution from my colleagues that they want responses to their letters, and I give them the assurance that they'll get responses.
Member for Chaguanas East, I'll take you after Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 020 Local Roads and Street Signage Program. Minister, can you identify which corporations will benefit from this estimated figure under DP for this fiscal year?
I saw that in my package. You recall which ones? Oh, yeah. I was just telling PS next to me that I saw that in the package whilst I was consuming the data. All of them will. So we're looking at literally all of them.
Sure. Member for St. Augustine.
Yes, thank you. Madam, it's probably a good thing I didn't catch your attention a little earlier because I had the opportunity to listen to the minister replying to my colleagues about allocations for roads, bridges, Bailey bridges, and so on, all under item D. Madam, it is important for the public to know that while the minister said he will treat with all MPs, there's only $5 million allocated under 001 restoration of local roads. I don't know how he intends to share that with all MPs. Under local bridges, there is only $4.5 million, where most bridges, local bridges, cost close to $1 million each. There are several areas where Bailey bridges are required, and with a mere $2.5 million, he may only be able to do 2.5 bridges in the entire country. The restoration of landslips is also another area where even in the last few days of rain, we had probably over 12 landslips, major landslips to be repaired. I want to warn the minister that in his enthusiasm, he should not mamagai or mislead the MPs to give us hope that we could cause us to be disappointed at the end of the next financial year. But the reality is on the paper here. And I want to ask the minister if he will be kind enough to provide for us the list of roads that the ministry intends to undertake with the $5 million under 001. The list of bridges the ministry intends to undertake under item 003. The list of Bailey bridges the ministry intends to install under item 009. The list of landslips the ministry intends to install under item 010. And Madam, I don't even know if I want to ask for the list of local drains under 015 because that $2 million you have there, you might build one drain with it. So I don't want to be disappointed in you at the end of the financial year.
Thanks.
Would the minister be kind enough to provide a list in writing to the members opposite?
Madam Chair, I thank the honourable member for the courtesy she has extended in warning me not to disappoint her. The honourable member being a member of Parliament who provided me with a very long list of people in trouble in St. Augustine that I have made sure to reach out to and work with her together. Madam Chair, if I could just explain to perhaps give my colleagues some relief. When I spoke about item D, I reminded that there were other heads that I was speaking about. I did say the IDF, I did say the Rural Development Company, I did say that there was a secondary road repair company. So the honourable member is correct that the small allocations that the honourable member has referred to are under item D, which is what we're on. But I was reminding that the larger resources exist in other areas as well. So that's where the relief can come from, alternative sources of relief. I will happily provide the honourable minister with the information requested, and we'll do so in writing.
Okay, member for Maruga Tableland.
Mostly asked and answered, Madam Chair, but I would just like to put on record my sincere disappointment in the sense that my constituents have been clamoring, and I could see that we had estimates in 2022, and when you look at the revised estimate, these sums was not expended. I have persons stranded, and I will call one street Loney Road, and to see that when you look at restoration of roads, that the entire sum was not expended, I share the same sentiments with my colleague in St. Augustine that we may be disappointed.
Honourable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services.
Hello, my hand was up. I just want to thank you, Madam Chair. Item 010, restoration of landslips. There is no such item in the regional corporations, and specifically for repair of landslips. I want to ask the minister if he could undertake to have the regional corporations have this as a line item to work in tandem with the ministry to repair landslips, because we have a lot of major landslips and the corporations are restricted in this regard.
So, Madam Chair, I can't give an undertaking on that because part of the local government reform involves a devolution of powers which will ultimately come to the corporation's hands. So this financial year, unfortunately, is not the year in which that head of identification can happen in terms of putting in a new line item into each of the corporations. What I can say, again, is that there are numerous heads under which landslips can be treated with. The Rural Development Company, 96, as we've just passed those positions, the Secondary Road Repair Company, and then projects that are executed under the IDF. I do catch my friend's position, and I wish to assure her that as we get the work program published in terms of how we get the IDF money spent, how RDC goes to work, and how CIRIC, the Secondary Road Repair, goes to work, that we'll get some better clarification.
Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 9 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. Member for Shogunas East.
You right?
No, we are F, public buildings.
No, I wanted to ask E.
A, Port of Spain City Corporation. B, Arima Borough Corporation. C, San Fernando City Corporation. D, Point Fortin Borough Corporation. L, Shogunas Borough Corporation. We're at page 96. M, Diego Martin Regional Corporation. Member for St. Augustine, do you have a question? N, San Juan Lavatel Regional Corporation. P, Tanapuna Piaco Regional Corporation. R, Sangre Grande Regional Corporation. T, Cuba Tabaqui Talpa Regional Corporation. We are at pages 98 and 99. Member for Cuba North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to bring the Minister's attention to line item 260. Minister, this line item, drainage and irrigation program, you had made mention of adopting orphan roads and waterways, etc. We were advised in this House and a previous time by the former Minister of Agriculture that the water courses which were maintained by the Caroni 1975 Limited, they are not being maintained, and that is causing a major problem within the constituency of Couva North and several other areas where Caroni 1975 Limited would have had agricultural plots with water course running in between Couva South, Caroni Central, and surrounding vicinity. Do you think this allocation of 6.5 million will be sufficient to alleviate the flooding problems that our farmers face within the central community that the Couva Tabaqui Talpa region span?
So, Madam Chair, this particular corporation has had a 99.45% increase in developmental projects. So we welcome the increase in funding, certainly. To answer the honourable member's question and to put it into context, as we do our vesting exercise, we'll know what's coming to local government as opposed to what's going to stay in the Ministry of Agriculture. So that vesting exercise is a critical key item that we're nearly finished with identifying. And then what we are not going to manage, the Ministry of Agriculture will manage, whether through the EMBD or the ministry itself. Now, that ministry is a very well-funded ministry, but the agricultural priority is key. The honourable member is correct that making sure that we have the irrigation and other aspects under this head, drainage and irrigation is a key aspect. And I'm sure that between the Ministry of Agriculture and local government, we'll be able to figure out who has vested responsibility for what. If there is a need for supplemental funding, the intention of the ministry is to try and engage through the developmental program expenditure as quickly as we can, because we would very much like to knock on the door of the Minister of Finance at mid-year to ask him for a further budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for that kind response. And what I would like to say is that we would like to see these watercourses clean in the early half of next year during the dry season, so that when Standing Finance Committee mid-year review comes, by that time whatever has not been completed, hopefully we will see you requesting the necessary additional funding to have all these watercourses clean before the showers come down in the rainy season. Also, I would like to draw the Minister's attention to line item 264, construction of markets and abattoir. Where the Couva market is presently, that area there is where the NGC pipeline runs, and that has not been fully approved for the purpose that it served with respect to the necessary statutory approvals required for the existence of a market. And there is a location that has been identified east of that, next to the traffic lights intersection between the main road and the road connecting the Riverlet Road, where the traffic light is there. Can the Minister advise when we can see the commencement of the construction of the market for the Couva area?
Unfortunately, I can't advise immediately. I'll certainly get into discussions with the corporation so that we can get a better idea. We have 1 million square foot square footage of markets in Trinidad that we want to have in developmental point. We're looking at a blended mix, including PPP arrangements for those market spaces. But I will certainly get into the corporation and have a direct conversation with the chairman and CEO and members to see where that actually lies.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much. I've noted that you stated that the Couva Corporation got a 99.4% increase as it relates to in the pursuit of development projects. That will lead me to two line item, Local Roads and Bridges Program 265, and not going into all because it will take time. I will really hope that the monies are released before the mid-year review so that the Camden Road, the Base Road, the Bukaru Road, the road that is leading to that flagship project that you all are doing with respect to the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, all those roads are addressed so that Couva South will not be dubbed as the constituency with the mother of all potholes.
Madam Chair, the Camden Road is something that is within my sights. I've received a number of reports on it. I'd just like to remind that prior to coming to this ministry, had the mistaken view that the Ministry of Finance wasn't releasing monies. What I can tell you is the culprit inside of there is the actual, what I call the burn rate, the ability to get the project approved. So therefore, the projects and plannings and requests for releases is 99% the problem. We are working hand in hand with the with the statutory bodies, the municipal corporations, to improve their burn rate, to get them faster through the proposal. Some of the Camden issues we're going to treat between Ministry of Works and Transport and CIRIC, the Secondary Road Repair Company, we'll be treating with on that. And we certainly do undertake to push as hard as we can to get these projects performed. Just end by saying on that point, it was a source of deep concern to me that the municipal corporations' developmental programs, we returned $55 million to the Ministry of Finance. And that is something that I never want to see happen again. And a large part of that had to do with the manner in which their projects and planning are done. And what we're doing is we're doing a complete reformation of that.
Well, your comments are noted, Minister, and as I said, in the context of where the national heliport is, the helicopter services, the UTT Aviation Campus, and that's $690 million, which is being spent to develop the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. the enabling environment, road access, needs to be improved tremendously.
Correctly.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Madam Chair, Mr. Minister, based on what you just explained in terms of the projects reaching on time, what steps are you taking to ensure that the various municipalities have the technical officers required to ensure that these estimates are done on time so these projects can be submitted to your ministry for the necessary approvals?
I'll answer that in bullet point form. 1, we're digitizing. 2, we're using a program sharing a facility called SharePoint so that information is submitted digitally and not just by hard copy to then find out it takes 3 or 4 months to send it back. I know you have a lot of experience in having lived this environment. So the time frame to get projects into and out of approval is one aspect, dealing with digitization. Secondly, we are right now having a conversation, an onboarding conversation with all of the chairmen and all of the CEOs to put the technical resources to do the process mapping at the corporation in conjunction with head office. That will involve roughly across the 14 corporations, 10 persons per corporation, 140 people, deployed specifically with this aspect in mind. We've already designed how the reformed projects and planning units are going to use their new systems, and therefore we are applying a new process, 10 people per corporation, and we're deploying them at source. So they'll be inside of the corporations to make sure that what is sent is received in the correct fashion.
U, Miaro de Claro, Regional Corporation. V, Superior Regional Corporation. W, Pinal Dibe Regional Corporation. X, Princess Tongue Regional Corporation. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund at page 202. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Member for Tabaki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am at line item 003, Development of Rural Communities. I'm seeing an estimate of $35 million. And my question to you, ministers, which rural communities stand to benefit from this allocation over the fiscal 23? And also, which communities benefited from the $11 million in fiscal 22 from as per the revised estimate?
I thank the honourable member for the position. In fact, the $11 million is misleading. What happened is we actually spent nearly all of the money that was allocated in the last year, but we couldn't close it in time. So we're going to take it over into this financial year. That's roughly $8 million extra. That'll leave us with $26 million for 22 projects specifically. To answer your question, honourable member, the communities that will be benefited are Carney Central, Couva South, Diego Martin Central, Labre, Diego Martin West, Diego Martin North, Aruca Maloney, La Joqueta Talparo, Mayaro, Oropouche East, Port of Spain South, Princestown, and Tunapuna. Those are 22 projects in particular, comprising some $26,571,582.01. And those projects are broken down into those areas accordingly.
Okay, thank you. And then, Minister, perhaps you can inform us as well in how we can go about applying to have projects within our various communities, because from your list, I note a specific constituency wasn't called. You know, and we have a lot of rural communities in the constituency of Tabakit, so we would like to be able to benefit going forward.
To answer your question, please do write into the ministry. There's a particular colleague of yours. I'll look, if you've sent in already, please refresh it. If you don't mind, I'm sure it's there. There's a particular colleague of yours wearing blue on the end over there, lovely lady, who has some 26 projects identified on that list. But we'll have a look at it to make sure.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, A010, the Latrine Eradication Program. Minister, I know the 2022 revised estimate of $3,300. I'm not sure who would have benefited from that, just $3,300. But can you state which municipalities are scheduled to benefit from the 2023 estimate of $5 million? I know previously it would have been done by corporations. I'm not sure if you're still doing it that way. If you can state.
Being done by corporations. First of all, that small sum that you saw was a legacy close-off of account sum, and it's all, we're still doing it by corporations, and all corporations will be a part of it. There was an equal spread in distribution of the latrine eradication, and we're into the second phase, if I'm not mistaken. Just let me confirm, 1 second. So it's the third time we're going out on this project. This will be phase 3. Each corporation will get 4 projects. So every one of the corporations will get 4, and it's done by corporation.
Minister, since I was a mayor, I submitted a list. So I'm putting you on notice. Although I'm an MP now, I'm still going to send you a list for my constituents of Enterprise North and South in Shogunasis.
I look forward to receiving it.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member of St. Augustine.
I wanted to ask if it is still the policy of this government to eradicate latrines, since they are encouraging people to go back to coal pots and bicycles and so on.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. You see, when I see you, we ain't going forward. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,718,817,342 for head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,718,817,342 for head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierre. Thank you all, your staff from the ministry. You all are excused. Reach home safely. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Energy and Energy Industries, $1,491,921,498. I will now invite the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is charged with the responsibility of managing the resources of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in particular in the hydrocarbon sector, and particularly oil and gas. And really, I'd like to use the opportunity to thank the staff at the Ministry of Energy under the leadership of the permanent secretaries for the work that they've been doing, and the guidance that they've been giving, which have led to very tangible results for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. and in particular just in two areas in supporting the negotiations that the country has heard us talk about, the Prime Minister and myself, the Honorable Prime Minister and myself, which has resulted in well over $11 billion from 2019 to date in revenue that would not have come to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for oil and gas resources as a direct result of our negotiations. And also I'd like to use the opportunity to thank, on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Gas Company for the great work that they've done in very difficult times, and in particular the cleanup exercise that they were forced to do coming out of the 2010 to 2015 and the settling of over $1.3 billion in claims on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and their return to profitability as a result of us standing strong. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,491,921,498 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $1,491,921,498 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowances. 2022, you had estimated 31.6. Again, 2023, 31.7. Basically, same figure. Was there any reason why that vacant positions or the was not filled? Because you're now asking for $8 million as an increase. So what is the reason for that $8 million? Is to fill vacancies or new staff?
Well, as the member has quite rightly started off by saying, the estimates for 2022 were $31.6 million. The estimates for 2023 are $31.7. The revised estimates, of course, because of the period that we were dealing with, which was the 2022 period before we had this change in our financial circumstances, it went down to 23.6. As the member would be aware, and as we've heard time and time again with every ministry, the appointment of persons in the civil service is done by the Public Service Commission. And so therefore we're hoping that in this period we will get some appointments in the public service by the Public Service Commission.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 28, Other Contracted Services. Again, an increase of $12.4 million. You didn't basically utilize what you had estimated in 2022. Could you just state what those contracted services would be for this fiscal year?
These contracted services are things like IT and, of course, reprocessing of seismic and these types of things. As you all know, we are aggressively looking at the existing acreage in Trinidad and Tobago, and we are on an aggressive campaign to try and exploit our resources as quickly as possible. So that is what this is.
Thank you. Can I go to another line item? Minister, line item 36, Extraordinary Expenditure. Again, $6 million wasn't utilized, and it's come back again for this fiscal.
Thank you very much. So what this is with respect to a project between PARIA and PPGPL. And in particular, what we're looking to do is to ensure that the LPG services are not disrupted.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so we now go on to subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Item 007, households. Yes, member for point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under household 01, the shortfall in the subsidy for the sale of petroleum products, could you help me understand the numbers here? In 2021, it's $18 million as the subsidy figure. 2022, $3.10 million. And now the estimate is $1 million, as the Minister of Finance would have said. Is it correct to say in 2021, $18 million was only the subsidy that the government paid on behalf of the taxpayers? Trying to understand these numbers here in the different categories.
So as you would have heard for the last 7 or 8 years, every time, so the actuals, yes, the answer is those were the actuals taken from this line item towards the payment of the subsidy in 2021. And then, of course, there was carryover. But as you would see, even though we had estimated, and this, of course, you would recall that all of these documents are produced by the Budgets Division at Ministry of Finance. So what they have the difficult task of allocating sums. So those are the sums they allocated. You would see that what happened in 2022 with the revised estimates, it was 310 million. What we then had to do, because of the increase in the price of fuel, is, of course, we had to supplement that out of the Ministry of Finance. So that is what you're seeing here. So now in this fiscal, the Ministry of Finance has provided, as the Prime Minister announced at least a month and a half, if not 2 months ago, that we will subsidize fuel this year to the tune of $1 billion, and that's what you're seeing there.
And I might just want to add, we might still have some payments from 22 carried over into 23, but that's what that billion is for.
Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of Development Program Consolidated Fund, head 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. We're at page 90. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member for point of order.
Can I go down to G, Madam
Show you me.
Can I?
Show you me.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line under G, equipment and vehicles, 004. 2022, you had estimated 11 million to do charging stations throughout the country. You and I spoke on that in the last SFC. This year, nothing. You had identified certain areas last year. I'm just asking if nothing was spent, and if any charging stations were actually.
Unfortunately, in the last fiscal, the answer is no. We're not able to get those charging stations up and running. In fact, one had been allocated for the Hyatt, but then there were some difficulties. So we're now in discussions with Queen's Hall and the management of Queen's Hall to see if one can be put there instead. We've identified other areas, both in Trinidad and Tobago. But as you're aware, even though we had taken off all of the importation duties, VAT, etc., to allow persons no tax on importation of electric vehicles, right now there is more demand than supply in the world for electric vehicles. So unfortunately, Trinidad and Tobago hasn't been given that priority. Also, with the advent of the development of new technologies, every single one of those electric vehicles coming now, you have home chargers that really you can charge all the vehicles overnight. And then, of course, because of the size of Trinidad and Tobago, there's no longer really a need for electric charging ports, but we are still going to look into the installation of some of these.
Just a follow-up. So the one at St. Anne's, Queen's Hall, Minister, would fall under Queen's Hall themselves as an institution, as opposed to the Ministry of Energy? It's
going to be a joint venture, but we're also looking to see whether we can get private sector buy-in as well, as that has been happening, especially some of the motor vehicle companies in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Member for Point of Prayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, 00011, dredging of the sea lots, main channel and turning basin. 3 million was estimated in 2022. Nothing was spent, and this year, $15 million. Is it some major dredging that is going to take place within that area?
The answer is yes. There is a need to dredge the sea lots area for fuel depoting and the movement of fuels to and from National Petroleum. We had estimated the $3 million last year to get the procurement process going. Fortunately, we have been able to use NEC to do the procurement. So this $50 million you're seeing here is we expect it to start this year. And this will be the sum of money to get it going and hopefully complete it.
Just a follow-up, Minister, this project, would it fall under U.S. Minister of Energy or would it fall under NIDCO, as I see in brackets here?
Under the previous administration, i.e. the UNC administration, they'd used NIDCO, but there were problems in the implementation of that. So we've now switched it, and we're using NEC to do it.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,491,921,498 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $1,491,921,498 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS, and to you. Okay, so, honorable members, there has been some agreement between the sides just for us to change the order on one item, and that will be to bring up the Environmental Commission, which we will do now. Okay? So, just so that everybody will get on the page, we are on page 224 of the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Head 38, Environmental Commission, $7,017,435. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is my privilege to come before you in this honorable House on behalf of the Environmental Commission, which is a superior court of record established under the Environmental Management Act. That is part of the state's commitment to the development of a national strategy for sustainable development. The current commission comprises a full-time chairman along with a part-time deputy chairman and 5 members who are also part-time and are all appointed by the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The commission has the jurisdiction to hear appeals from decisions of the Environmental Management Authority, to hear matters arising between the EMA and its stakeholders with respect to the enforcement of consent agreements, and to adjudicate on civil actions or complaints brought by private persons. The Commission is staffed by a registrar, and I have the privilege to have with me Registrar Antoinette Allain and other members of staff, including Ms. Stacey Allain, Administrative Officer 2, Acting, and Mr. Ramesh Supasad, Acting Accountant Assistant, with me today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney General. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $7,017,435 for Head 38 Environmental Commission stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $7,017,435 for Head 38 Environmental Commission is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 007, Households. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $7,017,435 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $7,017,435 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, AG. Thank you, Registrar, and the rest of your team. Right. Okay, so we go back now. We now go to the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, $239,624,000. I will now invite the Minister of Youth Development and National Service to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure at this sitting of the Standing Finance Committee to discuss the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is dedicated to the holistic development of our youth, empowering them to be co-creators of our sustainable future for themselves and for our nation. As I said in my budget contribution, we recognize and value their contribution as active citizens and strategic partners in achieving personal and professional growth, as well as the overarching national goals aligned to our Vision 2030. Madam Chair, in fiscal 2023, the projects of the ministry have targeted development in the areas of youth development, enterprise development, national service, and digitalization transformation. As it relates to youth development, we'll be continuing with the programs which were oversubscribed to ensure that all youth who were not able to enroll last fiscal are given the opportunity to do so this year. Capital projects for this fiscal are not limited to the refurbishment and upgrade of existing residential and non-residential facilities, but will seek to establish additional facilities to serve a more significant number of our youth population. In terms of enterprise development, the ministry is intent on helping people to establish and to expand or improve their businesses. Additionally, emphasis will be placed on youth in agriculture through projects and programs such as the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program and the Youth Agricultural Shade House Program and the Moruga Farm School. Madam Chair, I take this opportunity to present the ministry's plans and look forward to discussion with the honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $239,624,000 for Head 81, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $239,624,000 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. 45,000. It went up to 214,000 this year, this fiscal year, from a budgeted of 45,800 and now 200,000 for this fiscal. Could you describe how many committees or what these committees comprise, or what is the function?
The cabinet appointed an advisory committee to advise cabinet on the youth development program concerning the youth development and apprenticeship centers and the non-residential youth development centers, and this was with a view to determining a new management model for these facilities to allow them to be more sustainable in a long-term arrangement, and also to improve and modernize the curriculum. In addition to that committee, Cabinet also appointed an advisory committee to advise Cabinet on a proposal for a new voluntary national service program, and that committee, both committees have since submitted their reports.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Madam Chair, with regards to cooperatives, could I move on to that line item, or you're not there yet?
No, just 1 minute, please. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respect to line item 04, allowances, multi-paid officers. Can you identify, Honourable Minister, the number of multi-paid officers who currently are employed with the ministry and who will benefit from this allowance?
The number of multi-paid officers are 217.
Yes, Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you. Item 01, Honorable Minister. Can you identify under salaries and cost of living? I see you have also included in this year's budget the provisions for vacant posts with incumbents. Can you indicate the number of vacancies that exist right now within the ministry?
The number of vacant posts without bodies will be 180. 180.
180, thank you.
Item 002, cooperatives. Member from Aruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, item 01, I see there's an increase of 200,000. Can the Minister state how many new staff this will benefit? And if you could state how much staff that is currently employed underneath this line item.
At the Cooperative Development Division, the current number of staff on the establishment is 67.
With regards to the increase, the 200 increase, how many staff? It said here is to make provision for vacancies.
The number of vacant positions will be 24.
Item 003, friendly societies. Item 005, youth affairs. Item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Caroni Central.
Honorable Minister, I seeing in respect to line item 04, electricity, there's a reduction in the amount of $350,000. Can you indicate what is the rationale behind the budgeting of a decrease of $350,000?
This decrease in expenditure is as a result of previous year's payments on charges on electricity bills, including meter charges, which were paid in 2022.
Item, Honorable Minister. I know the Honorable Minister of Finance would have indicated that there may be certain provisions with respect to increases very soon by the RIC in respect of electricity rates. Does this amount here of estimate of 800,000 factor in the increases in electricity rates soon?
I can't speak to that. I'm not aware of any proposed increase in electricity rates.
Move on to line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage. Will the Minister be so kind to indicate the number of buildings that are leased under rent by the Ministry on this line item?
This particular item covers the Ministry's head office at Elizabeth Street, Sinclair, and as well the rental for the St. Michael's School for Boys.
On a follow-up on that, I see there is a reduction of $186,000. Is it that, what does that represent, the decrease?
The Ministry has no previous year's bill on hand, resulting in a decrease in the allocation.
Member for Samoa Barataria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm on line item 22. Minister, I'm looking at the estimates for 2022, and I saw the original estimate would have been about 2.3 million, and then the revised would have been 5.3 million or so. That's a total increase of $3 million for short-term employment. can you indicate to us how many persons would have been hired on the short-term employment to send the bill up by an additional $3 million?
45 persons.
Minister, for what purpose were these persons hired?
Administration to meet the needs of supporting units, divisions within the ministry. Persons previously employed on contract are awaited renewal of positions, and the ministry is awaiting feedback from the Public Management Consulting Division, PMCD, of the Ministry of Public Administration.
The short-term employment would be how long?
It's usually 3 to 6 months.
3 to 6 months? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like the Minister to go back to line item 16, and if he could kindly state how many contract officers the ministry has.
I answered that before, but I will answer it again. Sorry, this is contract officers you're asking, is the 33 contract officers.
Thank you, Minister.
45 contract officers and 33 vacant contract positions.
Item 002, cooperatives. Item 003, friendly societies. Item 004, youth centers. Item 005, youth affairs. Item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. We are at page 381. Item 001, general administration. Item 003, friendly societies. Item 004, youth centers. Item 005, youth affairs. Item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Member for Caroni Central.
Sorry, on the other one, please. Sorry, you were going quite smooth.
Item 004, international bodies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. This is where you are?
Yes, please.
Member for Caroni Central.
Yes. Honorable Minister, in the budget statement, the Honorable Finance Minister indicated that there will be 2 transition homes in this financial year. And I see there's an allocation of $2.1 million to additional transition home. Is this enough funds to ensure that these transition homes are fully resourced?
We will be able to start the program with the allocation that you see here. We are currently reviewing the management structure for the transition homes, and when that receives approval, the necessary discussions will take place with the Ministry of Finance.
Paula, please, Honorable Minister. So this is to get it started. So is it that the ministry does not have budget in place in terms of the cost,
This is what we
cost
currently have. We do have a transition home at St. Madeleine. What I'm saying is that we're reviewing the overall management model of how these homes will be managed. And in terms of, you asked also about the dimension of additional transition homes, so that in the execution of those new homes, it will be under a new model. And at that time, when that decision is taken, we will have discussions with the Ministry of Finance on that matter.
And what's the time frame for that to be completed? Because it was announced in this financial for this financial year. So we expect
the work is currently ongoing. It should be done shortly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 01, contribution to non-profit institutions, youth organizations. Minister, would you be able to provide for us in writing a listing of organizations to benefit and the amount proposed to be expended on each?
This provision is to cater for the youth organizations that will make requests to the ministry for funding, for support for their various programs, community programs and youth development programs. And it is from this allocation that those funds, after the committee assesses the application and approves it, is from this allocation that they will be paid. So you'll be able to get that after the fact.
Follow-up question, Minister, for the purposes of my very own constituency, which you are often in and know the amount of youth organizations there are. I'm asking if you can provide to this committee the criteria by which these groups are assessed, whether it's on projects alone or there are other criteria in which they are assessed to receive the necessary assistance.
Well, in relation to your comment about my regular visits, we're just trying to take that constituency away from you. And
that's very hard to do.
And we aim to succeed in that.
You plus many can't do that.
We aim to succeed in that, but in relation to the
all 41.
In relation to the criteria, we will be able to submit that information in writing.
Sure, thanks.
Item 007, households. Member from Aruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to bring the minister to 06. There is a significant increase with regards to the programs, and I wanted the minister to indicate what are the current programs and what is being developed with regards to this program, this line item, I should say, and also with regards to line item 07, we see a significant increase, and also 08 that went an increase of $6 million. If the minister could indicate.
As you might be aware, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service has been engaging the youth population in several training programs, all of which I mentioned during the budget presentation, a list of which I'll be happy to submit in writing, but we have been engaging our youth population with a range of training programs, particularly in technical vocational areas.
Line item 09, Honorable Minister. Excuse me. The My Part program, I stand to be corrected. Was that the program in which employees were given termination notices April this year?
It is not correct to say that anybody received termination notices. The My Part program, Cabinet has taken a decision to move the program from the NESC where it was before for the Specialized Youth Services arm of the Defense Force Reserves that currently runs the MyLAT program to execute that program on behalf of the government. And therefore, there were a few employees who were short-term, and you know short-term employment is just that, short-term, 3 to 6 months, who may not have had their short-term renewed. There was no retrenchment or whatever is term you use in the question.
Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up what the Minister just said to my colleague, is it safe to say, Minister, that the line items 08 and 09 in MyLAT and in My Part programs are now merged together as one?
No, it is not correct to say that they're merged together as one. They're two separate programs. MyLAT is the military-led academic training program, and the My Part deals with apprenticeship training and skills training. So they're similar programs, and they will both be run by the Specialized Youth Services, but they're separate programs. One is academic, and one is for technical vocational learning.
Thank you.
Both residential programs.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to start with line item 04, National Mentorship Program. Honorable Minister, in 2022, this program was allocated $1 million, but the ministry failed to utilize any, where we see nil in the revised estimate for 2022. Can you explain why we didn't utilize any of the funds allocated for this program?
There are some programs that require face-to-face interaction. This is one such program, and it is a program that involves visits to schools. And you would know that during the COVID pandemic, that the schools were doing online learning. So we did not execute this program for that reason. But now that the schools are back out, we intend to execute the program during this fiscal.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, however, what I'm seeing here for the 2023 estimate is half of what was estimated for 2022. So is it that as we are recommencing this program now that schools are back out, is it that we are doing it on a smaller scale?
Efficiency and tight management. We're utilizing the funds that we have. And we will, of course, utilize all measures to make sure that we can have cost savings where necessary.
So the proposal that was brought to this House in 2022, you are criticizing the efficiency of the proposal that was brought for the last fiscal term.
That is not what I'm saying. I said we will utilize efficiency to make sure that we achieve the targets, and if we continue the program to the end of the fiscal, we will approach the Ministry of Finance in the midterm for additional funding.
So then you are saying that moving on, Minister, to line item 06, Youth Skill Development Program. Similarly, 1 million was allocated to this line item. However, it was revised at only 300,000. Again, the ministry failed to utilize the financial resources made available in 2022. Can you explain why?
Well, the answer remains the same. Some of these programs require face-to-face interaction. It would be difficult to execute some of these skills training programs virtually. So if you didn't see any action in the last fiscal, that's the reason why. And if you see a reduction in the allocation, as I said, we do intend to implement the program, and when we get to the midterm, we'll make requests to the Ministry of Finance for additional funding.
Is that the same situation for line item 9, that we are under budgeting for this line item also, like we did for the last two, and we are only budgeting for half the financial term, with the plan to come in the mid-year review and ask for more money?
Let me correct the misconception that is entering the record. It has nothing to do with budgeting for half the year. It has everything to do with looking at the performance of a program in terms of its pattern and rate of expenditure. And if the rate accelerates and there's need to provide supplemental funding, we will. So at our level, we'll be monitoring the expenditure. And if we see that the Ministry of Youth is spending at a rapid rate, then automatically those programs would be supplemented in the mid-year, because this is a very important ministry.
Is it that you are saying, Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, that when we look at the performance of the ministry, where these programs are concerned, that they were underperforming, and that is why we are under budgeted at this time?
Not at all. You'll have heard the minister say that because of COVID, there were a lot of things they might have wanted to do, but they could not do. It was physically impossible to do so. That is performance in a mathematical sense. Because I'll give you a perfect example. For example, the school feeding program. When schools were closed, you could theoretically say that the school feeding company didn't perform, but it had nothing to do. There was nothing it could do. There were no schools open. So it's a mathematical situation I'm talking about. Okay? So now that we have full opening, we expect acceleration, and money will be provided.
Line item 04, can the Honourable Minister advise the proposed estimate for 2023, how many youths are expected to benefit from this program?
Are you speaking about the mentorship program?
For
Program the 40 under 40, we are targeting 26 schools identified by the Ministry of Education. I can't speak to the number of students in each school, but it will cater for all the students of these 26 schools identified by the Ministry of Education.
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, at line item 01, NEDCO, I see there's a significant increase of 6.7 million. Are there some changes being taken in respect of this program and how it's being administered?
That increase deals with the Business Incubator Program of the Business Accelerator Program, sorry.
In that follow-up question, please, Madam Chair, to you. In the last financial year, would you be able to indicate how many companies would have benefited from, your revised estimate of 18 million?
We can provide that information in writing.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to take the Minister to line item 03, Community Recovery Program. Minister, I saw in 2022 $1 million was budgeted, but only $250,000 was spent. Can you indicate which community benefited? Also, how this program is rolled out and what it entails, and which communities stand to benefit from the $1 million allocated in this fiscal year?
I will have to present you that information in writing. The Community Recovery Program, we have the committee submitted this report. That work involves work in areas at risk, high-risk areas, challenging areas, and we propose to continue that work in this fiscal. I can submit that information you requested. I don't have it at hand in terms of which communities specifically to name them by name, but I can provide you that information in writing.
I appreciate it, Minister, but one more question. But who chooses these community with regards to being at risk?
Well, the Cabinet gave the responsibility to treat with this matter to a Cabinet-appointed committee, and the committee would have made the selection of the areas that they focused on.
Member for Gouverneur.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, taking the Minister back to line item 01, NEDCO. NEDCO was budgeted at 29.5 million, but Minister, you only utilized 18 million out of that. That's a significant disparity in the figures there. Can you explain why?
Involved in supporting small business and lending money to businesses that don't traditionally would not traditionally be able to access funding from the commercial banks. During the COVID period and the lockdown, you know that many small businesses, there was not room for that kind of development of small businesses. And now that the economy is back up and running and people are taking risk again, I expect to see that these facilities will be fully utilized.
Minister, looking at the line item 03, Community Recovery Program, you estimated $1 million for it. The actual spend for 2021 in the height of the COVID pandemic and lockdown for that entire 2021 fiscal term, it was utilized 732,000. But for 2022, that's 2021, sorry, the actual spend was $732,377. But the revised estimates of 2022, where a portion of the year things had started opening back up, only utilized 250,000. Can you explain why the significant underperformance of the ministry with this line item?
I don't consider that as any underperformance. The work of the committee in this particular, the committee reports on a periodic basis, and the work of the committee may be different in different quarters, but the work continues. There's no underperformance this year.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the time, Madam Chair, so I wouldn't take too much of it. I just want to ask the Minister on the line item NETCO. I know that NETCO would have given out some entrepreneurial relief grants to assist small businesses with COVID. You can provide it in writing, Minister, a list of those persons who would have benefited from the grant and how much they would have benefited, because I know it was up to $20,000 per individual may have benefited.
Member for Caroni Central.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Minister, line item 02, the GAP program. Can you indicate, the number of persons currently enrolled in this program, and what is the period of enrollment for each cycle?
You have to give you that in writing, because it's quite a lot. This is a program that is national.
Sorry, just the number of persons enrolled currently, and what is the time frame for the program? So it is a yearly program, 6 months.
Be 800. And it's it's usually a 6-month stay with the beneficiary.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we'll now move on to the draft estimates of development program. Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund, page 158. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Member for Tabakit.
Oh, sorry, I was ahead of you, so I stand down.
Sorry, Member for Chaguanas East.
Madam Chair, thanks. 0903003, from disaster to recovery, securing employment through the empowerment of medium and small enterprises in post-COVID-19 Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, the revised estimate, the actual in 2021 was nil. 2022 estimate 200,000, revised estimate nil, and 2023 estimate 200,000. Can you explain what recovery is being spoken about here on this particular line item, looking at the expenditure over the years presented?
This project involves TEDCO partnering with the ILO to conduct workshops that will expose medium and small enterprises to different strategies and identify practical tools to help them facilitate growth and overcome challenges.
So, Minister, based on your response, it's still in the process of, nothing has happened as yet, based on the expenditure?
It's an ongoing program, member.
Okay.
Item 0, Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 02, NEDCO digitalization transformation. This line item in 2022 was estimated at 500,000, but again, the ministry underperformed with utilizing any of these funds. Can the minister explain why?
It's not of underperformance. The ministry, of course, will be in consultation and discussion with the Ministry of Digitalization, and these programs are run in conjunction with, in cooperation with, and from guidance from the Ministry of Digitalization.
However, Minister, no funds was utilized. So can you say the program was actually run, or can you explain what took place for this financial year if it is that the revised estimate we say nil?
Yes, sir. In the last, coming to the end of the fiscal, $288,000 was utilized from that allocation you were speaking about for the procurement of laptops and servers and UPS devices, etc.
And why are we not seeing it here if it is that you have the figures it was utilized?
It's provided you with the information.
All right, Minister.
Item 004, social infrastructure. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Minister, to line item 001, the development of a youth employment policy. We see in 2021 an allocation of 300,000. We see actual spent of 61 and, well, no, actually no revised spent with regards to the 61 that was allocated in 2022. Could the minister shed some light as to what is the status of this policy, what it would have entailed?
Policy, the work on the preparation of the youth policy has been completed. The policy has been approved by Cabinet, and the policy now forms the basis on which we develop the programs going forward for youth development agenda. So the allocation that dealt with the consultation and drafting and approval process for the national youth policy that has been completed. The policy is now approved, and as I said, that is our policy guiding document.
Right. So Minister, just for my clarification, right? I'm seeing the youth employment policy, and then there is some line item, the national youth policy. Are they both the same?
Yeah. The youth policy is the overarching policy. The employment policy is a component of the youth policy.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to direct the Minister's attention to line item 007 and line item 004, and I'm using them in conjunction, right? Because line item 007 speaks to the construction of a youth development apprenticeship centers, where 20 million was allocated. None was spent, but we also have $60 million being allocated to the refurbishment of the youth development and apprenticeship center. So my question is, are these in reference to the same thing, and therefore was the construction abandoned and the decision taken to do a refurbishment instead? And therefore, we had what would have been, an 80 million allocation more or less, but 16 million being expended.
Items, the refurbishment of youth apprenticeship centers deal with the existing centers, the ones at Presto, Chatham, and El Dorado, and the construction deals with the two new centers that we propose to construct. During the last fiscal, we have been involved in the identification of the land and doing the designs, etc. But the work in terms of the refurbishment is underway for those existing centers.
Yeah. Member for Kuvanaugh.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 008, establishment of a farm school in Moruga. Minister, this item was estimated in 2022 at 15 million. However, we see the revised estimate is nil, and there isn't an allocation for the 2023 figures. Can you advise what took place with the establishment of this farm school in Moruga?
The allocation for the farm school in Moruga is in the infrastructure development fund, so we'll leave that in the next. All right, but
also, line item 25. Youth Agriculture Homestead Program. This program was given an allocation of $10 million in 2022, but in the revised estimates, it's nil. Can the Honourable Minister kindly explain why?
Agricultural Homestead Program, as per Cabinet decision, is being funded from the Agricultural Incentive Fund.
But we are seeing in 2023, you are now asking for a further $2 million on the same line item.
Mr. Treat, with the refurbishment of the headquarters that will be used for the program.
The refurbishment of the headquarters that's being used for the program?
The refurbishment of a space from which the administration of the program will operate.
Can the Minister advise us on how many youths benefited from this program in the last financial year?
There are currently 200 participants enrolled in the app.
And can the Minister advise what was the criteria utilized in selecting this 200?
There was a public advertisement to which all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago
Yes,
qualifying
Minister,
age.
over 1,600 applied. Can you advise how you came from 1,600 down to 200?
I'm trying to finish answer your first question, but you're going at a rate.
Okay.
So I'm saying that there was a public advertisement to which all citizens of qualifying age were allowed to apply, and there, of course, is a criteria that you must meet, and there is a committee appointed by the cabinet to review the applications. Representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and representatives from the Ministry of Youth, and they follow that procedure in terms of the selection of the limited 200 spaces.
Minister, I appreciate the attempt to provide an answer, but you failed to answer the question that I would ask. I asked the criteria
Madam
that
Chair,
was utilized.
really?
Can you? Minister, I understand the process of how you went about.
Okay. This one. Member for Caroni Central, just withdraw that and apologize. You see, at this hour, we can't go that way. Please.
Was
Member for Caroni Central.
I withdraw
Thank you.
and apologize.
Right. Okay, so
No, you could go on.
Minister
You go on,
of Energy and Energy Industries. Your colleague haven't withdrawn and apologized. I know you're quite gracious, you accept it, and we move on. Thank you very much. Member for Cuba North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, I understand in your attempt to explain the process of the cabinet-appointed committee goes about selecting persons, and what I was asking is if you can provide us with the criteria that the committee would have utilized in coming up with those 200 names.
We can provide that. I
Would
don't have
you
it
be
with
able
me
to
now.
provide it now?
We can provide.
But you'll provide it in writing.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, may I continue? Moving on to line item 021, expansion of the St. Madeleine Transition Home. Minister, this line item was budgeted, estimated, in 2022. It was allocated $10 million. However, the revised estimate is only $2 million. Can you explain?
Yes, the work has already started on the refurbishment to the St. Madeleine Transition Home, and as the work progresses, if sufficient, if we need additional funding, we will liaise with Ministry of Finance to provide that funding.
The work has not been completed as yet.
No, but the contract has been awarded and the contractor is on site.
However, Minister, for the 2023 estimate, you have not put anything there. If works is ongoing, why it is we not budgeting for the works for when it is to be completed?
When we come to the next.
Thank you, Minister. And would you be kind enough to provide us with the scope of works and the proposed completion?
Under the IDF. Huh?
Okay.
Yes? Okay. Member for Point of View? Ask and answer.
I got the answer.
Member for Shagona Seas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 014, the Civilian Conservation Corps Development. 2021, no actual. 15 million estimate in 2022, but a revised of 1 million, and no estimated figure for 2023. Minister, can you just indicate whether, based on this 15 million estimated in 2022 and the revised, whether any DP projects would have been cancelled under this particular line item?
Could you just please repeat the question?
I'm asking whether, based on the estimated figure for 22 and the revised for 22 versus 2023, no estimated figure, whether any projects, DP projects under this line item was cancelled.
Under the IDF as well.
Excuse me?
That project is under the IDF.
Okay, sure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 011, 012, and 013. All these projects were estimated. There was an allocation for 2022, but nothing for the revised estimate for 2022 and nothing for 2023. Has these 3 projects been discontinued?
Yeah. They're all under the IDF.
For Maruga Tableland? No?
IDF.
Okay, sure. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. We are at page 238. Item 004, social infrastructure. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to start with item 008, the establishment of the Maruga Farm School. Now, we had an initial allocation of $15 million. I see that it has been reduced to $5 million with nothing spent in fiscal 2022. If the minister could shed some light for the youth of Maruga with regards to this program, when it would be outrolled.
The Maruga Farm School, which is a project that the government intends to implement, in the last fiscal, we would have spent time doing the consultations, as you're aware, which you were involved in, and identifying the land. We have since been able to identify the land, and we have taken on board your suggestions and comments, and we are currently involved in the design work of the facility, so that the allocation you see there would be to cover design and consultancy arrangements as we work to get this facility developed.
All right, thank you, Minister. Minister, with regards to estimated time frame, could that be given? Could we see something physical in this fiscal or no?
Government, so we follow all the approvals necessary. We're currently involved in all the approvals that would require us to construct this facility, which will involve AMA, Town and Country, the Princestown Regional Corporation, etc. So we're in the process. We'll get there.
Yes?
Start a similar vote, line item 007, construction of youth development apprenticeship centers, right? What we see is $20 million allocated, non-spent, and then we see an increased allocation of 31. Are these with regards to the same approval being sought, or, and if we could...
007.
007. Member, could you tell me again what you said on the 007?
Right, 007. We see an allocation 2022 of $20 million, right? Then we see none with regards to the revised estimate being spent. So my question to the minister is...
Is this on page 238?
Yes.
But it has been mentioned that it came from the...
It came from the previous DP. Most of the DP projects was transferred underneath the IDF. So you would see that the allocations came from there. So I would have written down the figure in my book.
Okay, yes.
In terms of the Youth Development and Apprenticeship Center at Wallerfield, it took some time to agree on the most suitable parcel of land to construct this facility. We have been able to identify the land for this facility, and this project is currently in the design stage, having agreed on the parcel of land. So yes, to your question, it's similar to what is taking place with the Maruga Farm School. In terms of the Chagaramas Youth Apprenticeship and Development Center, that project is actually the repurposing of the old Chagaramas Convention Center, and the initial tenders all came in over budget, and therefore that has caused the delay in the implementation of that project.
Member for Shagona East, do you have any questions there? Member for Cuba North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the youth business line item 13, youth business incubator. The youth business incubator was allocated in 2022 $6 million. There's nothing in the revised estimate under the DP. This project move across now to being funded under the IDF is only being funded $1 million. Can the minister explain why it is we have moved from a $6 million project, did absolutely nothing in 2022, and now we're bringing it down to $1 million?
The youth business is not, well, it's not correct to say we did absolutely nothing. The youth business incubator, we have partnered with Kariri, that they have an existing youth business incubator. So while we wish to expand the offering of that service, we are currently engaged with the facility that Kariri has, and that is what we are utilizing in terms of the business incubator services that we are offering. And therefore, the allocation that you see here will allow us to design the expansion of that service.
Minister, if it is we are designing the expansion of the service, can you advise us on what actually took place for this fiscal year gone by?
Collaborated with Kariri, and we were therefore able to offer the service of business incubating because of our collaboration with Kariri, who already have an existing facility. Because the intention is that we want to expand that service to the national community and to our young people, we are now about to, in addition to cooperating and utilizing Kariri's service, design a facility that will complement what we are already engaged with Kariri.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. However, Minister, what is in front of us is the figures. And while it is the promises and the language and the talk be changed from time to time, the figures are real and they remain constant. What we are seeing here is an estimated figure in 2022 of $6 million, nothing in the revised estimate. So this is what we have to use to assess how much work was actually done or not. Right? And if it is, we move to line item 012. Moving on to line...
Incubator? You finished with incubator?
Well, I don't think you have anything much more to offer. I don't think you have anything.
Okay.
You asked a question and an answer was very freely given. Okay? So we might be tired, but that does not excuse us from being courteous. And generally you are courteous. So don't let, the time get the better of you. Okay? Right.
Madam Chair, can the Honourable Minister provide us with an update of out of that $6 million that was utilized, what the ministry was able to deliver with the utilization of that $6 million?
What we're talking about, the incubator? But if I understood the conversation, the question doesn't arise because the minister said to you that they were in collaboration with Kariri. They were able to deliver the service through that partnership. You then asked about, therefore, what about why it's gone down to $1 million? Because they did nothing. He says, no, it's not that we did nothing, but we did it in a different way, which the collaboration afforded. And because now we want to expand it based on the partnership model, that's why there's only $1 million. That is what the minister explained to you.
So what I was asking the minister is if any of that $6 million was actually utilized, or was it utilized in the collaboration with Kariri?
We did not have to use it. It was for us to construct our own facility, but because we came up with this collaboration with Kariri, we were able to offer the same service without having to construct a building. And so what we are doing now is, because it has been so successful, that collaboration, we are now designing, and this $1 million you see now is for us to be able to design a facility to expand the service.
Minister, can you advise us on how many youths benefited from this program in the last fiscal
I can provide
term?
that information for you. I don't have it with me immediately.
Youth Entrepreneurship Hubs, which was under the DP of 10 million and nothing in the revised estimates. Would you be able to explain why there's no figures in the revised estimate?
Ministerial committee established between the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service to bring realization to this project. What we are aiming to do is where we have existing facilities in the country, we are not going to just invest in mortar and cement. We are making sure that we collaborate and we are providing the service, but we utilizing efficiency in doing so.
Okay, 1 minute. The Minister of Finance is creating a disturbance in the basin. I think I'm clearly hearing his voice. Member for Couva North? Are you finished, Member for Couva North?
I am finished.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay,
Madam
welcome.
Chair.
Member for Caroni Central?
Thank you. I think the Minister is putting together his team. Line item 019, please, Madam Chair. National Service Centers. Honorable Minister, can you indicate what is the start date and end date for this project?
In terms of the National Service Centers, the government intends to have 2 such facilities. One is at Mausika, and a contract was awarded for that project, and that project is underway. That contract would have been awarded very recently. And in terms of the one at Beach Camp in Palo Seco, they are currently working on the estimates and scope of works for that project.
Minister, just to follow up, these centers, is it possible to get a little more information in terms of how these centers would benefit the youths? I don't know, or at a later date, what is the purpose behind the centers and what the aims and objectives of the centers are?
Well, you would be aware that I said earlier on that we Cabinet appointed an advisory committee to advise the Cabinet on implementation of a national service program, which committee has reported. If I can give you maybe just a snapshot, programs such as MyLAT, MyPart, and the CCC, those types of programs that we run in conjunction with the Specialized Youth Services of the Defense Force are some of the programs that will be offered at these facilities. The facility at Palo Seco offers us a bit more space so that we will also establish a transition facility at that location, and all these programs are geared towards the development of our young people, particularly those challenged youths or youths that you would call at risk or at promise youths who may have difficulties in charting their future and their career, and this will provide the avenue for them to become productive citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
One final question. I know you've indicated that the project at Mausika has been awarded. So there's actually concrete and steel on the ground. When is that due to be completed?
Project. Yeah, that project should take between 12 to 14 months.
Thank you.
Member for Muruga Tableland?
Madam Chair.
Members, the question is that the sum of $239,624,000 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $239,624,000 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce, and to all your technocrats. Head 18, Personnel Department. Mm-hmm. 17, Personnel Department, $59,246,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Personnel Department is responsible for determining and advising on pay and terms and conditions of employment in the public service, estimated to be around 90,000 workers. The department determines through consultation and negotiations with appropriate recognized majority unions and associations the terms and conditions of service for persons in the civil service, statutory authorities subject to the Statutory Authorities Act, the teaching service, the police service, and the fire service and prison service. The department is also responsible for the determination of terms and conditions of employment for members of the Defense Force, daily rated workers, contract employees, the provision of secretariat services and advice to the Salary Review Commission on the terms and conditions of employment for office holders within its purview, the provision of secretariat services and advice to the Human Resource Advisory Committee on terms and conditions of organizations in the state sector. The department is also required to advise on a wide range of HR issues in the public service, including matters related to industrial relations. These include matters before the industrial court, grievances, and disputes. Currently, the department is engaged in 3 job evaluation exercises. One is for office holders within the purview of the House of Assembly and statutory authorities subject to the Statutory Authorities Act, and another for officers in the prison service. The leadership of the department, through the implementation of the Strategic Plan Framework 2022, continues to strengthen the organization to improve the timeliness and quality of service delivery to all its stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $59,246,000 for Head 17 Personnel Department stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $59,246,000 for Head 17 Personnel Department is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads, and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates for recurrent expenditure. We are at subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 79. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 79. Item 001, General Administration, pages 79 to 80. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 80. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 81. Item 007, Households, page 81. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program, and we will be at subhead 09, New Book Development Program. We are at page 49, Consolidated Fund. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 49. I recognize Coover South.
Thank you very much. Minister, under line item 034, conduct of a job evaluation classification exercise in respect of the prison services of Trinidad and Tobago in fiscal 2022, $3.1 million was allocated. Only $10,000 was spent. There's an allocation of $6 million in 2023. Could you explain to this meeting how or what is the plan in relation to this said exercise?
We are at the end of the procurement process for the service provider to conduct the evaluation exercise. We expect to have that completed very soon, and so the exercise itself will be started shortly within the next couple of months, it is anticipated.
Next couple of
months it will start, yes. We're about to engage the service provider.
So, but are you, and I mean there's a recognized majority association, which is the Prisons Officers Association. Have they been kept in the loop in relation to where you are and in terms of the projected timeline towards the completion of this exercise?
Again, I will give the Minister the opportunity, but again, we don't want to go into that aspect. But Minister, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We do engage the relevant trade unions with the progress of these matters and keep them apprised because they do have a very active part to play in the exercise.
And under 036, conduct of a job evaluation and compensation exercise for the civil service in 2022, $13 million was allocated. There was only expenditure of $5.5 million. There's an allocation for $9 million in fiscal 2023. Could you inform this meeting what is the status of this particular line item?
Minister.
50% completed. We had hoped that we would be further along.
Again, members,
Chairman,
please.
The Minister of Finance is not paying attention.
The lower end of the chamber.
The job
Member for Coover South. No, Mr. Minister.
You're
going fine.
I really have to intervene as a member, an elected member of this House. I think I'm entitled to a 5-minute intervention.
No, that's who asking the questions, Mr. Minister.
No. I was told that both the responder and the questioner has 5 minutes. That's what I was told.
We are at the stage where. Okay.
That's what I was told.
Couple seconds. Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
Seconds? I was told I had 5 minutes.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. The negotiations are not a line item within the estimates. If you want to ask about them, please state which line item it is.
Thank you very much. Chairman, the Minister was so engrossed in his conversation, probably putting together a team for the internal elections. And he was not paying attention to the response of his ministerial colleague. It had nothing to do with negotiations, but my focus was on the status of the job evaluation.
There were a lot of negotiations taking place in determining the team.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $59,246,000 for Head 17 Personnel Department stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $59,246,000 for Head 17 Personnel Department now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Chief Personnel Officer, and thank you to your senior executives. Do travel safely. Head 0, welcome, Director of, let's get it correct, Director of Personnel Administration. Thank you, and also to your senior executives. Head 06 Service Commission. Head 06 Service Commissions, $76,839,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration for brief opening remarks, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The Service Commissions Department, as the Secretariat for the 4 constitutionally enshrined service commissions, provides administrative and technical advisory services to enable the commissions to carry out their constitutional functions. The plans for all the commissions for fiscal 2023 include the further filling of key positions across the public service, enacting policy change through the revision of the regulations, increasing operational efficiency, continued stakeholder engagement, and ensuring discipline in the public service. The Service Commissions Department is pivotal in ensuring that the Commission succeed in achieving their mandates and is seeking to establish a revamped organization that is better structured to meet the expanding needs of the public service, anchored on a digital platform. The Service Commissions Department, through the pillars of technology, people, processes, and structure, has crafted initiatives to ensure success. In July 2022, it launched an electronic document management system project. Approximately $3 million have been spent on the project for the financial year 2022. The SDC's evolution to a paperless organization is one that incorporates data analytics in making decisions and re-engineered processes, operations that will ensure there is a better public service. The deployment of this system will accelerate the internal processes of the SCD by a faster dissemination and routing of correspondence within the SCD and to and from other ministries and departments. It will facilitate greater tracking of matters from initiation to resolution. Also, utilizing formulated workflows will aid in enforcing compliance with internal business processes as well as tracking key performance indicators. In the near future, this system will enable the potential for further efficiency via digital data submission, bypassing paper forms, and greatly accelerating the capture and processing of matters. It will also enable the creation of specialized portals for agencies, stakeholders, and public servants to submit and track matters directly, improving efficiency through data recovery in the event of natural disasters. The department has also reviewed its current structure to ensure more agility and greater efficiency, aligning the use of technology and future state to ensure that the new structure will assist the commissions to effectively achieve their mandate. This should be finalized by the end of the year. Training and development and succession planning have been at the forefront of the department's strategy in developing its human resource. I thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $76,839,000 for Head 06 Service Commission stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $76,839,000 for Head 06 Service Commissions is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads, and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are on page 29, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. I have to go through the procedure, Chief Whip. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 29. Item 001, General Administration, pages 29 to 30.
Mr. Chairman, I think the Chief Whip wants you to take it as read.
Not on this occasion. not on this occasion, Madam. Item 001, General Administration, pages 29 and 30. Item 002, Tobago Services, page 31. Item 003, Public Service Commission, page 31. Item 004, Teaching Service Commission, page 31. Item 005, Judicial and Legal Service Commission, page 32. Item 006, Police Service Commission, page 32. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 32. Item...
Mr. Chairman, I do not have a question. But, Mr. Chairman...
So you want to interrupt?
Sorry, yes, may I? No, I'm just saying...
As the minister, I'll give way.
...that with any other... if we were going through clauses, let's say, and there are no amendments, let's say, we would have done that. Clause, whatever. Do you have anything that... You can. You can take it as a whole. Yes, and if you all have something you want to say, well, then you say, well, Mr. Chairman, I want to stop here. You can do that, sir. You're most welcome.
Members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. And I think this is what we've all been waiting for. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $76,839,000 for Head 06 Service Commission stand part of the schedule. And we wanted unanimous, please. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $76,839,000 for Head 06 Service Commissions now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you for Director of Personal Administration. Thank you to the technocrats. After. Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Friday, October 7th, 2022 at 10 a.m.